Chapter XII, Part 2 of The Nightland by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 12. Downward of the Gorge, Part 2. And so we went onward amid the smell that did be as of dead things, and oft did we make pause and hark, and had a great care, as we did go by the dull fire-holes and fire-pits, that we should make no showing of ourselves in the light. And sudden, as we did go by a great pit that burned very deep and red, I reached back and caught mine own by the arm, and I set her gaze unto the right side of the gorge, which was beyond the fire. And the maid went very still, as she did see the thing that was there. For in verity it was utter monstrous, and did shine very wet-looking in the light of the fire. And truly it moved a little with the head, this way and that, stretching through the dark and the shadows, as you shall see a slug to move, and with no speed or sound, and nowise seeming heedful of aught. But yet did I fear that it smelled us, if this might be, and this, as you shall think, to be a very natural fear. And alway, as I do mind, it seemed to go blindly somewise, or to have that slow and strange moving that doth make one to think of a blindness. But whether it did be truly blind, how shall I say, only that it was an utter monstrous brute, so great as the black hull of a ship, and very dreadful unto our hearts. And we moved not for a while, save that I pulled mine own down into the hiding of the boulders of that part, and she to put her hand very anxious unto me. Yet not to be comforted, as I did have to think, but to persuade me, lest that I go to some adventuring that should set me in a surer danger. And this I perceived in a little moment, and loved her for her care. But indeed I had no mind to aught, save that we come clear of that place. And I watched the monster through places between the boulders, and surely in a little while it swayed the great head very slow and quiet unto the cliff that did make that side of the gorge, and the brute set unto the cliff, and began that it went upward with a strange moving of muscles that did go wavewise under the wet and horrid gleaming hide. And so in a little time it was gone quiet against the cliff, and the head part did be upward in the darkness above, so that it did be from our sight. But the monster body did be plain for a great way, and was seeming clung to the cliff, and to come downward out of the dark, as that it did be a great black ridge of soft and dreadful life upon the face of the cliff, and the tail was something less bulked and to taper, and did trail outward into the gorge upon the boulders. And surely the thing did seem as that it slept, but that odd whiles the tail did lift a little off the boulders, and curl somewise, and afterward come down again upon the boulders, mayhap in this place, and mayhap in that place, as we did watch, all hid. And it was as that our sense and our spirits did assure us that the thing had no wotting of us, but surely our fears did nigh to equal the comfort of this sweet reason, and to make us think otherwise. Yet in a time I made that we go forward together through the spaces that did be among the boulders, and I went creeping, and the maid to follow likewise. And oft I did pause, and made a watching upon the monster, but truly it moved not, save as I have told. And I kept a great heed upon the maid, that she follow alway close unto my feet. And in the end we came safe from that place where the monster did be clung unto the great cliff in the night. And we went then for 2 great hours without adventure, save that once the maid touched me that we pause, for that something went by us where we did be in an utter dark place of the gorge, and no fire-hole anigh. And I knew that the thing did be near, even as the maid touched me. And caught I the maid in the dark, and thrust her under the side of a boulder, and I crouched then before her with mine armour, that I should protect her from any brutish thing. And the discos in my hand, and afterward an horrid time of waiting. And the stink of that part of the gorge grew very dreadful, so that it did be as that we should not breathe, with the horror of the stink. and there went past us some horrid and utter monster that made neither sound nor anything, save that there seemed a strange noise that might be the breathing of a great thing. But yet did be all uncertain, in that the sides of the gorge cast the sound this way and that in an horrid whispering of echoes, so that we did not know whether the sound be made anigh to us, or afar upward in the eternity of the night, where I did suppose the mountains to be joined over the gorge in a monstrous roof in that part. And presently the strange noisings died in the upward height and all about us, and the utter disgust of the stink went from us, so that we knew that the monster had gone past us, and did make downward through the dark gorge, and mayhap then to some lone and dreadful cavern of the world, as I did think. And indeed, as I do mind, I had a sudden wonder at that time, and other whiles, as it did chance, whether this way did be truly the olden way that the peoples of the lesser refuge did travel in the olden days. And surely, as I did suppose, they had come some other way, or the gorge to be different and less dreadful in the far-off years. And this thing you shall agree with me to be a reasonable thinking. And after that the monster had gone a good while, we went onward again, and with a great caution, and dreading alway lest that we come upon that monster in the darkness. But yet did we know by smell and by all our consciousness whether that we come nigh unto one of the monster slugs. Then in the end of the 5th hour, in the dark part of the gorge, we came by the mouth of that great cavern upon our left, and you to remember the same. And I made pause in the darkness, and had the maid very gentle by the arm, that she should look with me. And I whispered how that I passed this place to my right upon mine upward way, and how that I did think there to be a plenty of monster caverns within the mountains that made the sides of the gorge, and that, mayhap, the slug creatures had there an home in such places, or came up, it might be, from some utter strange deepness and mystery of the great world. And the maid did bide very close unto me, and silent, whilst that I whispered. For the terror of the place did be on her, yet not to make her lacking of courage, but yet to put a monstrous awe upon her and a great and natural fear, and I likewise, as you do know. And we stayed there where we did be a little moment, and looked downward into the bowels of the monster cavern. And the shine of the fire-hole beat over the cavern in the near part, but there did be an utter mystery and deathly dark beyond the shining of the pit that did be within, as you shall remember. And in verity, as we stayed but to glance, I perceived that there lay humped things about the fire, and some to be black seeming, and some to have a seeming of whiteness, but with no sureness in the colour to mine eyes. And there came a moving in one of the humped things, so that it did be as that an hill did wake unto an horrid life. And immediately I knew that the humps did be some utter monsters, mayhaps even the great slugs a-slumber about the fire-pit that did burn in that strange, deeply cavern. And I saw that I did ill for our lives, that I should pause even for a little moment to such staring. And immediately I whispered to mine own that we go with all our speed, for indeed I knew not whether that our nearness had waked that monster, or whether that it had but waked by chance. And truly I was utter eager that we be gone from that place, so swift as we might. And we went on then through all of the 6th hour, that we did be in the slug part of the gorge, as I named it unto myself. And in all that hour there did nothing harmful come anigh, only, as I did know presently, there came an unease upon our spirits, but yet to be very little at that time, and we to be scarce knowing of it. And alway as we went, there did be darkness for the most, and odd whiles a vague murmuring of the night far above, as it did seem. And presently the dull glare of a fire-pit to shine out far off below us in the gorge, and to seem very dim and unreal unto us, by reason of the smokes and the fumes that made a haze and a distaste in the gorge. And presently the murmuring of the night to grow somewhat, and afterward the sound of the muttering of the fire-pit to come unto us, and the murmuring to die into our ears that did be hearing now only the dull muttering, And so we to know that the murmuring of the night did be truly the far-off muttering of the fire-holes, and our eyes to guide our hearing, and our reason to explain and knit the sounds. And so we to pass by the fire-hole with a great quiet and caution, and ever with watchfulness, as you shall suppose. And afterward again into the dark, and presently again the murmuring, to tell that we came unto another of the fire-pits, that was yet afar off in the gorge, and made dim echoes in the night. And alway we went very watchful and in grim fear, but with steadfastness and good intention to win forth out of that desolation and horror, and having alway so great a speed as the darkness and the dangers and the trouble of the way did allow. And in this place I will make explanation why that I speak somewhiles of the fire-pits, and otherwhiles of fire-holes. For the holes did be those fires that burn nigh to the brim of the holes, but the pits were those places where the fire was deeply in the earth. And this thing I give for your enlightenment, even on a small matter, so that you shall have a clear knowledge to abide with me all the way, and you to agree of this for wisdom, and I to be pleased that you so agree. And here also I should tell that there did not come a muttering from all of the fire-holes and the fire-pits, but mayhap from this one, and mayhap not from that one, according to the way of the fire therein. And this shall be plain unto you. And so shall you see us go, and the smoke and the bitterness of the sulphur to be all about us, and oddwhiles the murmuring of a far-off pit, and oft the utter silence, and to pass this time a lonesome fire-hole, and afterward the utter dark, or the half-gloom, all as might chance according to the nearness of the fires. And upward in the everlasting night the grim mountains to make a roof over us, as I did suppose. And all this while did the unease of which I have told make upon us, so that presently mine own whispered unto me the thing that already my spirit did have to perceive, that there came after us through the night some harmful thing, that did be surely no great way off, as I did feel within me, and the maid to have a likewise belief. And truly I thought at once upon that brute that did wake downward in the mighty cavern, where did be the great inward fire-hole, as I have told. But whether this did be true knowledge that we did be chased in the dark by that thing, or whether there came after us some other monster, I could have no sureness, but only that we did be chased, and of this I had assuredness. And I set the maid before me, that I have myself ready to the danger that followed, and we made forward again then, so quick as we were able, and she went very wisely, for she had good wit and had noted the ways of my leading. And we went thus until the end of the 7th hour, and surely in that time we heard the murmuring in the night which told of a fire-hole somewise before us, and soon to have the red glare plain to our eyes, and the noise of the murmuring to die away into the nearer mutter of the fire, and so presently to be anigh, and we to make forward with a good speed, because that we feared utterly the thing that made quiet chase of us through the night. And oft I did look backward, and smelt the air, that I know whether it did be a monster slug-beast that chased us, but there did be no worseness of the smell to tell me aught. And alway I did be fretted in the heart that we make no greater speed. But indeed, as you shall perceive, our going did be but a slow thing in the dark places, and even thus we had many a sore tumbling and bruising. And by this we were come almost unto the fire-hole, and immediately I saw that I knew the place, for there went upward beside the fire a great jaggedness of rock, that I had seen upon mine upward way. And surely I caught the maid in an instant, and bent her, and she quick to obey with her body, and we were both immediately hid downward among the boulders. And this I did, because I minded how that there did be many of the monsters nigh to this same fire-hole, as I did go upon mine upward way. And we went forward then with an utter care, but yet to keep onward, because that there did be somewhat in chase of us. And in verity, when that we were come opposite unto the fire-hole, I saw that there did be 7 of the monster slugs against the far side of the gorge, and did be all set upon their bellies against the cliff, and their horrid heads to be hid in the upward dark, and their tails to lie very great and soft-seeming in the bottom of the gorge upon the boulders. And lo, the maid touched me, and she drew me to look upon the near cliff of the gorge. And truly there did be 3 of the brutish things laid upward there, and a 4th did be humped somewhat upon a great ledge that did be upward of the gorge, and just to be plain to our eyes. And surely it was as that we did be all surround by such monsters, and to make the heart sink and fear to lie upon our hopefulness. But indeed the maid showed a good spirit, and I to have fierce determining that we come free of that gorge, and afterward, in time, unto our mighty home. And we made forward again, and did go creeping among the rocks and the boulders, and so came presently past that place, and had not waked the monsters, if that indeed they did truly sleep. And I made halt a moment upon the far border of the light from the fire-hole, and I looked backward up the gorge, perchance that I should see the thing that followed us. But indeed there came nothing out of the dark of the upward gorge, so that I knew that there did be some safe space to our backs, which did be truly a comforting thing. And here I should tell how that there was no great stinking in that place where did be so many of the slug beasts, and this to puzzle me, and in the end to make me think that some of those horrid things did stench more great than others. But yet I to have no certainty in this matter, as you do perceive. And truly this thing troubled me, for I had been comforted that my nose should tell me when that the thing that made chase of us should draw nigh in the darkness, and now in verity I knew not what to have for assurance. For the awareness of the spirit was but a vague thing, and no more in such a matter than a feeling as of an inward warning. And we went onward then for a great hour, and with an horrid unease upon us. And thrice did we go by fire-pits in the darkness, and alway I made pause upon the far side of the light, that I should look backward, but did have no sight of aught. Yet did my spirit or my fears warn me with new fear, and a greater sense of nearness, and the maid to confess also to this thing. Now we saw not any of the slugs for a long while, neither had there been any about the 3 fire-holes, and the air of the gorge was grown something sweet and free somewhat of the stench and dead-seeming things, but yet to be very bitter with fumings and smoke and sulphur stinks. And lo, in the middle of the 10th hour, as we did go, painful and with anxiousness in a very dark place of the gorge, there came unto us again the smell that told to us that one of the monsters did be anigh. And surely we had both a great fear, in that we had belief that it did be a sign that the thing that made chase did draw near upon us. But yet did I to use my reason also, and to know that the stink might be from some monster that we were come nigh to in the darkness of that place. And I whispered this unto the maid, and she to say, very hushed, that it might be so, but to have no belief, and I to be likewise, as you do see. And we pushed forward at a new speed, and had many bitter falls, so that we did be all bruised, but not to know it at that time, because that our fear did be so keen. And oft we made a little pause and harked, but there did be only the dismal drip of water from on high, and presently the murmur of the night that told that we drew near unto a new fire-pit. And surely this was a great easement to our spirits, in that we should have light to perceive our danger, and mayhap to win free. But to be in that utter dark was a thing to break the courage, and to breed belief that we did be utter helpless, and all wrapped in horror and despair. And the stink grew ever, as we made forward, so that I knew not whether there did be great monsters beside the fire-pit that was to our front, as I have told, or whether it made plain the advancing of the pursuer. And we only to be able to make our best speed, and to be weary with hope that we rush not blind into death, and alway to be chilled in the back with the belief that the thing that made chase did be very close in that utter dark, and to gain upon us. and we knew not whether to make our belief to be the tellings of the Spirit or the utterings of our fears, and so shall you perceive our plight, and we but to be able to make forward. And in verity the dreadfulness of that time doth shake me now to think upon, and you also, if that you have gotten my tellings to your hearts, so that your human sympathy doth be with me. And there came presently to our ears the far mutter of the fire-pit, so that very soon the murmuring was lost to us in the night, and only the slow mutter to be plain. And the dull looming of the fire shone afar off, through the night and the smoke and fumings, and we to a great speed, and to pant with fear, but yet with a freshness of hope again to sweeten us. And we came nigh to the fire-pit, and lo, the smell did be grown very drear and foul, but there did be no slug-beast near the fire. And by this we perceive that we did be truly in an utter danger, in that the pursuer did be upon us, and the stinking to tell this to be truth, and our spirits to have warned us very strong and proper. And I stopped near to the fire-pit, which did be great and very red-glowing, and I looked upward of the gorge into the night of the gorge that we did come from, but the monster was not yet upon us to work our death. And I looked to the sides of the gorge, and the maid to have the same thought that did be mine, that we climb the mountains that made the sides of the gorge. And I looked very keen first to this side, and then did run overward, that I looked more close upon the other, and afterward back again, for it did seem that we should have a greater ease upon the side that we did be. And I asked the maid whether that she did be prepared, and she to be very white and wearied, and all besmirched with the dankness and growths upon the boulders and the hidden pools of the gorge and the dripping of the waters. But yet did she be sound in her courage, and to show that she had all belief and abiding in me, and her judgment likewise to be with mine, in that her own reason did approve. And I took the bundle of her torn clothing from her, for it did be at her girdle, and like to trouble her movings, but she to refuse, very determined, in that I did be already overburdened. And I to be firm in my deciding, and to make her to yield the bundle, the which I hooked unto the hold of the discos, where it did be to mine hip. And the maid to be there, a little figure, and white in the face, and strangely angered, and her anger mixed with hidden acknowledgment that I did be her master, and half to be minded that she moved not from where she did stand, and part to be reasonable and fearful of the hidden beast, and in part also to thrill in her womanhood unto the man that did be so masterful unto her. And all to pass in a little moment, and we to be to the gorge side, and busied very eager to the climb. And the maid to be first, as I did heed, and I to follow, and have constant looking to the task, and to her safety, and alway to be bitter anxious for our speed to be good, and to be anxious the more then, lest that mine own should slip, for there did be an horrid wetness upon the sides of the gorge, as you shall have guessed, and horrid growths that blotched the great rocks mightily, and made an utter slipperiness, if that they did be trod upon. And we to have to come so clear of all such matters as we might, and yet to be speedy for our lives, and likewise to lack no care and thought to the setting of our hands and of our feet in places fitted to the lifting of our weight. And truly you shall see that we went very desperate, and I to give word to the maid that she look not downward, the which I was urgent upon, lest that she come giddy in the heart. But I, as you shall think, could scarce to keep from fearful peerings below, so that I learned speedy whether the pursuer did come yet into the light of the fire-hole beneath. And presently the maid did gasp very weak and troubled with the soreness of the climb, and I came higher, and set mine arm about her, as we did be there upon the face of the cliff. And she stopped very still a little while, and an ease did come to her, and an assurance of safety. And surely I kissed her there where we did be in that upward place, and her lips did tremble unto mine, and her courage and strength to come back into her, so that in a minute she did make once more to the climbing. And we came presently to a place where a great ledge did be, that jutted out from the mighty cliff, and was surely a huge way above the gorge bottom. And the ledge sloped, and there were on the ledge great stones and boulders that did make lodgment there through eternity. And I looked very careful to our way, and saw that we did be in the path of a mighty rock that was over nigh unto the edge of the shelf place, and did put fear upon me, in that it seemed that it should come down with great thundering upon us if that we but shook the place where it did be. And I caught the maid very swift and gentle, and shaped our path unto one side of that great rock, and did presently lose my fear, when that we did come safe from under it. And in a minute after we were come upward upon the ledge, and a very safe place it did seem, and surely as that no monster should be able to come upward upon us. And this I did try to make for comfort unto ourselves, but that we both to know how that the great slugs could lie up against the sides of the gorge, and surely it did be like that they should be able to come upward clear of the gorge, and so to the place where we made to have safety. And I had no thought to deny this thing, when that it was clear to my brain, but set rather that we should have some way to fight the monster, if that we did be discovered. And I thought in a moment upon the stones that did be about, and the maid in the same moment cried out that we should push the big rock down upon the slug that we believed to have chase of us, and indeed the rock to be a great weapon, if we could but stir it, as you shall think. And alway, as we talked very hushed, we looked downward into the deepness of the gorge unto the upward end of the firelight, but there came no thing yet unto our knowledge, only that the stinking did rise up to us through that great distance. And the fire-pit to seem now a very small burning, and to give no great light up to us, and we neither to be able to see very clear of the gorge bottom, in that the haze of the fumes and the smoke was in the air of the gorge, and made uncertainty, and we to be nowise proper free of the smoke even where we did be. And we watched, very set with anxiousness and fearful expecting of the monster, and did be both yet lost of breath, and the maid that she made her words something broken for a little while. And lo, in a moment, Nani cried out very low and sharp that the thing did come, and I to see a moving of somewhat, in the same instant, in the gorge that lay upon the upward side of the fire-pit. And immediately I saw the great and monster head of the beast come forward into the shine from the pit, and the head did be of a blotched white, and to have the eyes upon great stalks that came from the forward part of the head, and the stalks to be set downward, so that the eyes looked upon the bottom parts of the gorge. And surely this doth be very horrid seeming to the mind of this age, but yet to have a less strangeness unto the two of us that had seen many horrid sights, as you do know. And as the monster came forward the more into the light, I saw that the great and utter mighty bulk did be all of that same whiteness, that did be so set over with blotchings and a seeming of unhealth. But truly the colour was proper to a creature that did abide in so great a darkness, as you shall say, yet had those slugs that we did see been black and shining for the most as I have told. And this to be as I saw, and I not to heed here that I try into explainings in this place, else should I be never eased of my task, as you do see. And the monster slug came onward, and as it did go, it set the stalks of the eyes in among the boulders, as that it did search, swayed now this way and now that way, from side to side of the gorge, and alway it pushed the stalks of the eyes inward among the boulders, and so to go forward searching. And truly it was very dreadful to see the thing make search for us, and to go so steadfast to so dread a purpose. And indeed I saw it not so plain as might be, because of the haze of the fumes and the smoke that did lie in the air of the gorge, as I have told, and made something vague the sight at this time and that, but yet we did both see a strange thing. For when that the great white body did become half into the light, the slug-beast set out a big tongue among the boulders, After that it did peer thereunder, and the tongue did be very long and white, and something thin-seeming, and the monster lapped inward in a moment a great snake from among the boulders, and the tongue did hold upon the snake as that there did be surely teeth or roughness upon the tongue, but yet the distance to be too great for any surety of the sight, as you do know, and moreover there did be the uncertainty of the haze within the air. And the slug took the snake inward, all as it did lash and wriggle, and swallowed it in a moment, and in verity that snake did be a big and horrid creature, else had it been not so plain to our sight, but it did be as a worm unto the monster, and gone instant. And immediately the slug-beast went again to searching, and the head to sway from this side unto that side of the gorge, and by the wideness and ease of this swaying shall you perceive the utter greatness of the beast. And alway, as it did come downward of the gorge, it thrust the stalks of the eyes inward among the boulders, looking all ways, and oft the breath did come from it as a cloud, and the stink to rise up unto us very plain and an abomination. And again we saw the beast set the tongue in among the boulders of the gorge bottom, and it licked forth a snake that did seem so thick as a man in the body, and the snake to thrash in the great white tongue, and to be immediately drawn inward and gone utter. And surely, as the thought did stir in me, there did be a great mercy over us, in that we did not die by such a serpent in some dark and horrid place of the gorge. But yet, as it is like to be, mayhap the snakes did be only a nigh to the fire-holes, yet doth it be anywise a wondrous thing that we did come so free of them alway, and truly to learn was to be given a new terror. Now the monster was come fully into the shining of the fire-pit, and was upon this side, and the fire to make a shining against the side of the slug, so that odd whiles I did perceive very plain the huge wrinklings and muslings of the skin, as the beast made onward. And alway it did search, thrusting in the eye-stalks among the boulders. And sudden it made pause, and did begin that it brought all the mighty body together and humped itself, and brought the head part round unto the bottom of the cliff that made this side of the gorge. And it gathered itself, and afterward did lengthen upward against the cliff and begin to climb. And lo, I saw that the beast did scent of us, and made to come upward to destroy us. And as the mighty hill of the body did come into the length against the great cliff-side, the beast set the eye-stalks into this cave and that as it did go, and into all crannies, and so lengthened upward very straight and monstrous and dreadful unto us, and did be as a white and mildewed hill that had an horrid life. And the stink to come up, so that we did be like to lose our breath with the dreadfulness of it, as you shall think. And surely, for a moment, I looked unto the rocks upon the ledge, and this way and that way, and upward unto the everlasting darkness that did be above us, and again unto the great rock that did seem to quiver upon the edge, as I have told. And I was grown utter desperate in a moment, for truly it did seem in that instant that there did be no power in the world that should slay so utter mighty a monster. And immediately, even as I did despair, I had run very swift unto the great rock, and the maid with me, both very strained and shaken with the horror of the thing that did make upward unto us so sure and intent. And I set my strength unto the rock, and heaved. But indeed the rock gave not from the place where it did be, so that I had a dreadful despair, for I saw that it did be more secure than had seemed. And the maid lent her strength unto mine, and we heaved together, with sore pantings and little cries to guide our endeavours, and because we could not be contained in that moment. And surely it seemed that the great rock moved, and lo, as we strove together to the task, there came a vast and sudden grinding, and the rock to cease from our shoulders, and to be gone from us, or scarce we did wot of the happening. And the rock went over, and rushed downward upon the monster, and with mighty crashings, as it did grind and crush the face of the cliffside with a quick and constant thundering. And I caught the maid, as she did stagger upon that dire upward edge, because that she had set her strength so utter to the endeavour, and the rock to be gone so sudden as you do see, and she to be like to follow after. And she clung unto me, and I to hold her very safe, as I looked down upon the falling of the rock. And behold, the great rock smote the monster in the humped part of the back, below of the head, and did enter into the monster, even as a bullet doth strike, and was gone instant from my sight into the vitals. And there came a mighty sound of anguish from the monster, and the monster did loosen from the cliff, and to crumple, as it did seem, and sink backward, and a great steam of dread breathing to go upward from the beast, and a reek, and it made again the strange and horrid noise of pain, and the gorge to be yet full of the echoes of the rock thundering, and with the noise of the rock there was now mingled the horrid sounding of the death-crying of the beast, and the gorge to be filled with dull and dreadful echoings, as that 100 monsters died in this place and that of the darkness in the gorge, and all to be bred of the noise of that mildewed hill a-dying. And the echoes ceased not for a while, even after that the monster did be utter quiet, for truly they came presently from far upward and downward of the gorge, out of all the eternity of the night, and to be as that they came backward very faint out of lonesome miles, and out of the strange deepness of unknown caverns of the world. And so, in the end, to silence, and the far bottom of the gorge to be filled with a white and horrid hill, very dreadful, and that did yet quiver to show the slowness of death, and alway a dreadful reek and stinking to fill all the air, even unto the height as of the grave. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 3 of The Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 12. Downward of the Gorge, Part 3. And I stood upward in that far high place, and held the maid very strong and tender, and she to have covered her ears from that dreadful crying, and to be yet shaken with the greatness and horror of the dying of the monster, and the nearness that she did come unto falling, as you have seen. And presently she came to less trouble, and did weep very easeful, even as a babe doth weep. And I, mayhap, to be not over-steady, as you shall think, but yet to have a great gladness set in my heart, and a triumph and an utter grace of thankfulness. And I held mine own very tender and sure, as I did say, and she very soon to be eased of her trouble, and the shock to be something gone from her. And she looked up at me, and slipped her arms upward about my neck, and pulled me downward unto her, that she might kiss me. And we to talk then of the going down, and surely this did seem a great and dangerous task, for truly we had come upward pretty easy in the excess of our fear, but how we might go down with our blood cool, I did be all in doubt. Yet, before that we did aught else, I led the mate upward onto the safe part of the ledge, and we sat there, very quiet and weary, and she did be leaned against me. And we each of us 2 of the tablets, and I to scold and coax mine own to this end, and she to obey, and to be better afterward, because that she had eat. And we drank some of the water, and did rest a time longer. And presently our courage and strength was come back into us, and we packed the scrip again, and the maid set it fast to my back. And we went then to the edge of the shelf, and looked downward, this way and that, and surely there did be no way to go, save the way we came, only that we might shape our downward climbing to bring us a little below that place where the dead monster did be. And I saw by mine own heart, and by the paleness of the maid, that we should do well that we considered the thing no more, but make to the task. And I went immediately over the edge of the shelf upon my belly, and I bade Nani to follow. and we began then that we go downward, and in verity we went downward for mayhap a great hour, and I gave help alway unto mine own as I could, and she to come after me very brave, and made that she hold back her fear and come downward of that cliff that be oft like to a mighty wall. And surely, even as we came down, I marvelled how we did ever go upward, even though fear did aid us. But indeed I do think it doth be easier to climb safely than to come backward, for this is how I have found. And we made rest thrice upon the ledges of the cliff, and afterward came downward again, and alway very slow, and with exceeding heed where our hands and feet did go, that we slip not suddenly to our death. And once, as I did see, the maid was lost of all her strength, and did be going to fall, because that she did be all gone into a sudden weakness of the head in an instant. And she did be silent even in that moment, the which doth be marvellous unto me, and to give me a strong pride of her, as you shall understand, if that ever you have loved. And surely I came upward in a moment, that little space that was between, and had mine arm about mine own very swift, and held her hard and fierce against the cliff. And this I did that she should feel how that she could never fall, and immediately her strength and her dear courage came back into her, and I kissed her there against the mighty cliff, and afterward she did have power again to come downward safe. And presently we were come to the gorge bottom, and maybe 100 paces down the gorge from that place where did be the dead monster, all sunk into an ugly and horrid heap, so great as a small hill. And a dreadful stinking did hang in all that part of the gorge, by reason of the slug, and signs of disgust as you shall think, and the great and mildewed body of the thing yet to settle and twitch as I did look, as it did come properly unto death in all that mighty bulk. And everywhere the skin of the beast did be set into great wrinklings, and horrid blotchings to be upon the improper whiteness thereof. And truly I did be in haste that I turned the maid away from that thing, and that we haste downward of the gorge. And we went then for 2 good hours, and alway I did hearten the maid, and she to go very hushed and trustful by me. But truly I did be in an anguish of heart, because that I was newly aware that there did be such great and dreadful serpents in that part of the gorge, as you do also know. And I was not over-feared for myself, but for the maid that did have no armour to protect her dear body. And because that I was so set with this trouble, I took the maid presently into mine arms, that I carry her, and so to have her clear of aught that should lie among the boulders. And in verity mine own did show an anger very surprising and determined, for I said not why I should carry her, fearing to give her a greater unease, but only that she did be weary, and I very strong and willing. And indeed I could not bring her to reason without I told her, which was not mine intent, for she did refuse me to carry her, and said that truly I had need of no added burden unto my labours. And when she saw that I would not be moved by her reasonings, she made to win upon me by her loving ways. But indeed I only kissed her, and went forward with her in mine arms, and she half naughty that I did be so heedless of her wishings, and somewise hurt also, and so to be silent in mine arms, yet mayhap to be something stirred in her nature, that I did be so steadfast to mine intention, despite that her will did be contrary. And this I do believe to be truth, because that afterward I do think that she lay there in mine arms only as a woman that doth be in the hands of her master that hath all her love. And in this wise we went forward. And in the end of the 2 hours that we did go, there was come the end of the dark part of the gorge, and we to be outward of that mighty roof of the mountains, as I do think it to have been, and the air to be free of the stink of the monsters, and the fire-holes to be very plenty, and their smokings to go upward very proper, so that we had no more the bitterness of their fumings in our throats. And there did be a pretty good light to go by the contrast of the past hours. And I set mine own again to her feet, and made that she keep to my rearward, so that, if there did be any serpents to our path, they should come first under my feet, and this wise to work no harm to me because of mine armour, neither to Nani, mine own maid. Now by this time it was somewhat of 19 great hours since we did sleep, for we had been a long while making that we come safe from the slug, and indeed we had come downward with a less speed than I did go through upon mine upward way, as you shall mind. And this to be that mine own did not have the hard strength that was in my body to the enduring of great labour and stress, and this surely all to be plain unto you that have been with me in all my journey. And moreover, there must be kept to mind the 3 hours that we had gone ere we were come proper into the dark part of the gorge, and so all to be remembered unto you, and also you to mind that we did be wakeful a time ere that we set forward upon that day's journeying. And we did go almost in joyous wise, because that we were come safe out of that dreadful place, and surely, odd whiles, I did feel the hands of mine own naughty one to be hooked very pretty and sly into the backward part of my belt, as that she did make a pretending that she'd drive me before her, and surely this doth be a strange things to tell upon, for there did be no knowledge of the olden horse in all the eternity of that dark world, but yet maybe some dear olden memory dream did set her hands unconscious to this pretty work. And in verity once I turned very sudden and had her swift into mine arms, as she did pretend to drive me, and she to laugh with a sweet and joyous gurgle against mine armour, and I to heed that I hurt her not, because I did be like an iron man that should put arms about a tender maid. And we looked alway now for a place that should be proper to our rest and to our sleep. And when it did be close upon the end of the 20th hour of that journey, the maid showed me a cave that was, mayhap, 50 good feet upward in the right side of the gorge. And I looked about and saw that there did be 2 fire-holes anigh, and a warm spring to make a basin of water that did lie between the fires, and all very well set to our need, as I did perceive, for indeed we did be utter besmirched with the filth of the slug part of the gorge, and to need that we be nice and fitly washed before that we have any comfort of ourselves. And I bade Nani to wait a little minute, and I looked well up the gorge and well down the gorge, and lo, there did be no thing to set me in unease, and I told mine own that she keep a sharp and steadfast watching, and not to heed me, and this I said because I knew she did be like otherwise to look at me and be over-anxious, as I go upward to the cave, and indeed she to be better anyway in watch of the gorge, and to cry out to me if that anything come anigh whilst that I went upward. And I made upward to the cave, and was come there pretty quick, and truly it did be good for our purpose, and fresh seeming, and dry, and to have no holes that I could see for the hiding of creeping things. And I called down gently to the maid that the cave be proper, and she to show her gladness, and to be looking upward at me, instead of the way of the gorge as I set her. And truly she did be a dear and human little maid, and utter mine, so that I did find a new joy in each small lack of wisdom, and this just so much as that she had done a wondrous proper thing. And truly, you shall say, there was some properness to her heart, in that she could abide not but to watch me. And I went quickly down to mine own, for there was alway an unease upon me, save when I did be nigh to her in chance of trouble. And when I was come down to her, the maid did be seeming a little in thought, and afterward showed me how that she did be all in a pitiful disgust of the dirt and slime and the drippings of the gorge that did be on her, and had made her garment utter wet and bemired, so that she did feel that her very body was a repulse unto her. And I saw how it did be with Nani, and I went to the warm pool, and felt that it be not over hot, and afterward found the deepness by the handle of the discos, and this to be scarce of 3 feet, and the water very clear to show me the bottom, so that it was surely a nice and proper place to be for such a purpose as I did think. and I set some of the water to my mouth, using my hand, and truly there did seem no hurtful chemical in the water, and therefore was I eased that the maid should have the desire that I did see to be in her mind. And I saw that I should be helpful to mine own, if that I make the arranging of things to be in mine own hands. And I went back unto the maid, and told her that the pool was very nice to be for a bath-place, and that she to haste to wash herself, whilst the gorge did be free of any creature or monster. Now I saw that Nanny was troubled, and feared that I did be going to leave her, and yet did be paused a little in her words, to show me all that she did wish. And surely I stooped and kissed her, as she did look so wistful in her little puzzlement, and immediately I removed her trouble very natural, and told that I should stand guard anigh to her the while that she bathed, and truly she did be at ease on the moment, and mayhap something surprised to know wherefore she had been something alack to ask me. But in truth it did be very natural. And I told her to be so quick as she might, which was a needless thing to say, yet to start her, and she to go quietly to obey me, but first to take the cloak out of the hold upon my shoulders, and to unfold it, and so to the pool. And I to stand with my back thatwards, and to lean ready upon the discos. And presently she did be in the water as I knew, and I to be her man, very sure and gentle to her and sedate. And truly, as you shall think, I did love that I to be stand guard to her in her dear maidenhood, and she, after that she was cheered and warmed by the delight of the water, to sing very low and happy to herself, where she did be to my back. And sudden the singing to cease, and the maid screamed, and I to have no thought of improper modesty, but turned instant to the maid. And in a moment I saw what did trouble her, for there came a serpent out of the water, and the maid to be all adrift with natural modesty, and with her fear of the serpent. And I was come into the pool in a moment, in mine armour, and did lift the maid, naked and wet, into mine arms, and had her instant from the water, and upon the side of the pool. And there I wrapped the cloak about her, and ran very quick, and killed the serpent, as it did go offwards among the boulders. And surely it did be so thick as mine arm, and to have come from some hole that did be hid in the bottom of the pool. And I came back then to mine own, and took her into mine arms, and set the cloak well about her, and she to cry and to tremble with the shock and disturbance of the thing, but soon to be eased, and ready to laugh with me. And so she was come proper to her happiness again, and I very gentle and joyous with her, for truly my heart had been sick that she had come so nigh to that horrid danger. And I eased the scrip from me, and opened it, and made her to take 2 of the tablets, and she to refuse to eat, save I company her also. And indeed I did be very willing, for truly my belly was alway empty. And she to be very glad to eat, because she did be clean now, and to have no more disgust of herself. And afterward we drank some of the water, and soon we did be finished, and she to ask for her girdle that I did give her with the knife, as I have surely told. And she belted the cloak very graceful about her, and looked very dear and pretty with her little bare feet, and her hair very lovely upon her shoulders, for she did wear alway in the gorge the lining of my headpiece, and so had her hair dry and sweet. And in verity I did mind now how that she did look very beautiful in her bath, as I had gone to succour her from the snake, and I to be nicely wholesome in this remembering, because of my love, but yet to be knowing that I was sweetly stirred to new things, and did not know before that a maid looked in the same moment so holy and so human. And afterward, in odd whiles, I remembered, but never to think over much, because that I did feel inwardly that I should be gently wise in such things, and you to understand my heart in this, if that ever you have loved. And surely the maid brought me from my dreamings very sensible, in that she had me to stand, and she was gone about me very swift and natty with her pretty fingers, that she eased me of mine armour. And afterward she bade me to strip and wash, whilst that she keep watch for me of the gorge. And she took the discos and leaned upon it, very brave and proper, but yet, as I do think, with somewhat of roguishness within her, very deep hid and scarce known unto herself. And I warned her to be very wise with the great weapon, for it did fit only to fight in my hands, and did be like to cause harm to any that should meddle with it or make to use it save me. And Nani to nod that she did hear me, and to be half in fear of the thing, and half to feel that it did be friendly to her, and so to stand guard for me, and truly to seem a very sweet and slender maid, despite the bigness of the cloak, and the great weapon to seem more great in her small hands, and to mind me how strong I did be. And surely you shall think me in conceit, but truly I did be glad to be so strong, and a proper thing for pride, if that there be no scorn for others therein. And you to agree with me in this thing, or to be lacking of sympathy and good human understanding. Now I washed me, not by going down into the pool, for indeed I did not wot whether there be any more snakes hid there in some other hole. And the way I washed was that I dipped my headpiece into the hot pool and poured the water over me, and rubbed my body very strong with my hands, and there to be surely some certain chemical in the water that aided mine efforts, for the water went very smooth under my hands. And when I was done, I washed my pocket-cloth very speedy in the pool, and wrung it, and did then wipe my body so dry as I should. And afterward I wrung the cloth again, and set it about my loins, and so to be as proper as I might. And I did call to the maid that I was proper, and she to come then and kiss me, and she gave back to me the discos, and set me that I stand anigh to the nearer fire-hole, and so to be that I should guard her, and in the same time become free of the chill of the gorge, which was not great in that place. And surely I did mean that I help her, but she would have no help in her work, that she did say to be her glad right, but bade me that I to mine own work to be her dear protector, as she did call me. And I to lift that wilful one into mine arms a moment, and to give her a very loving hug, and for that time to have no fear that I harm her, because that I was freed of the hardness of the armor about me, as you do know. And surely she to feel very dear and pretty in mine arms, and she kissed me the once with a little passion of love, and immediately to want to go from me, so that I freed her in a moment, as was ever my way. And she then to pause a small space off from me, and looked at me with a light in her eyes, and half to put out her arms that she be taken again into mine, but so to cease ere she yield to her heart, and turn from me immediately to the task of the washing. And she took first my body vest, and washed it very quick and clever in the pool, and afterward came over by me, and spread it upon the hot flat rock anigh to the fire-hole. And she got then my change body vest from the bundle of her torn garments, where she did put it to be washed on opportunity, even as now. And mayhap to like that it should lie in her bundle with her own garments, for so, as I do mine, the thought came to me very natural, but she to say naught to lead me thus, yet to be a very honest and dear maid, and to have little secret ways of love, as I did perceive, that I did not be told of. And she washed the second body vest, and set it to dry by the first, and afterward did likewise with all my garments, and came then to the washing of her own. And lo, as she spread it also to the drying, there came to mine heart that the maid did have only this one rough and thick garment, that did be the armour-suit as I have told. And surely it did be dreadful that she have the hardness of that strong knitted and fibrous garment to be next to her dear body, and I to be in comfort with the softness of my body vest. And I was all angered in a moment that she had gone thiswise, while that I had been gentled, as it might be. And I bade Nani take the second vest to her own use when it did be dry, and she to look upward from where she did turn the garments upon the hot rock, and to mean in the first to deny me. But indeed she was quick to see that I did be truly in anger, and mine anger to come because that I was hurt that this did be, and because that I was shamed that she had gone so rough-clad, the while that I had no thought to the matter. And moreover, because that she had known her lack, and did not tell me of the thing. But yet I did have a great tenderness in the backward part of mine anger, because that I perceived all the unselfishness and delight of her love that did be about this little matter, as you shall see, if you have gone alway with me. But mine anger yet to be something hard, because I did see that I have need to watch the maid, that she put not her dear body to pain, that I might come unknowing to some little pleasuring or ease, as did be now as I have shown. And truly it did be sweetly done in love, but be somewise lacking of judgment. And so shall you know somewhat of the way that I did be angered, and to have understanding with me. But if you have not, you shall think it to be naught, and that the maid did need only that she be kissed, and to be shaken a little in playfulness, and warned to heed that I did be earnest. And mayhap you to be somewise right, and not to guess far off from the inward deepness of my heart. But yet it doth be verity that I was truly angered, and fit to shake mine own, and in the same moment to be utter tender unto her. And surely this doth be all a contradiction, and the human heart to be a wayward thing, whether it doth be of a man or of a woman. And Nanny, as I do think, to have loved the chafe of that rough garment for love's sake, and to go very humble and loving as I looked at her, but in verity to be never gone from the sweet naughtiness that did be alway in her heart, and to plan even in that moment some new and secret service unto me, that should be for her quiet joy, and to be hid from me, until that my wit should come upon it to uncover it. And in verity a young man doth want that he whip his maid and kiss her, and all in the one moment, and indeed he to have delight in both. And she obeyed me that time, as alway when I did be earnest, without more word, and surely that naughty one did know how I loved her. And the maid washed then her torn garments that did be in the bundle, and had gotten soiled by the slime of the dark part of the gorge. And she put these to dry, and afterward washed mine armour and the scrip and the pouch and the cloak-hold, and all such matters of our gear, and so to be presently done. And she was heedful then that she turned the garments upon the hot rock, and afterward did attend to my bruisings. And when she did rest, I looked to her pretty feet, and rubbed them very gentle and constant with the ointment, and surely they did be pretty well, but I to like that I should tend them, and to have joy to feel their littleness within my palms, and surely she did know how it did be with me, for presently she took her feet inward under the cloak, and I, maybe, to look something woeful, for she put one out presently when that I did the least expect, and slipped it very cosy into my hand, and surely I kissed her naughty toes, and she then to be very sedate. Now presently, when Nanny found the garments to be proper dry, she gave those to me that were mine, and bid me to turn my back and be dressed very speedy. And lo, in a little time, when I was nigh done, she came over and stood before me, and was dressed again in the armour-suit, and to look very slender and dainty. And she looked at me, so that I put out my hands that I kiss her, but she went from me very proper, and brought mine armour, and gave me help with it, and alway very grave and quiet, but yet to have naughtiness underneath, as I did believe. And when I was full armed, she took my hand and set mine arm about her waist, and she leaned her head against my breast, and put up her lips to be kissed, as that she did be a child maiden. Yet when I kissed her, she did be a woman, and to kiss me very dear and loving, and to look at me then from under her eyelids, and sudden to make a dainty growling, and to pretend that she did be a fierce thing that should be like to eat me. And I to be utter feared, as you shall think, and to be scarce able that I kiss mine own pretty fierce one, because that I did laugh so hearty, and to be so taken with a surprise that the maid did show this new playfulness. And in the same moment to be stirred and waked anew that she did be so lovely and graceful in mine arms, and to make her naughty growling so pretty that I did be eager that she make it again, but she to do this playing only as her mood did stir her. And she made then that she would go from me, and I to loose her as ever, and she bade me that I guard her the while that she washed the outward part of the cloak, for the inward did be clean, and the cloak proof to water, but the outward part to be something needful of washing. And surely when this was made clean it dried very quick, because that the water went not into it, and whilst that it dried, I gave mine own an aid upward unto the cave, and afterward I passed up the gear and the cloak when it did be dry, and so came upward also myself, and brought with me a boulder that I balanced very light in the mouth of the cave, so that it should fall if that anything touched it. And this plan you do know of, for I used it before, as I have told. And truly we did be utter wearied, and the time to be something beyond 23 hours since last we had slumber. And the maid had the scrip and the pouch set to be for my pillow, and the bundle of her torn garment to be for her own, and she to have me to my pillow, and to tuck the cloak about me, and the discos to my hand, and afterward to kiss me very sedate upon the lips, and then to come in under the cloak with a quiet and lovely happiness, as I did know, and to be gone to slumber very content and sweet. And I waked 8 good hours after with the fizzing of the water in mine ears, and lo, mine own did be waked and to make ready our breakfast. And I came upward upon mine elbow to see whether that the boulder did be unmoved, and indeed it was not touched. And mine own saw that I was come awake, and she ran to me, very dear and glad, and kissed my lips very eager and loving. And surely, as she kissed me, I did feel that she had taken again a naughty advantaging of my slumber, and had kissed me as I did sleep. But truly I said no word of my thoughts, for I did mind that I should wake sudden one time, and so to catch her in this, and to call her then mine own, and that she did be a rogue, and all as you shall know that have loved. And I scolded the maid a little in that she had not waked me, but I said not that I would attend to the duties that she did heed to, for I knew that she had joy of these things, in that she did love to do aught that should be done unto me. And when I scolded her, she to make but a little mouth at me, as we do say, and to put her tablet to my lips, that I kissed them, and she to kiss mine, and so to our breakfast. And when we were done, we gat together our gear, and went downward from the cave, and began again to journey. And we went 18 hours that day, and eat and drunk at every 6th hour, as ever. And in the 14th hour I perceived that I did be like to overtravel the maid, though I made alway to have a less speed than did be natural unto me. And surely then I took her up into mine arms, and she to refuse, and to be troubled that I should so carry her, for she did think that I was like to be wearied by the task. And I to take no heed to her pretestings, but to laugh gently with her, and to carry her, even as a babe in mine arms, and she to love that she be in mine arms, if but she be able to have assuredness that I come not to weariness through her. And truly it did be a dear love task, and to be set unto the needing of mine especial heart. And I carried mine own then for 4 hours, and in the 18th hour we were come to that part of the gorge where did be the ledge where I killed the spider, ere I slept, as you shall mayhap to mind. And here I aided the maid to climb, and we had the same ledge that night to be our refuge, and did sleep very happy and unharmed, and alway with our spirits set to warn us, if that harm did make to come nigh to us. And we went then through 3 days of 18 hours' journey each, and alway I did carry mine own from the 12th unto the 18th hour of each journeying. And this to be very dear unto me, and to give me a new rejoicing that I did be strong and easy to carry mine own, and she to lie in mine arms very content, when that she perceived how that I did be so glad to go this wise, and that I had no weariness by the carrying. And thus I did rest her feet, and wore not her dear and slender body overmuch with the vigour of my going, and was able to make a very good speed. And mine own, this time and that, to make sayings of impudence unto me, and to hide her naughty lips, when that I should kiss them, and to have quaint nestlings unto me, and odd whiles to kiss me very dainty, when that I did be going thoughtful of the way. And surely never did there be so dear a maid as mine own, so that I did go many a mile, and to be scarce that I knew that I was gone any way, because of the stirrings of my heart and the content of my spirit. And oft as we did go, there were great scorpions in the path, and odd whiles they to have no heed to go from my way, but to be so great as my head, and very fat and lazy, so that surely I kicked a good number from my path, even as you shall kick a ball with the foot. And 3, I burst in this way. And truly it did be well that I had on me mine armour, else had they been like to sting me very quick unto death, for they were so great. And likewise in this place and that there were snakes, but none to come anigh to me, and I to choose alway the open goings, for I did think there to be many hid snakes and lesser monsters in the dark places between the great boulders. And alway when the maid did walk, I to go before, that I see clear her way, and this thing to be but a matter of wiseness, as you shall think. And odd whiles, as I did carry mine own, she to talk a little with me of her memory dreams of the olden days, and mayhap you to think it strange that we said not overmuch on this wise, but the way of our journey to have been so utter bitter as you have seen, and we to be more of that far age than we did be of this present age, and this present life to seem but a dream of memory, and we to be set then with the realness of that life, and this telling indeed to be a plain thing to your understanding. Yet did we have a greater talk to these ends, when that we were come free of the gorge, but yet oft there to be an odd saying and a sweet memory, like to an olden and forgot fragrance of dreams, to pass between mine own and me. And do you to set your sympathy of understanding with me in this thing, and to know how holy these things did be, and far off, and to hold memory as a mist that doth shine with golden lights, that did make an holy pain upon the eyes of the spirit, even as a quiet dawn of this day doth set a pleasure of vague pain upon the heart. And once, as I did carry the maid, I saw that she wept a little, very hushed unto herself, and I to say naught, for I saw that it did be a natural sorrow for her father, and for the dead peoples of the lesser redoubt, that did be left forever unto the desolation of eternity. And so, because I did be wise to leave her be, she to be eased presently, and to wipe her eyes, quiet and secret, and mayhap to think that I did not perceive, and then to nestle unto me, and so to be the more mine own. And about the middle part of the second day we came past the cave where I did sleep on the upward journey, and I to tell Nanni, and she to look upward to the cave, and to wish that she might come a moment into it, only that it did be 20 good feet upward, and I to desire that she run no risk of her dear life when that there did be no need. And so to go onward, and odd whiles to see strange things a lurk among the boulders, but none to come anigh to us. Yet did I keep the discos very handy in my hand, as you shall think, and had mine eyes alway to look upon every side, and mine ears to be wary, and to use my spirit alway to mine aid. And surely, as we did come lower in the gorge, the maid was all a-wondered at the warmness that did grow, and something disturbed in the first by the new thickness, as it did seem, of the air, and she to waste some of the water, because that it did fizz up so quick, even as I, until that she was come used to this newness, and all this to be very plain unto you. And in the end of every journey we slept 8 good hours in a safe place, and so to go onward again, and the maid to grow very eager, as I did tell her this thing and that of the country that we did come downward unto. And she asked me questions time and oft, and much I told her, and she to think upon it with a growing wonder and desire, even as a gladsome child that hath never seen the sea, and doth be told that it shall presently be there. And this to be but to shadow the way that Nanni did be, for truly she did be a very live and eager maid in all things. And we to be still within the gorge, and to go constant by the fire-holes and the fire-pits, and to see the flames leap upward in this place and that, so that the mighty walls of the gorge would show very plain in an instant, and immediately to come the shadows again, and afterward the leaping of the flames. And so did it be forever. And oft the muttering of the fire-pits, and oft the utter quiet and the shadows. And this time and that there did be a snake to go by us, and the scuttling of the monster scorpions, and mayhap a moving in the shadows of the great boulders, that did tell me there went maybe some peculiar monster in that place, so that I did be very wary, and to have the discos alway ready. And when the 4th day was come, I showed the maid in the 6th hour the ledge that did be my first sleeping place, when that I was entered into the gorge. Now presently, in the 11th hour, after that we had gone 5 hours in a gloom, there did show afar off a shining, and I caught the maid, and I pointed, and she also to perceive that it did be surely the shining of the light of that great country that I did tell upon. And immediately we did begin to run downward, and with sore stumblings in this place and that, but not to halt us, for we did be so mad as 2 children for the gladsome light. And we came down presently in the 12th hour of that journey into the warm light and wonder of the country of the seas. End of Chapter 12, Part 3. Chapter 13, Part 1 of The Nightland by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 13. Homeward by the Shore. Part 1. Now we came presently out of that sad and dreary place, and did go inward of the great mountains, and which I have named the upward gorge. And we do halt soon between the feet of the mountains, beyond the mouth part of the gorge. And Nanny alway to look every way about her, and to breathe very quick, and her eyes to be gone bright with wonder and the seeing of new things, and the coming of freedom from so great a dread. And she turned now, and did look upward into the dark of the gorge, and to spy upon the great mouth thereof, and to be feared then, and must run a greater way downward into the lightness of the country of the seas, and to come once more to pause, and to look backward, and with an awe and a relieved soul, and so again to the wonder of the spreaded country and the great sea, and did near to laugh and cry in the same moment, with the amazement and gladness and great astonishment that did be upon her. And she to turn constant this way and that, and to be never ceased of looking, and of deep breathings of the wide air, for never in that life had she been in a broad place of light, as you shall have perceived. And we to feel both that there did be no more need to talk hushed, as we did alway in the gloom and narrow dark of the gorge. And surely she to shout, as a child that doth try an echo, and her voice to go very pretty into the distance, and to be lost afar off in that country. And lo, in a moment, an echo to come out of the dark mountains to our backs, so that we looked round very sudden. But whether the echo did be truly an echo, or some strangeness, or some unnatural call to come downward out of the gloom and horror of the gorge, we did be all unsure, and indeed must run downward a while more, until that we did be all breathed, and to halt presently, where we did feel to be utter free of the gorge, and of the strangeness that did seem to our minds in that moment to lie upward in the darkness of the great mountains. And surely we did look about for a flat rock to be for our use, and we came presently to a place nice to our purpose, that did be yet upward over the land, and we climbed up onto the rock, and sat thereon to have our food and drink. And as we eat and drank, we did sit very close and happy, but yet to have a wise looking about anigh to us, so that we be caught by no danger of the humped men, or by any other danger that might be. And alway the maid did question, and did stare afar over the country, and to have a shining wonder and joy of the sea, and to be stirred in all her being, so that she was pained with vague and sudden memories, that did be as strange dreams, and all mixed with pleasure and pain. And, indeed, she sudden to weeping, and to need that she be in mine arms, until that she know herself once again, and so to her dear natural joy and way. And oft did mine own speak upon the clear wonder of the air, as it did seem to her, and to me it did seem likewise, that had lived my life also in a dark land, as you do know. And she to break sudden from her rapture, and to set back her speech and eternity with vague words, and memories so olden and englamoured, that they did be as moonlight that once hath shone. and in a moment she to be forward again into that far future time and speech, and all her being to be close unto me, and oft in a solemn silence of the heart. And the greatness of the sea to call unto her with an olden voice, and to half waken her, and I with her to be thus half wakened, yet had I been not thus as I did come mine outward way, but truly I did stir to the stirring of the maid, and all mine olden thoughts that did be my memory dreams to come fresh upon my spirit. And so we two to sit there all shaken with dreamings that did concern happenings of the olden world, that did lie upward in that dreadful night which made a mighty and deeply roof over that country. And surely I am dumb, in that I have no speech to make known to you all the troublings and stirrings of our spirits that we did know in that moment. And far off, by miles, beyond the feet of the mountain, where went the shore of the sea upon our left, there was a great mist and steam, and this to be that mist and steam that I did come through on mine outward way. And Nanni to ask concerning it, and I to tell her so much as I knew, and how that we must indeed come presently through it upon our journey. And she to be in wonder of the volcanoes that did burn in the sea, and in this place and that of the wide country, and the height and gradness to exalt her, and in the same time to give her a strange humbleness of her mind, so that presently I did take her into mine arms, for I must kiss her, and because that she did be so utter a sweet maiden, and lovely with interest and naturalness. And truly she to kiss me in turn, and to make her questionings between her kissings, and this to be because she did yearn for a greater knowing of the country, but also, as I do have to think, because she did be sweetly impudent unto me, and this to be of her joy. And presently she did kiss me thrice very passionate and warm upon the mouth, and immediately to take my shoulders with her small hands that did seem so pretty upon my broadness and upon the metal of the armour. And she to strive thus that she shake me to a speedier answer, and she all the while to be full of a dear naughtiness, and to need that she be kissed very hard. And I to answer her, but after mine own fashion, which did be a word between each kiss that I gave to her, and she very quick and naughty to put her hand between our lips, and I then to kiss the palm that did be in my way, and did be very small and pretty. And she, when I had no thought, to open her fingers very quick, and kiss me through between the fingers, and immediately to shut the fingers, that I did be stopped from the same. And afterward I made her stand upon the rock, and I set free her hair over her shoulders, and I took then the boots from her, so that her little feet did show bare and pretty. And she at the first half to refuse me, but afterward to stand very dear and obedient that I should have my way with her, and to be a little shy, and the more pretty because of her sweet blushings. And surely when that I had her to my likings, I stepped back a little pace and looked at her, and she to look again at me, very quaint and naughty, and then to turn her about, very grave, and to make pretend that she did be a dummy figure. And surely when she did become right round and to face me again, and had a very sedate look, she stretched out her pretty foot all in a moment, and put her pink toes sudden upon my lips, and I to be so in surprise that I had not wit to do aught, ere she had them back swift from me. And she then to make one glad spring into mine arms, and to want that she be hugged, and to be loved very great. And I to laugh all tender, for I loved her so utter, as you do know. And I to tell her, as you sure likewise to have told your maid, that I wanted a pocket sufficient, that I might have her therein alway anigh to my heart. And this thing I to say to her, as a man that doth love shall say it, and you to know the way of it so well as I, and she to laugh very mischievous, and to tell me that she should truly tickle me, if that I carried her that wise, ay, and to pinch me too. And I to have no answer, save that I shake her very gentle, but indeed she to kiss me very naughty on the mouth in the midst of my shaking. And truly, what shall a man do with such an one? And she then to want to be more sedate, and to be set down upon the rock, and she to make me turn around so that she should come at the pouch which did be upon my back. And she gat thence the comb that was a fitment, and did comb her pretty hair, and I to sit and talk with her, and to jest, with a heart that did be so light as it had not been for a great while. For though I did dread the humped men and the monstrous animals of the country of seas, I had not any abiding horror of aught that I had seen in that country, for there seemed a naturalness in all things, so that I did have no loathing, neither any fear of an evil force. And presently, when that the maid had combed her hair, she to bind it upon her head, but I to ask that she leave it upon her shoulders, because that it did be so pretty, and she to smile at me, and to be happy to my pleasuring. Now we did be truly sedate, and to set our gear together, and I to put the boots upon the maid, and afterward we to begin again to journey downward into the country of the seas. And we went at a good pace, but not to bring us to any great weariness, for it was mine intent that we rest for our slumber upon this side of the place where did be the steam of the boilings, that was anigh to the shore of the sea, as you shall mind. And we at this time to be passing along the feet of the mountains unto the place of the steam, and to go this wise for 6 good hours, and still to be a great hour off that part, for we went not so fierce as did be the speed of mine outward way, which was utter strong, as you do mind, that have gone with me in all my journey. And so, when we had walked 6 hours, we did be gone something beyond the 18th hour of that day's journeying, and to be very ready to our slumber. Now presently we found a tall rock, very hard to climb, that had a flat top so great as may be twice my length every ways, and this to be very good to our purpose. And when we were come safe to the top, we to eat and drink, and presently to sleep, and to have the cloak under us, as did be the will of the maid, for the country did be utter warm and nice, so that we had no occasion for covering. And surely we waked both of us when that we had slept 7 good hours, and we sat upward and looked newly each at the other, and to be as that we did each see the other anew in that good light, and to have a fresh joy each in the look of the other. And she to come into mine arms, and to kiss, and to need that she be kissed, and truly we both to have our need, but yet to be something the more hungry of the other for the having. And mine own then to make our breakfast, and the water to fizz very strong and surprising, and we to eat and drink, and to be utter happy each with the other, and to talk on this thing and that, and the maid to look about as we eat, and she to look afar off at the wonders and the newness of the country to her knowledge, but I to look near, lest there be any danger that might be anigh. And in a while mine own to draw my gaze to the mountains that the gorge came through, and in verity, now that I did look in ease, I to see with her how that they did be truly monstrous, even as a monstrous wall that did go upward for ever until that they were gone out of the light of that country, into the dark night of the deathly upper world, that did be lost in eternity. And I to mind that I had some vague thoughts this wise on the outward way, but now I to have ease, and the maid to speak with, and so to perceive odd matters the more. And I to tell you this little thing, so that you shall perceive the way that restfulness did be upon me, by compare with the outward going. And truly we had no great speed with our talk and with our eating, but in the end did make somewhat to hurry, because that we did be conscious that we leaned to slackness. And indeed we came down then pretty speedy from the rock where we did sleep, and had forward to our way at a good pace. And when we had gone a while, we to begin to hear the far hissing of the steam, and the noise of the upward burstings of waters that did boil, and the sound to be very strange, but I to have heard it before, as you do know, so that it to trouble me the less than the maid, and I to assure her, and she to come nigh to me, and this wise we to enter presently into the steam. And we went then for more than 3 hours, and I had the maid to my back, that I should be the first, and this I did, that she have no danger to walk into a boiling pool in the mazingness of the steam, which was everywhere, and I to be something guided in my path by the shore of the sea, which did be unto our left alway, only that we could see neither the sea nor otherwise, except that we go so close that we near into the water. And truly the sea to seem to boil in parts, and there to be hot pools in all places, so that who should say with ease whether we did go by one of the great hot pools or by the true sea? And this our constant puzzle shall be likewise to you, and you to perceive how that we did go utter weary. And about us from every part there did come the strange burstings and shriekings and whistlings of the boil of the waters breaking upward from the deep world, and odd whiles the sounds as to be as of great monsters, and the earth to shake under us, and other whiles there to be a hush and only the steam about us, and somewhere in the distance and uncertainness a low piping of some steam cranny, very strange and lonesome sounding. And when it did be somewheres nigh upon the 4th hour, we came out of the thick steam, and the pipings and the roarings to be our rearward, and soon the steam to be gone thin as but a mist, and the noises to be very far seeming, and presently we to become clear out into the air of that country. And the maid now to perceive the trees, which did be in great forests unto our right hand, while that the shore of the sea did go alway upon our left. And she to be utter in wonder of the trees, and to need that she pluck branches, and smell of them, and look at each leaf, and so to be all stirred. For never in that life did she to have seen such a matter as those great trees did be, but yet to be all stirred by vague memories that did seem no more than dreams. And you to think but a moment, and to perceive how the thing did be with her, and you to have been likewise stirred, if that you did be so strangely waked in a corner part of the heart, though but a little matter to wake you. Now when the 6th hour did be full come, we made a halt in a wise place, and had there our tablets and the water. And afterward the maid bid me that I take her into a warm pool that did be near by, and to ask that I turn from her, but yet be a nigh for her protector, as I did be ever. And so she to wash and to make herself happy with a sweet cleanness that did be proper to her, and afterward, when she did be done, she to act watch whilst I to mine, and to help me in all matters that she was able. And truly I to be happy indeed that she did so have delight to attend upon me and to treat me motherwise, yet truly with her maid heart not all hid, as you have perceived, this time and that. And surely thus did we go alway in these matters, and oft that I have not space to have told, and oft that you shall remember, if that I do be too full of other happenings to give heed to tell upon. And afterward we to our journeying again, and to talk upon this thing and that, and I to be watchful as we talked, and to tell the maid that she keep her eyes wary, but yet not to be of unease. And when we did go thiswise for 7 good hours, we were come nigh opposed to the bright burning fire-hill that did be offered in the sea, and had made me a warm light in that time when I did sleep in the tree, as you do remember. And truly, as I shall here mind you, we did be past 7 hours coming to this place from the part where the steam did be. Yet had I gone that space upon the outward way at a speed that was greater, but truly I might not set so great a pace to the maid, save mayhap odd whiles. And this thing I beg that you have alway in your mind, and so to understand why that we did be oft long upon this part of the journey and that, by compare with mine outward going. And in verity I had set off our hour for food, because that I saw we did come nigh to the place where the tree did be, and I to know that the maid should like to eat and drink a nigh to that place, and to know that I did sleep there. And surely I took her to the tree, and when that I told her, she to beg that I indulge her, and that we go upward to that branch where I did sleep, and there to eat our tablets. And I to be willing, and to enter into her wishing, for indeed there was no danger in the climb, and I to go alway below her, so that I could be surety for her safeness. And we came up to the great branch, and she to make how we should sit, and I to have to show just where I did lie, and she to look very close, and to see that my weight had surely marked the hardness of the armour upon the bark. And she then to be upon that branch alone, as she did eat and drink, and to look outward at the light from the fire-hill, and to be very hushed, and to think, and I not to disturb her with speech. And when she did be done, she gat from the branch, and kissed the place where I did lie. And lo, in a moment a thought came into her, and she drew her knife, and cut out a piece of the bark, and put it into her breast to be for a keepsake, and so to seem somewise contented. And truly I told her about the great beast, when we were come down again to the earth, and she to cry out, to show me that there did be yet the mark where the belly of the monstrous beast did brush upon the earth as it ran, and moreover the broken places of the footmarks, and she by this to see how great a beast it did be, but yet did it be but a little thing beside the slug, only that it did be a thing of horn and hardness of skin, as you have perceived. And truly I do mind how that the observings of the maid did bring very keen to me how that there had passed but 17 days since that I did go onward from this place, and this to seem very strange and scarce credible unto me. For I had thought at it somewise as a great time, and truly this to be because it was so marked by stress of the mind and great happenings, and you to agree in this thing. But yet also we shall truly mind that those times that I have called days did hold off the hours of 2 days, and mayhap 3, as you do remember. Now we went onward then to our journeying, and I to make to carry the maid as ever, after that she had walked 12 hours, though she did walk 13 hours this time as you have seen. And she to say that she go now upon her own feet through the next 6 hours, and so to ease me from the labour that did be needful to carry her. But I to know how that she did be like to be all gone of her strength this wise in but a day or 2, and we to make the better speed, if that I keep to my way, and to have her walk 12 hours of every journey, and afterward to come into mine arms. For truly she did be bred less hardy than I, as you shall think from all that I have told concerning the peoples of the Lesser Pyramid. And moreover she was yet something weakened, as I did think, by the dreadful month of her lonesomeness and escapings, before that I was come to succour her. And truly, as I did carry her, the maid did make remark of her wonderment concerning me, in that I did be so hard of my body, and set in the determination of my mind. And in verity I did be exceeding strong, and of great hardness of body. And mayhap my will did be somewhat this way also, else do I think I had never borne to come unto mine own through so much desolation. And I to smile very happy upon her, for I did love that I was so strong, and very truly in delight that mine own maid did take gladness in this thing. And you to mind how you did be also in the love days, and so to have nice understanding of my naturalness and human pride. And surely the maid did nestle unto me as she did talk, even somewise as a child shall come nigh to the mother, but yet also as a maid doth love to be nigh unto her man, if that she doth truly love. And I to lift her more nigh to my lips, but she to refuse to kiss me, and to be a sweet impertinence that did lie in mine arms. Yet when I did make to lower her again to the way that had her easy to carry, she to slip her pretty face very snug under my chin, and to kiss me there, after her own fashion, and afterward to be willing that she be as usual into mine arms. Now, as I set the maid again comfortable, it seemed to me that she was something tender, and sudden it came to me that mayhap the armour to be very hard and painful unto her, and I to ask this thing of her in a moment, and she to see that I would not be put off, and so to tell me. And truly I was utter angered with myself, and somewise also with her, in that she did not waken mine unthinkingness to this thing. And I set her instant to the earth, and made her to bare her shoulders to me, and truly they did be much bruised where that she had lain so oft in mine arms against the hardness of mine armour. And I to be so angered that I near shook her, and she to see how I did be, and that she did be nigh to be shaken, because that I was grown so angry that she should let herself come to this foolish hurt, that yet I did know was very dear unto her secret heart. And in truth she put up her lips to me very sudden, and with a strange naughtiness, that she have her own way with me, to tempt me from mine anger, that yet she did have to like. And in verity I near slapped her then upon her pretty shoulders, but that she ceased from her tempting of me, and instead she turned her shoulders to me, even as a child, that I button her garment for her. And surely, when I had buttoned her garment, she came round unto me, and closed her hand, so that it did be a little fist, even as I did love her to do, because that it was so small beside my great hand. And she slipped her shut hand into mine, and surely I let it stay within, very quiet, and made not to close upon it as I did want. And the maid did move her hand around in mine, that she made me to take notice upon her, and to grasp her little fist. Yet I did be very stern, for I was truly angered, and neither did I put her hand from mine, nor made to hold it, but only to let it bide. Yet truly I to be something stirred in the heart part by her pretty ways. And in a little while she took her hand from out of mine, and did have daring to be cold unto me, and mine anger then to be quaintly renewed, and to think that she did well need to be whipped. And she made a naughty and foolish impudence upon that which I said to her, so that presently I did say that she did need such as should make her to heed her manners. But yet, as you shall conceive, I to know inwardly all that time how that even this true naughtiness did not stir me to proper anger, but more that it made me masterful, and to lack not that I make her know truly that I did be her master, and in the same time to be strangely touched in a very deep and secret place of my heart. And truly love doth have strange actings upon the heart. And the maid to ask me in a very saucy fashion, that did be intention to anger me, what did I mean that she to need? And truly I said that she did go the way to earn that she be flogged like any boy, and I to mean actual all that I did say, which doth be something amaze me now, but, as I do know, I yet to be constant stirred inwardly by her beloved quaintness that did be always so dainty, even when that she did mean her naughtiness to be truly to anger me. And lo, when I told the maid this thing, that she did be well to earn a sharp reproof, she turned in a quick instant and came close to me, all tender and small, and to need to be nigh to me. And she slipped both her closed hands into the one of mine, and truly they did be little fists. And because I could be no more stern with mine own, I put mine arm about her, and she did nestle to me, so that all my being did want to be a shield about her. And she to hark very quiet and humble to my counsellings, and in the end did be so strangely hushed that I looked down to where her pretty face did be hid against mine armour, as she did love to do, when that I did be those odd whiles a little stern with her. And I held her face away from mine armour, and surely she did be smiling, very quiet and naughty, so that I perceived that she did be good only for that time, and did be like to show again this wrongful and impudent spirit. Yet I not then to be in trouble of the future, but to hope only that I do wisely, if that she show again this waywardness. And truly I to perceive now that I did be very young, but anywise, as you do know, I to act alway from the natural telling of my heart. And I shook Nanny a little, for this naughty spirit which did not be gone from her, for I perceived that my manhood had but stirred the woman in her to that strange quick humbleness that had seemed to be a quenching of her wayward unwisdom. And truly it had not been stilled, but only sunken for a little moment in the uprising of her dear nature, which had responded unto me. And the maid to look at me from under her lids, as I did shake her with gentleness. And I to know that mine own did be a wondrous maiden, full of all life and spirit, and to be held wisely, and to be loosed wisely, all as did be for the best to bring out the uttermost of her goodness, which did be in all her being, and to be very lovely, and to make me feel as that I did be a giant that held a white flower very tender, but I to feel also that I did be her master. And this may hap you to understand, if that you look into your hearts. And by all my telling, you to know that I did be very dainty with mine own maid, that did be all of daintiness, but yet I to be masterful, as did be my nature, And a very proper way it did be with the maid, so that she did be alway reasonable in the main. And this to come out of her love, which did have pleasure to know that I did be master unto her, all in the same while that she did fight to show that I did be otherwise. And truly, and in part by this same showing, you shall perceive that her naughtiness to come likewise from her love, and the way that my nature did work upon her. Now I to shake the maid very gentle, as I have said, and with much that did be of play, but in the same wise there to be also somewhat of tender reproof. And surely that naughty maid to spring very light upon her toes, and had kissed me sudden and dainty upon the mouth before that I did what? And I to put mine arm about her, and to give her a little hug, and immediately then to matters that did be practical, for I was eager to have come across that stony part of the journey that did be before us, as you do know, before that we look for a place for our slumber. And this eagerness of haste to be because of the great bird things which I had seen go bounding over that waste, when that I was upon mine outward way. And surely, after that I had thought a little moment, I bid the maid that she dress in her torn garments, so that these should be over the top of the armour-suit, and this wise to make a soft thickness upon the top of the armour-suit that should act for a cushion between mine armour and her dear body. But indeed the maid would nowise to do this thing, and I not to make her, because that my heart perceived how it did be with her. And her reasons to be some ways mixed, as doth be proper in all humans, and the more so when that it doth be a maid that hath reasons, as you to know, if that you have ever held such dear perverseness in your arms. And she, as I could know, to be strangely in love that her gentle body be bruised by the hardness of mine armour, and if this might not be, she to be not wishful that she wear her torn clothing upon her neat suit, and so to seem careless and to lack to be dainty in mine eyes. For indeed she did be alway to wash herself and to make tidiness, and she to have a way now that she did set the armour-suit upon her that had it to seem different, and she to have set a little sprig from the trees upon her breast and in her girdle, and so to seem the more of a maid. And surely a man doth know and love these things, but not alway to have full knowing how that they be done. And indeed you to be likewise with me in this thing, and we all to think we know, but somewise to be just alack when that it doth come to the proof. And in verity the maid to find a way that she be eased of the hardness of the armour, and I to have come to the same thing in the same moment. But truly I do think she had been able to think upon it a long while, if that she had been so desired. And truly this was but that I fold the cloak very thick across mine arms and breast, and to take her then into the little nest that did be prepared. And surely, now that the maid might no more have her secret wish that she lie close against mine armour, she to be helpful, and to have the cloak folded so in a very quick while, and so to be into mine arms again, and we to be once more upon the journey, and she to nestle to me, as that she did hunger to be nigh to me, and she to talk with me odd whiles, and odd whiles to be silent. And once I to think that she wept a little, and to know that she did be like to think upon her father and her own peoples, but she to have her face turned to me, so that I could not but guess upon this thing, and she very soon to be hushed again of this sorrow, and to lie content in mine arms. And once, when that I had carried her for 3 hours, she to ask me that I kiss her, and truly I did kiss her, very gentle and with reverence, because that my heart did understand the holiness that did be in her heart at that moment. And surely, as I kissed her, she to kiss me very tender, and I to know that some olden memory did be like to stir in her. And in a moment she to take her lips from mine, where she did let them to nestle very light, and did whisper mine olden love-name, and I then to look at her, and her eyes to shine as the olden stars that did shine in the olden summers. And I to be too shaken even that I kiss her, but she to put her arms about my neck, and to look steadfast into mine eyes. And immediately after that she had looked a while, and I to have ceased from walking, she to put her hands upon each side of my face within the metal of mine headgear, where the guards did come down at the sides, and she to kiss me very sober upon the lips, but yet to mean utter by that kiss, and I not to return the kiss, for I saw that it did not be her need. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2, of the Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 13. Homeward by the Shore, Part 2. Now in the beginning of the 4th hour, as I did go with the maid, I to see afar off one of the half-bird monsters, that I did see before upon this place where there did be naught save great stones and boulders for a great way that did be many miles. And truly I to hide very swift with the maid, where 2 great boulders did come together. And surely the bird creature to go past at no great way, and to go with a great bounding, that did be half of flight and half of leaping, as that it did be too weighty in the body to make to fly proper. And indeed I do have a sudden memory how that there did be a picture in some book that I did read in the mighty pyramid, where it did show such a bird thing as this, and to make remark in the book that these things had been seen no more in the Nightland for 100,000 of years or more, and to be extinct, as we do say. But indeed now I do think that they did be come downward to that warm country a great while gone, and so to have new life and to breathe through a great age, and this way to have set a pattern unto the humans. And in verity it might be that in some age that did be far after that time, the humans to find some way to journey from the pyramid, and to build a new refuge in that deep country, and mayhap the humans this wise to have a new space of life, after that all the Nightland did be dead and lost in the bitter frost of eternity. But this, indeed, to be no more than an odd thought. For how might any great multitude pass the monsters? And I to ask that you take it for nothing of fact, but only as of my suppositions, and this wise to come back again to happenings. Now when the bird thing did be gone a long way off, I to go forward again with mine own, and to have a new care, and to look very swift and frequent every way. And truly it did be as that the creatures did inhabit that part of the country. For in an hour after that, I to see a good score. And I to free the discos from my hip, and to have it ready in mine arms, beside the maid, and so to journey. And many times I to have to hide with mine own, and to crouch low among the rocks and the boulders, and this way to escape free of all for a great while. Yet when that the 5th hour did be nigh gone, I heard a noise sudden to my back, as we did go over a clear space. And in verity there did be one of the monsters that came upward over certain rocks that were to my rearward, and surely it to have been stayed hid there, or resting, and to have heard us or to have smelled us, but anywise then to have knowledge of us, and to come with low and brutish heavy boundings very lumbersome after us. And I looked every way in a moment, but there was nowhere any shelter anigh. And the maid to leap sudden from mine arms, that I be free with the discos, and I to look swift to her, and to see that she have her knife ready in her hand, that she might chance to aid me. But surely I might not fight in ease of mind, if that mine own did be needless in danger. And I caught her very quick by the waist, and set her upon the ground between my feet, and she to make half to refuse, but I to have no time for explaining, and to be sharp that I have her safe, so that I gave her a little shake that did sudden to make her feel the strength in me, and she then to be instant quiet in my hands, and to let me that I set her upon her face, and to cast the thick cloak above her, and in a moment to be stood over her, and to set down the visor of mine headgear, lest that the bird-monster strike me in the face. And surely the bird thing did be scarce 100 good paces off, and to make 2 lumbering and monstrous bounds, and to come at me. Yet truly it made sudden a pause, because that the discos did roar and send out fire as I made it to spin. but in an instant the great thing to come in at me upon the left side, and to strike me very hard with the bill, that did be so long as mine arm, and had surely gone through my body, if that I had been naked. And the bill of the monster rang upon mine armour, and it smote me twice this wise, so that I staggered very sick and shaken. But in a moment, as it made to draw off, that it should come the more hard upon me, I swung the discos very sure and quick, and I smote the bird thing above the place where the great seeming leathern wing did join upon the right side, as it should be the shoulder of the bird monster. And in verity the monster gave out a mighty squarking, and went backward this way and that, and beat all about upon the stones, and did strike with the great bill at the place where it did be hurt. And I heeded that I end it swiftly, and I ran in upon it, and the creature to strike at me with the great bill very savage. But I jumped speedy to this side and again to that, and so in a moment to have chance to come in surely. And truly I split the skull of the bird thing, so that it died very quick, and was gone from pain. And the bird creature lay all spread upon the stones and the rock of that place, and surely it did be as that it were leathern, and made somewise as a bat doth be of this age, in that it did have no feathers. And truly it looked mighty where it did be spread, and indeed the body to be full so big as the body of a young horse, and the bill to be very deadly and sharp and cumbrous as you to have guessed. And I to be all and utter thankful that it did be there dead in the stead of mine own body, and the thing yet to twitch and stir a little as the life did go from it. And surely I was back then very speedy to the maid, and she to be kneeled upward to watch me. And I took her into mine arms, and looked well about, and made then forward again. And about the middle part of the 6th hour of crossing that rocky land, I saw that we did draw near unto the shallow river that you shall mind I came over after that I had done with the olden flying ship. And in all that time, since the bird monster to come after us, I had seen but 2 more, and they were a great way off, so that I guessed that I was come beyond that part where they did go very frequent. And I to wade over the river, and to carry mine own upon one arm, the while that I did sound my way with the staff of the discos. And truly I came across very easy, save that I did have to go around somewhat, where that the river did seem to have a deep place. And when that we had crossed the river, it did be full 21 hours since that we slumbered, as you shall know, if that you but count a little. For you do mind that we spent a certain time within the tree, as I have told, and this not to have been proper counted into the time of our journeying. And surely the maid to have been very quiet, since that I did show my strength a little to her, when that I made her to lie, that she be safe from the bill of the bird monster. But she not to be anywise in anger upon me, but only, as I do think, that the woman in her did be something fresh waked unto me, and she to be very content that she be quiet in mine arms. Now the place that we were come to was much spread with boulders, but yet to have the beginnings again of the forests, as you to remember. For I to have made some small remark of the land in this part upon mine outward way. And we looked about for a fire-hole, that I should dry my lower garments, and truly we had not passed many in a great while, but we to be in fortune, that we came soon upon a little fire-hill that did be no more than so high as a man, and to have the rock all hot about, so that this did be a good place to our purpose. And I kissed the maid, and set her down out of mine arms. And when that I'd looked well about, and seen that there did be naught to our sight to give us to fear, the maid to help me with mine armour, and afterward with my garments, and to ease me always that she could think of with helpfulness. And she set the garments of my lower parts to dry, and whilst that they did be drying, she to make ready the water and the tablets, and to have me sit beside her in my body vest and gear, and we to eat and drink very comfortable in the warm hollow that was something anigh to the small fire-hill. Now truly I did be very hungry that time, and indeed to be always so, for the tablets did be very unfilling to the belly, as you do well know from my tellings. And when that I did be finished, I saw that the maid looked at me somewise odd ways, and sudden she to come into laughter, and asked me whether that I did be very empty. And in the same moment there to be a wondrous dear look within her eyes, so that I perceived that there went a mother note under her impudence. And she to yearn, as I could know, that she have some way to feed me, but truly there did be no way, for we thought not to make to slay aught for our purpose, and we did be feared that we eat any root or plant, lest that we be ill. And this to seem strange to my spirit of this our age, but to be natural unto that. So that I do think I did be so long bred from the primal obtaining of food, that I did be all lost to that which should seem natural unto the peoples of this early age of the world, though we truly to think that the world doth even now be old, and this to have seemed a true thing unto every age that ever did live. Now, beside that we did lack somewise to think serious that we slay something to eat, in that the tablets did actually suffice to our strength, I to believe that there did be some other reason that I do forget, and mayhap never to have thought plain upon, but which to be set within me as an instinct, as we do say. And this to mean, if that I try to set it in other words, that the tablets did keep the body and the spirit in such condition that the forces of evil did have the less power to act upon us. Yet I have no remembering that I was taught in the preparation that I eat naught save the tablets, and this mayhap never to have been set upon me, but to have been as a thing that doth never need to have been told, even as you shall not tell a grown man in this age that he shall refrain from dung and eat only wholesome matter. And truly I do hope that I have made this thing somewise clear unto you, for indeed it doth be something hard to set out. For every age hath the subtleties peculiar to that age, and these to be hard to the understanding of other ages, but yet to seem plain and utter natural, even without thought, unto the peoples of the age. And surely all this to be plain to you, and to be over-plain, for in verity I tell to you and over-tell, until that I should be weary, and mayhap you to be the more so. And indeed I not to blame you, but only to hope that your understanding, which doth mean also in general your hearts, doth be with me all along my way, and indeed this my tale to be not easy told. And in verity I to be back now unto the maid a laugh upon me, and in the same moment deeply loving and a lack that she could not feed me, and I to laugh with her, and to have understanding with her, as you to know. And indeed I to have an heart that doth be made someways natural unto understanding, so that even though I be dead when you read this, my tale, you to feel that we be friends, and you to know that, could I meet with you in pitiful trouble, I to have understanding and love to you, if that you be not utter brutish. And even so, I to be sorrowful that you should be brutish, and to have understanding, in that I to know that by development you to become wise unto sweetness and charity, and in love with all dear things, and kind pity of the rest. And this wise you to be in human sympathy with me, because that you do feel that I be honest with you, and somewise even now to your elbow as you read. And this to be writ now, and you mayhap not to be born a great while yet, but in the end to read and to have understanding with me, and to know how I did love mine own. And so we to go forward again the closer, in that we do be the more knit in dear human sympathy. And surely the maid kissed me very nice on the lips, and did promise again how that she should make me a great meal when that we did come to our mighty home. And indeed, as she to say, she to join with me, and we both to be naughty gluttons for that once. And surely I laughed gently at the maid, because that she should be so dainty a glutton. But for my part I to feel that I could eat an horse, as we do say in this age. And by that we had eat and drunk, and talked a while, and looked oft about, so that we know that no brutish thing came near to our hurt, the maid to tell me that my garments did be dry, and she then to give me aid that I dress very quick. And afterward she to help me with mine armour, the which she did wipe after that we had eat and drunk, and she to have had joy that she do this thing, and all things for me, and to have used a part of her torn garments to this end. And so truly I to be clothed and armed very speedy, and to feel eased and the more sure in my mind. For in verity I was alway in unease, when that I did not be ready that I be able to meet any horrid brute that should be like to come upon us. Now when that I did be into mine armour again, the maid to set the scrip and the pouch upon me, and all the while I scarce to be loosed of the discourse as ever. And we then to our way, which did be that we find a place proper to our slumber. And when that we did be gone always, and no cave proper to our sight, we found a great tree that did be set off alone, and had a plenty of branches, but none that did be near to the bottom part. And surely I gave the maid a lift, and held her up so far as mine arms did go, so that she might stand upon the palms of my hands, and be steady against the trunk of the tree, and she this wise to have a hold upon a branch, and so to go upward. And truly, when that she was safe, I loosed one of the straps from the pouch and the scrip, and I cast this up to the maid, and she set it strong about the branch. And when I had caught the downward end, I went upward very easy, and afterward took loose the strap, and this way we did be something safe, as you shall see. And we climbed upward then, and so came to a part of the tree where the branches did be very thick together, and we made here a place for our slumber, and the maid set the cloak over the branches that did be so close, and afterward we lay down. But first I set the strap about her waist, and thence to a branch, and she to refuse sleep until that I be likewise, so that we did be both very safe from any fall. And she kissed me, and we then to our slumber, and very weary, for it did be 22 hours by this since that we had sleep. Now we had 8 hours in which we slept utter, and we both to awake, as it did seem, in the same moment. But truly I to think that mine own did be wakeful before that time, for indeed, as she put her arms very dainty about my neck that she kissed me, I did have a quick and sudden knowledge that I had been kissed oft in my sleep, and this to have been but a little while gone. And surely it did seem to me that mine own did have a sweet and contented mischief inward of her eyes, but yet she to be very sedate outward, and to kiss me loving and dear, and then we to our breakfast upon the cloak. And afterward I climbed to the topmost branches of the tree, and looked well over the country all about, but there was no brutish thing to my sight in any place, neither near nor far. And I came down then to the maid, and told her how that there was quietness of life all about, and we had our gear together, and went downward to the earth, and I to help mine own, and this way she to be safe. Now as we went forward upon our journeying, I perceived that the maid had a wayward air, and truly I thought that she did have her heart all set toward naughtiness and mischief. And in the same moment that I was in this belief, I did know in mine understanding that this did spring from the workings of my nature upon the nature of mine own maiden. And Nani to walk in the first beside me, and to have no word for me, because that she did be so filled with the stirrings of her naughtiness, that did be in the same moment very sweet unto me, and yet to waken all that did be masterful within me. And she to be that she did know, and to delight in her secret heart, that she wakened that which did be masterful in me, but yet in the same moment to be strong determined that she be not mastered by me. And surely this to seem contrariwise in the words, but to be clear to the heart, if indeed you have ever been loved by a dear maid of an high spirit. And above all this, the maid did be filled with a love for me, that did beat and dance in all her being. And this in truth to overweigh all, but yet from this same thing her dainty naughtiness to be borne, because, as I did say, my manhood to stir all her nature upwise in sweet trouble, that did be half of rebellion, and half that she did ache that she be close unto me in mine arms. And in verity, you to be with me in all these things, if that you have had the love days beside a dear and dainty maid, of an high and pure and natural spirit, so that if you be old these days, even but the light merriment of a passing maiden to bring a pain of wonderings and golden memories upon your heart. And presently I saw that mine own put a little space between us, as the naughtiness did work in her, as my heart to know, and she to be offward from me a little, and she still to have no speech with me, but in a little to begin that she sing in a low voice, and have her pretty body very upright and lithesome, and to go forward with a wondrous dainty swing, so that my heart told me that she did all be stirred with small thrillings of defiance unto me, and with thrillings of love, and she to have the triumph of her maidenhood and of her womanhood, as it were both to contend in her and to thrill upon her tongue, and to show out the lilting and pretty warfare of her spirit that did go dancing and dearly naughty in her breast. And surely I went, very lifted in my heart and astir, for it did be wondrous to me that this lovely maid did be so utter mine. And to see but the way that she set her feet to the earth, and the way that she did lift them sure and dainty, and the way that her body did be poised, and the way of her head, and the way of her naughtiness, and the sweetness, and the love that did be wrapped in withal, did make me want that I have her in mine arms. But yet I not to do this, because that in the same time that she did so stir me to love and admirings, she to set somewhat else in me at variance, so that I did have to feel stern with her, for I perceived that she had that naughtiness then within her, that she did be like to have a real intent of impertinence unto me, so that she should be naughtily outrageous, and to have no heed to my advisings, neither unto my desires, unless that I set my hand upon her to make her to obey. And truly, you that have had dear maids shall follow mine explainings, but unto others I know not whether they shall understand, until they too have been possessed of one that shall set all their heart adrift, even as this one that did be mine own. And sudden I to know that Nani did change from her low singing unto an olden air that had surely not been heard in all that eternity. And in verity, for a little while I not to know why that it did so shake all my heart, nor what it did be, nor whether that I had truly heard it before, or only to think so. And surely it did be as that the silence of the olden moonlit world did steal all about me, and sudden I to know that the maid did sing an olden love song of the olden world, and to go halting a little as she sang, because that the words did steal something oddwise through the far veils of her memory, even as a song doth come backward out of dreams. And I to feel all my blood to seem to tremble in my veins, and my throat to be troubled, as with vague sobs that did be the ghosts of forgotten tears, and the dim sorrow that had come so swift and strange upon me, to be likewise steeped in golden mists of the love that I once did love, and the glamour to become all fresh upon me, and I to know in that moment how much we do forget, even when that we do believe that we have all memory and all sorrow within our hearts. And I looked unto the maid something dimly, because of the way that I did be, and I perceived in a moment that mine own did weep as she walked, but the less with pain than with the strange anguish of memory, that doth have in it tenderness and sorrow and love and all that hath been and all that did never be, and all to make a veil unto the spirit, where doth be both a dim greyness and a warm and everlasting light, and an utter speechlessness, and the low and far music of forgotten songs, that do come downward over the shadowy mountains that do be builded of years and forgetfulness, and yet made to be seen with the light of that our memory, which doth cast so many hushed shadows. And surely, as I did say, the maid did weep as she went, but not to be cast down, but rather that she held her head upwise, so that she did walk in a glory, and the song to come oft broke, and oddly, and to set her voice to little human quiverings, as her memory did shake her sweet spirit unto tears afresh, and she to walk with her pretty head upheld, as that she did go in a triumph, and the tears to come down strangely upon her face, and all her soul to be there, pure and wondrous, and in the same time both troubled and glad. And this thing to be very dear and amazing, and she to be as that she not to know then that she sang, but as that she did be lost in her thoughts, as we do say, and this to have come sudden upon her, out of all her upliftedness of spirit, that have been like to make her very open unto all subtle and subtle powers of thought and inward stirrings, as you shall think. And again the song to come full remembered and fresh, as that this eternity be but the yesterday of that moment, and mine own to be all in a sweet madness with those half-dreamed memories, and the wonder and pain of all that no man hath ever said, and that shall be never said, and of the utter lost years, and all that hath been lost, and all forgotten greatness and splendor, and the dreadfulness of parting, and the loveliness of beautiful things that do be hid in the abyss of the years. And it did be sudden to my quickened fancy that there did be low echoes all about us, of the voices of dear beautiful ones that have died, for so did memory set a strange and lovely mystery about my spirit in that moment, that I did be all shaken so much as mine own. And I to be as that I drew my breath anigh to tears, and did be there with Nanni amid the quiet spareness of the trees and the rock of that part of the land, but yet did be to see half dimly that I stood within a light, even as the light that doth be the wonder of olden sunsets, and I to be in the same time both that man and this man that now doth write, and to have beside my spirit but one maid, that I did lack to know whether I say to her Nanni or Mirdath, for though the two that have been mine own did be different seeming to the eye, there to be but the spirit of one maid beside me in that moment. And surely I did be there all shaken unto the seeing of visions, as it did seem, so that the land about me to have grown half as that it did lack that it be real unto my sight, because that I looked inward unto lands that did be of memory. And lo, in a moment this to go, and I to be in the country of the seas, and to look newly unto Nanni, and she to go as I have told, and there to be the lonesome trees and the rocks in all parts for a great way about. And sudden, as I looked at mine own, she to come round unto me, and she held out her arms, and did gaze at me with such a love as that she were transfigured, and to need strangely that she be in mine arms. And surely I to an holy need that I have her unto me, because that after all there did be no wonder so great as that wonder, that when all did be said I did have mine own, after that all eternity had nigh passed. And in verity we ran each to the other, and did be silent, because that there was no speech of words by which we could say aught of all that did be in our hearts, and truly you to be with me in understanding, for you too mayhap to have suffered this wise of dumbness, even if that it hath not been so great, but yet to make you to know. And presently we grew quiet in the spirit, and mine own to come back again to her joyousness, and to go beside me as we made forward. And presently Nanni to begin that she look at me with dear impudences again, that did be very sweet unto me, but yet to be like to lead unto defyings. And truly by these things shall you know the spirit of mine own maid, and there to be none to me that ever did be like her, but indeed you to think that wise of the maid that you did love, and all the world to be thinking each these thoughts of one dear maiden that doth be the one maid in all the round world. And this to be the lovely niceness of the human heart, and I not to have grumble thereat, but yet surely you shall say that this maid that did be mine own did be very dear and lovely. And in verity I to show my human heart in this thing, for you likewise to want that I think your maid to have been just so dear, and the more so. And indeed we ever to be going these ways, and to have good comradeship of understanding, because that we have all loved and suffered joy, and had utter belief in a dear one. And surely a defyingness to come presently into the way that the maid did go, and she to walk a little offward from me. And truly I looked at her, both with love, and yet with somewhat that did be to reprove her gently, and all in the same moment that she to make my heart stirred with her sweet naughtiness. And she to look sudden at me, and to be that she have to intend to run to kiss me, but also that she be minded in the same moment that she set herself up impertinently against me. And in verity she made me to harden my nature a little, as manhood doth make a man to do, and this because of the rebellion that I knew to be in her, and she likewise to know. But she hid her eyes, when that I shook my head, half with play and half with earnest, and was then impudent unto me, and gone from that in a moment to her pretty singing, and her naughty walking apart. But she no more to sing an olden love-song. Now in a while we passed a basin of rock in a place among the trees, and there was a warm spring bubbling in the rock, and the basin to be full of water, very warm, and with some smelling of chemistry. And the maid told me that she would wash, and I to think it a good place for that end. And when I had tasted the water, I found that it did seem smooth and proper for our intent, as that there did be a verity of an alkali in it. And truly we washed, and after that I was done, the maid bid me that I turn my back, and I to do this, and she to mock me very naughty, whilst that I could not see her, and to seem very quiet. For indeed I heard no splashings of water, though I stood off from her a long while, and she alway to say naughty things unto me, as that she did mind truly to have me angered. For indeed she did have a plain intent that she mocked me, and to ease not her wit. And surely, after that I had stood a great while, I asked the maid when that she did belike to be done. But she to say that she was nowise ended of her toilets. And I knew very sudden that she made foolishness upon me also in this matter, and I turned upon her, and lo, she did be sitting upon a little rock, very sedate, even as when she had bid me turn from her, and to have made no more forward, but only to have been there at ease, that she keep me turned away to please her naughty mood, and all the while have a double liberty to have impudence upon me. And in verity I did be a little angered, but scarce that I did know it, for I did love her very great, and was stirred inwardly with her dearness, and that she did look just that wise that I knew not whether I need to kiss her or to shake her. And truly, how should I know? For my heart did ache that I have her to mine arms, but my brain to say that she did go over far in the joke. And truly you to see that I did not be unreasonable, neither to be lacking of grace. For indeed I do think that I was swayed always, because that I saw all the dear way that her pretty nature did work, and to conceive of her mood, and to understand and be stirred, but yet to shape a little in my manhood unto hardening, and in my judgment unto sternness. Yet truly I scolded mine own with no more than a little jesting, and did be nice and gentle with her, because that she did be so dear, and I to know justwise her mood and the cause and working of it. And I told her that I did love her, and that she hasten now and let us again to the journey. But indeed she only to make a face at me, so that I did be near like to shake her unto sedateness, and she then to be both merry and a rogue, as we do say, and to stop her ears and again to sing very gleeful, and all so that she might not hear aught that I said. And surely she looked a very dainty, rebellious one. And I went then straightway to her, and took her hands from her ears, and I kissed her pretty ears very gentle, that I not to deafen her. And I kissed her lips as she did sing, and afterward shook her, that she be not such a sweet torment. But this to have no success that way, for she only to put her toes out to be kissed, for her foot-gear was off from her feet. And indeed I laughed, even as I made to frown, and truly I kissed her pretty toes, and tried then to coax her to go forward something speedy with her hair, and to be ready to the journey, but she only to sing, and to refuse to be sedate. And in verity, in the end, I caught her up in mine arms, and had her bundle in my hand, and so went off with her very sudden, with her hair all loose upon me in a lovely and soft shining, and her feet bare as they did be. And this action I made, because that I was grown truly a little stern with mine own, for indeed she did have to need that she be whipped unto properness, as you shall think, that have seen how she did be thiswise only because that her nature did be stirred strangely, and her womanhood and her maidenhood to be all unto war, and in part to make a rebellion against me, that she did no glad to be her true master, but yet she to be thus, even though she did be so glad. And this to act so, that she did be in the same moment both sweet and wise, and yet to show a dainty foolishness and a true naughtiness, that did make me to feel somewhat of a real anger, but yet did have me to know that all my being did be stirred by her. So that I did think with one thought that she did be very foolish, and with another that she did be lovely wayward. Now when that I took the maid up so quick, and made off with her, she to give a little gasp, and to submit to me with a quick humbleness. But immediately she to regain her courage, and to be outraged of me. But indeed I took no heed, only that I was like to shake her, and did know also that her hair did be wondrous pretty upon mine armour. And she soon to lie very quiet and easy in mine arms, and to be demure. And I to have half knowledge of somewhat amiss, but yet to have no sureness, neither to think much upon this vague feeling. And when that I had gone a good mile, she to put up her lips to be kissed, and I to kiss her very loving, for she was so dear. And she then to say, very ordinary-like, that I should do wisely now if that I went back for her footgear, which truly I had lacked thought to notice, when that I picked up the maid. And I saw that she had known this thing all that while, and had made that mile of carrying all a waste and a foolishness, because of the naughty rebellion which did be in her. And lo, I set her instant to the ground, and she gave out a little cry as she saw that I did be gone somewise hard and stern with her. And indeed I pulled a small branch from a tree that did be near, to be for a switch as you shall whip a boy with, and I held her with my left hand, and in verity I laid the switch thrice very sharp across her pretty shoulders, that she know all that she did need to know. And she seeming to be ceased in a moment from her perverseness, and did nestle very quick unto me that had whipped her, and did need that she be wondrous nigh unto me. And truly, how shall even a young man flog such an one? And the maid to be very hushed against mine armour, and to resist that I look into her face that did be pressed so anigh me. But presently I used a little and gentle force, and so to look into her face something sudden. And truly that one did be smiling very naughty and dainty to herself, so that I perceived that I had not truly whipped her enough, but yet I could harden my heart no more at that time. For in verity there doth be a strange half-pain in the bosom, if that you have to flog a maid that doth be utter thine, and thus to the despite that there hath been, as then, no properness of anger to have for an after self-reproach. And surely I to have done this thing only of a stern intent and steadfastness, that I steady mine own maid unto wisdom. But yet to have been helped by a little anger, because of the thing that she had done. Yet alway my love did be so strong, that mine anger never to have aught of bitterness, as you shall have seen, and to understand. And we went back then for the footgear of the maid, and she to be very hushed in mine arms, but yet, as I perceived, not to be quiet of an humble little heart, but only of the chance that her nature did be stirred that way for the while. And truly, when we were gone back, the footgear did be there to the side of the pool, and the maid gat shod very speedy, and would have no aid, and afterward did up her hair very tight upon her head, to have it utter from my sight. And this to be for a perverseness, for she knew that I did love to see it pretty upon her shoulders, or if that she must do it, that she do it up very loose and nice, and truly you to know how I mean, only that I have no skill of such matters, but yet a good taste to admirings, if that the thing be aright. And I to say nothing as I looked at her, and she presently to make a quick glance unto me, to see why I did say naught. And I shook my head, smiling at her waywardness, but she to look away from me, and to seem to be set to fresh naughtiness. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Chapter 13, Part 3, of The Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 13, Homeward by the Shore, Part 3. Now we went forward then upon our journey, and alway the maid to walk onward from me, but yet to have no other impudence, neither to sing. And I to go kindly with her, but yet to think that she did lack somewhat to know that I did be truly her master, and I to wonder a little whether she did know proper that my gentleness with her did be not of weakness, but born of understanding and love, and the more proof that I did be fit to possess and to guide her. And truly this was the thought of a young man, yet lacking not of reason in the bottom part, though mayhap to be something clumsy seeming unto the mind of a maid, and to be very human to my ears, and you to have been likewise, if that you have tried always with a dear one, and she to be yet over-wilful, so that you to wonder whether she did truly know how you did understand. And surely a maid doth know much that doth be in the heart of a man, if that she be true woman in her own secret heart. And oft she doth know more of her man than her man doth wot of himself, and to go her own diverse ways, that she search out and bring forth and waken all that is in the inward being of the man that she doth love. Yet when that she have stirred you in the deeps that you scarce to know, she to be all fearful, and in the same moment to have no fear, and to be in rebellion, and in the same moment to be most strange humble, and all to be born of love, and nature in action upon nature. And more than this, how shall I have learning of the heart to tell you? For in verity there doth be much in these few lines, if that you know to read. And surely you to know or to learn, but if neither, then have you gone short of joy and the true inwardness of life. Now this way I did be, as I have told, and the maid to be quietly naughty in perverseness, as also I have set out. Yet to have a strict mind to her duties, and to go now wondrous sedate upon the journey, yet alway apart. And likewise, when that the 6th hour did come, and we to our halt as ever, she to be very speedy and nice that the water and the tablets be ready for me, but yet to have no word, neither to eat by me, but again a little apart, and not to share the water, but to make a brewing to herself when that I had done. And likewise the maid held not up her tablets to be kissed, as alway, but eat them quiet and meditative, and with little nibblings, as that she did ponder upon other matters, or mayhap to be not hungry. And these things I saw as we eat and drank in a silence, and I to look at the maid, somewise sad in the heart, and something stirred, and I to say to myself wisely, yet as a young man, that she did not yet be taught sufficient that I was her master, and this you to perceive. And she never to seem to look at me, but to be quiet and demure, and to have her eyelids something down upon her eyes. Now presently, as I thought upon the matter, I saw that I do well that I take no heed of mine own, but to let her to come to a natural end of this naughtiness, that did be, in the same time, both pretty and a little foolish, so that in half I condemned it, and in half I was stirred, and alway I loved the maid very dear, and had a good understanding, and there to be also an interest in my heart at this new side that she did be showing. And also she to stir me odd whiles unto masterfulness, and so you to know pretty well how it did be with me in the matter. Now surely I found this plan, that I attend not to the maid, to have something of success, for I knew presently that she did look upward at me slyly from under her pretty eyelashes, and after to be demure in a moment, and this to go forward for a while, yet I to show no heed. And in a while I saw that she gave attention to her garments in the way of nattiness, and afterward she took down her hair, and made it up then very loose and pretty upon her head, so that she did be very lovely, and to tempt mine eyes that they look alway at her. But indeed I did make as that I had no heed that the maid did shape her hair different upon her head. And she very soon then to speak, and to have the lesser gear together, and to make that she attract me. But truly I was very nice with her, yet to keep her now a little off from me in the spirit, and so to teach her that wise that she was somewhat of a dear naughty maid. But also, as I do think, I was this way, because that in part I would tease her, in great love of her prettiness and her makings up to me, and so maybe even that I make her to be the more defying of me. And this to be that I also lacked somewhat of reason, for I did strangely that I think that she need to be whipped, and in the same time that I go to make her the more deserving of the same. Yet this to be the truth as I know it, and surely to be the natural waywardness of love. But yet there did be also in the backward part of my wisdom an intent that I be wise and careful with mine own, and I surely to have no full realizings that I did be like to set her further unto perverseness than yet she did be. Now after that I had shown well that I lacked to heed the maid, I found that I did be looking oft at her, and she to be so dear and pretty, and to be all hushed, that truly I could not bear that I be longer silent to her advancements. And I ceased then from pretending, and would have had her into mine arms, but she to be now in sweet dignity, and to keep me off with very sober graces. And because of this, I to feel some way that I did be some way in blame, and surely, now that I consider it, I can see that I was something acted upon, even as had been the maid, and so we two to be, and a most human pair, as you to say. And somewhat both alack, but indeed we did be very wholesome, and in utter love each of the other. And mayhap both then to perceive something of the sweet foolishness within us, that did be as yeast a work in us. For I thought that Nanny did smile a little to herself. But surely this clear seeing to be but for an odd time, and afterward we each again to earnestness in our way with the other. But alway, even when we did make to show indifference, we to be something troubled inwardly with sweet flashings of our bewildered natures. Now, though I have shown you that I to know that I did not be utter free of this most strange and natural foolishness, yet you to perceive that I tell this only that I have utter truth of all things that did happen. For in verity, because that I was something subtly touched this way at whiles, yet was this no full excusing of the maid, though in the same moment you to perceive that there did be only the half of me to think that she did need to be excused. For in truth mine understanding went alway in the main with the workings of her nature, and had a natural sympathy with her dear whimsies, but always, as you to know, I to be stirred constant in my manhood by her naughty defyings, and to be troubled in my natural sense when that her whimsies made her to act that she be likely to come unto aught of harm. And surely now you to see all the way of my heart, and to have understanding in things that do follow. And alway you shall mind that I did love her utter, and to crave alway that I be a shield unto her. Though truly there doth be, mayhap, somewhat in me that doth act to make me a little stern-seeming in my love, but yet not oft so, as you do know, that have gone with me in all my tellings. Now we went then upon our journey, and the maid to be somewhat before me, and offered to the side upon my right, and to have no speech with me, but to make a good pace, and to be very dear and graceful as she went. And now we did pass this thing of strangeness, and now that, and this I did point out to her, and made some telling concerning the same, having the memory of mine outward way, and how that I did see these things then, when that I was all in suffering of so lonesome a doubt. And she to hark alway very intent, and to move her head nice and intelligent, and to show that she heard me. And once I saw that she looked sudden at me with a dear light in her eyes, but this to be done in a moment, and she to be again silent seeming, and in her new perversity of dignity. And surely she did seem so utter sweet in this new way of naughtiness, but yet I did think odd whiles that I should like to shake her into dear humbleness and her usual way. And in the 12th hour we made halt again, and had our food and our drink, and the maid to serve me very clever and quiet, as that I did be her lord, and she an hushed slave. And I saw that she made a constant and naughty mock upon me. And truly, as I did half think she to need that she be in care, that I not treat her sternly, as shall a slave-master, and to give her that which she did ask for so mute and impudent. But alway she did stir me mightily to have her to mine arms, and to love her very dear. And presently we did be again to our way, and to be yet silent, so that I scarce knew whether to have patience with mine own, or whether that I take her and speak seriously with her to cease this play, which did begin a little to dispirit me somewhat strangely. And in the end I went over to her as we did walk, and I put mine arm about her, and she to yield to me without word, and to hark very quiet to my speech of reasoning and gentle sayings, and to hide whether she did be stirred inwardly or not, though indeed my spirit to know that her spirit did never be afar off from mine in all deep matters, but only this thing to be to the top, and to set somewhat between us that did be both a sweetness and a trouble. And alway, as I talked with the maid, I saw that she did make naughtily to act as that I did be a slave-master, and she but a chattel to me, for she to be hushed before me, and neither to yield her slender body willing to mine arm, nor to resist me, but only to be still, as that she had no saying in this matter, and as that I was like to beat her at my pleasure, or to withhold my hand, all as might chance to be my desire. And this I perceived was the shaping of her actions, so that all her dumbness and her quiet obedience did be but a way to say this thing to me, and all to have come from her love of me, and that she did be shaken in her nature by my manhood, and so to be but a new form of her naughtiness, that did have this change when that I whipped her. And all this you to perceive that have gone with me. And I saw that she would not cease from this perverseness, but made a dumb and naughty and hidden mock upon me, very dainty and constant, and scarce to be truly perceived save by the inward sense. And truly I grew something angered afresh, and to feel that she did need that she be shaken so stern that she come unto the reality that I did be her man and natural master, yet alway in love. And surely I loosed her then, and went off a pace to her side, and we again to go forward thiswise, yet she soon to have a greater distance between us, which she made very quiet and natural, but indeed I saw what she did. Now about the 14th hour of that journeying, I saw before us in the far distance the rock upon which did be the olden flying ship, that you shall remember. And presently, as we came more nigh, I looked off to mine own, and saw that she did be staring that way, and to be in wonder, yet to say naught to me. And soon, as we came very close, I did want that I tell her about the ship, and of mine adventuring there, and of the wonder of that olden ship set there through eternity. But in the first I hesitated, as you shall think, because of her way. But truly my heart knew that her heart did be proper unto me, and moreover I should be small in my nature, if that I let any pettiness put a silence upon me, though in verity, if that the maid had not been inwardly loving to me, I had been that I had told her no word, and this to be very natural, whether it be of smallness or not. And when that we were come beside the great uprising rock, I made halt, and the maid to halt with me. And I showed her how that the thing upon the rock did be an olden flying ship from the mighty pyramid. And in the first she asked no questions, but did be quiet, and but to show with little noddings that she did be greatly interest. And I to show to her how this olden ship did be there mayhap 100,000 years, and to have been there, as it did seem to us that were of that age, since the beginnings of the world, though in verity our two spirits did know that the beginnings of that age did be truly the ending of this, as you also to know. And much I told mine own, and afterward concerning the two humped men that did come after me, and she alway to be silent, until that I spoke of the fight, but then to come round upon me very swift and with a dear light in her eyes, and had asked, before she did what, whether they did hurt me. And surely this to have been the first thing of her old and sweet naturalness that she did say for a great while, and I to be so in delight that I had her into mine arms and kissed her very loving, all in a moment, and she to submit with a nice gladness, and to nestle unto me, and all unwitting that she did be gone from her waywardness. Yet in verity she did be a naughty maid, for she minded in an instant that she did forget her pose unto me, and lo, her lips did be no more to search unto mine, but to be as that they did be kissed only of my will, and she to have no more live nestling unto me, but only to be quiet in mine arms. And I looked into her face, and her lids to be down somewhat over her pretty eyes, and she did look very hushed and demure, so that truly I knew not whether to shake her or again to kiss her. But in the end I loosed her, and made her then that we go forward. Yet indeed she did rather stay a while, to hark further concerning the olden ship and of mine adventurings, but she did then to mind that she obey as a slave shall obey, and truly I did punish her, in that I told her no more, but went forward at a good pace, and had some natural wonder how that I deal with such a maid, if that I spare to shake her. And surely I thought then again that I leave her be, and so to have her presently again to her old and natural way. Now in a while I lifted the maid into mine arms, that I carry her as ever, through the last part of each journey, and so to have her never overtired for the morrow. And she for a moment to resist, but instantly to give unto me, and to lie quiet in mine arms, as that she had no saying in aught that did be done, but must alway obey. And indeed you to see how dearly perverse she did be. And I went on then through 4 hours from that time, and looked oft upon every side, and walked quietly, for truly we were come now into a part of the country where I did feel that there might be near some of the humped men. And I saw nowhere anything to put me in dread. And alway, as we journeyed, there did seem a great stillness in all the country near about, and afar off the low mutter of the great fire-hills in this place and that, and a drowse as of life and warmth about us, and everywhere the air very rich and plentiful. And presently, when that we did be come down from that high place where did be set the rock and the olden ship, we came in among the trees that came very nigh to the shore for a great way, and oft as we did go, there were clumpings of small fire-hills that did cast fire and noise, and oft the roaring of monstrous springs a-boil, and then again the smell of the woods about us, and oft still in odd places the low near sound of a little fire-hill that did burn lonesome in some clear space of the woods in this place and that. And afterward we to be gone onward again into the dull low mutter that did be in all the air of that country, and that did be but a seeming of silence, because that it did be so far and constant. Now about the 18th hour I to note that the noise of the great fire-hills grew more loud, and I saw presently over the trees, afar upward in the great night and gloom that did lie above, those 2 mighty fire-hills that I did feel to make the earth tremble in that part upon mine outward way. And surely I have told something of this before, and you to remember, if that you but think a little moment. Now it may appear strange that I speak this wise of seeing the 2 hills of fire, as that I had perceived them sudden. But indeed I have been long able to see them both, yet to have had no attention to them, because that they did be a great way off, and because they did be but 2 hills of fire in a country that did be plentiful with such. And truly I not to have said aught about them, only that our path did take us now by their feet, and I to see them as it were newly, and to have nice ease of heart to perceive how that they did be a wonder unto the spirit and the brain for all time. For it did be as that the earth had a constant shaking within miles of them, and that a monstrous force of nature did be in that place, but yet there to be no desolation around, as you should think, but in all parts a wondrous growing of trees and great plants in abundance. And the trees to grow upward upon the shoulders of the mountain, and there to be no falling of hot rocks and ash, as you to think, but all very sweet and wholesome, as that the mighty valley made a chimney to the mountain, and mayhap to others, so that their waste, if that they had such, did go free. But indeed you shall take no heed of this explaining, save as an odd thinking that hath come to me, and to be without foundation, and there to be no surety of the reason to this, only that there did be no falling of ash in that part as I do know. Yet in other parts of that country the fire-hills did make new mountains of the matter that did come from them, but this not to be always so, and there to seem to my knowledge no cause to order why this did not be constant, save that my guessings to be right or not to be blown from some. But indeed I to be sure only of that which did be plain to mine eyes, and mayhap there to be no mystery in the thing, but a score of natural explainings, if that I did know or had patience to think long enough upon such. Now when that the 18th hour did be proper come, we to be anigh to the great hills, and there to seem nowise any danger of falling fire, so that I sought about for a place for our slumber. And I found a cave in the side of a big rock, and the cave was dry and comfortable, and had the mouth about a score feet above the earth. And when that I had climbed and looked well into the cave, I gave the maid an help, and had her safe into that place, and she then to prepare the tablets and the water, the while that I brought up a boulder from below to set very light balanced in the mouth of the cave. And this I meant for a signal to fall, if that any creature should climb upward into the cave while that we did sleep. And surely you to know this plan, for I did it before, as you to have learned. And the maid sat near to me, and eat her tablets very quiet, and with a demure naughtiness, but yet to be also in wonder, and to gaze outward at the great fire-hills, and to be in awe, as I did know. And I put my half-anger and my play from me, and told her of mine outward journeying, and how I did go by these same mighty fire-hills, that did seem as mighty torches to light me in my search, and to have held a new strangeness and wonder over my path. And she still to be silent, but yet to look at me twice or thrice with a very dear and loving way, though she did hide her eyes in a moment, when that she saw that I perceived her. And soon the maid spread the cloak for our sleep, and while that she did this, I looked well about for any creature that might be anigh, and I had an especial thought unto the humped men, but indeed there was naught living unto my sight, and nowhere did I see anything to put me in fear for our lives. And truly I had a great viewing from that place, for we did be in an upward rock that stood in a high part, and gave the cave to be 20 good feet aloft, as I have told, so that all made to set us in a lofty place. And the cave to look toward the 2 mountains that did rise upward no more than 12 good miles off from us, as I do think, and the country between to be somewise as a mighty park, for it was spread much about the feet of the great fire-hills, and did be bare in this place and that, as that rock did make the earth naked there, or the falling of some later fire to have wrought thus. And between the bare parts there went strange and romantic woods, seen mistily, and in parts the gleaming of waters, as that hot lakes did be half shown among the broken forests. And presently the land did go upward with a monstrous sweep, and was then in great terraces in the height, and the trees to grow very plentiful upon the mountains in sundry parts, and so those 2 mighty hills to go upward to meet the everlasting night. And presently to show strange uplands that did be seen very wondrous and queer in the light that did glow from the vast glowing of the fire that did be a crown upon the hills, that did seem in verity to be that they burned halfway between that known world and the lost olden world, that was mayhap 200 great miles above in the everlasting night and eternity of darkness. And I looked upward for a while, and was much held by the mighty uplands that did be on high, yet did lie utter far below the burning crests of the mountains, and showed vague and sombre and dreadful seeming, because that they did be so lost upward, and to have the mystery of the red shining and of the shadows upon them, and to seem to slope far under the great fires, but yet to be a place where no life should ever come, because that they did be so monstrous away upward beyond the great shoulders of the hills, the which did be themselves a huge way up. And truly I should give you somewhat of the affecting of those grim and unknown uplands, if that I said they did seem to my fancy to be a place where a sorrowful thing might wander lost forever. But why to think this thing, how shall I say, and do tell it to you, only because that it doth seem to hold in the thought the grimness and utter desolation of those high and lonesome lands. And by this thing I was done looking, and turned me about, and so did find that mine own did stand silent, and waited that I come to my slumber. And surely I looked at her, but she did have her lids something downward, when that she saw me turn, and so in the end I said naught, but went to my sleep, and had the discos very handy as ever beside me. And I then to know that mine een did lie down beside me to my back as alway, and this to gladden me, as you shall think. For I perceived afresh how thin did be the crust of her naughtiness, and I to be always stirred and touched in the heart by her loving naturalness, that did need alway that she be near to me, save when she did play this naughtiness upon me along the way. And I saw that she had no mind to be perverse whilst that I did slumber, but must now be nigh unto me, and quietly loving, though nowise truly ceased from her naughty acting that I'd be as an hard slave-master, because that I had whipped her, yet she to have somewhat a truce with me, as my heart did know. But indeed she not to kiss me good night upon the mouth in her dear usual and sober fashion. And surely I did lie a while, and pondered upon the maid and upon all her ways, and I perceived that she kissed me not, only because that she did not be able to break utter from her perverseness, that did come from the stirring of her nature. And truly I did love her, and was half-minded that I'd turn about to her, and take her a moment into mine arms, but yet to abide from this, because that I was set that I wait a while, and to bring her to me this wise, mayhaps. And presently I knew that the maid kissed mine armour very quiet and shy, because that she must kiss me, yet to be intent that I have no knowledge of this pretty act. But indeed I did know in all my being, and did be newly tender unto her, yet to say naught, and to wait. And thus I knew presently that her breathing did go easy, so that I perceived that she was all content and gone over unto slumber, somewise as a little child that doth be weary, and doth sleep without care, and with happy assurance. And in verity did a man ever to have so sweet and gentle a maid, that did be in the same time so troublous and perverse. And I to lie yet a while, and to note the constant tremble and shake of the rock that did be under us, and this to be alway thus as I did lie, and to be the more plain, because that I did be quiet in thought. And this, as I conceived, did come from the earth-shaking that was made by the inward fire of the world, the which did make a vague trouble in all that part of the land. And then in a little I was gone over into sleep, and waked not for 7 good hours. And then to hear the fizzing of the water, very brisk and cheerful, and so to have mine eyes open in a moment, and to know by my timekeeper or dial, that was somewhat like to a watch of this age, that I had slumbered through 7 good hours, and this to be learned after that I had looked to see whether mine own did be well, and whether that the boulder did balance in the mouth part of the cave. And surely there did be nothing in harm, for the boulder was there as I did put it, and the maid a little off from me, and did make ready the water and the tablets that we eat before our journeying. And I rose then, and in the same moment I did know that my mouth had been kissed whilst that I slept, and the knowing to come to me vague, as that I had been kissed in my dreams. And I looked over toward the maid, but she to have her lids something down upon her eyes, and to seem very demure, so that I saw her naughtiness was come again upon her. Yet truly I could not bear that I not to have her into mine arms, for indeed her perverseness did seem as that she did the more tempt me unto her, And thus I came to her in a moment, but she neither to resist me nor to give herself unto me, but only to be still in mine arms, and to do no more than submit very quiet. And because of this I loosed her unkissed, and was silent, and a little to be angered, even whilst that my heart perceived the way of the working of her heart. Yet truly I ached now that she came back to her dear natural fashion. And I eat my tablets and drank some of the water, and the maid to do likewise. And afterward I looked well from the mouth of the cave, but did nowhere see aught to put me in trouble for our safety, though truly, as presently I saw, there went an herd of strange creatures afar off in the northwestern part, which did be that way of the country beyond the feet of the mountains toward the inland. Now, when that I was something assured of the safeness of our way, I gat the discos to my hip, and the maid to have the scrip and the pouch ready to my back, and her bundle to her hand, and so all to be ready. And I went downward from the cave, when that I was girt, and gave aid to mine own, and so to be soon upon the journey. And surely, as we went onward, and I to look about me with different seeking eyes, from my looking on mine outward way, I to see how wondrous this part of the land did be, and how that it did be truly like a great and wondrous park, that did be made of the skill and labour of godlike things, and truly this to show my feeling, as I looked always. And all that part did be bred of the inward forces of the world, and did be burned clear in this place, and upheaved in that, and made to an hot lake in another part, and odd whiles there to go a great steam fountain, that did whistle a lonely song for ever. And anon there to be a small wood, and again a wood, and oft the quietness of great and strange trees that did stand alone. And here and in that part a little fire-hill, that did be surely no greater than an house, and we to pass 7 of these in but 3 hours. And 2 to glow very steadfast, and to make no vigour of burning, but the 5 others did burn very strong, and sent out a smoke and ash, and made a small desolation all about them. And of these 5 there did be one that cast stones oft and again, so that they went upward with a strange loud noise, and fell in this place and that, all about, so that we came downward more nigh to the shore, that we be a good way off. And here, as I do mind, there was a strangeness, in that there did be many trees that had stones set in the branches, and this to be plainly the work of the little fire-hill, and I to think it but something new come, else surely there had been no trees within all that space that it did throw. But yet mayhap I am wrong in this, for all things did seem that they grew very easy in that country, and indeed this to be for surprise to me, only that I saw it with mine own eyes, as we do say. And alway, as we did go, there were signs of inward life and forces, so that we but to stand quiet to feel that the earth did tremble gently in many parts. And presently there sounded for a great while a low and dull booming sound, and this we found to be from a place amid certain great rocks toward the mountains, for there came thence a mighty upspouting of boiling water that went so high as 100 feet, and oft to be thrice so high, and belch a great steam, and there went up in the jet of the water a great rock, that was so big as an house, and did dance and play in the might of the water, as that it had been no more than a thing very light and easy. And when that the water fell, as it did oft, the rock to go downward with the dull booming that we did hear. And I minded how that I had heard the booming upon mine outward way, but had been then something more to the shore, so that it had been less plain to mine ears, as you shall suppose, neither had it been then to my sight, as now it did be to us, because that we were come mayhap the half of a mile more toward the inland of the country. And truly we looked a while at this huge great fountain and up-boiling, and came nearer unto it, but yet to be a large space off, because of the way that it did throw out a spattering of small stones odd whiles. And surely the thing did cough and roar in the deep earth, and anon to gruntle gently, and to sob and gurgle, and lo, to come forth in a moment with a bellow very hollow and strange, and the great rock to go spinning upward, and all a-shine in the light from the volcanoes, and was so round as a monstrous ball, and polished by the fret of the waters, so that I saw it had surely danced in the great jet through a weary time. And anon the jet to cease and to go downward with a great soughing and thundering of waters, and the dancing rock to fall downward from that height which did show very huge, now that we did become so near, and the rock surely to fall backward into some deep pit, whence came the waters, and as it fell there was again the dull booming. But why the rock brake not I could not perceive, save that it did alway fall into a boiling up of waters, and had no hurt from the rock of the place whence it was come. And the maid and I both to have stood a while, that we stare at this thing, for it did be more strange than I have made you to know, but now I did make to our journey again, and did think the maid followed. But lo, in a moment, when that I looked, she was to my back, and went toward the great boiling fountain. Then I stopped very swift, and called to her, but she did take no heed of me, and went onward very naughty, unto the danger of the great boil of the jet, and the constant flying out of the stones that you do know. Now even as I stood and looked, the maid drew nigh to the place where the water did thunder, and the jet in that moment to bellow, so that I knew it came upward again. And I ran then after the maid, and she to see me, and began likewise to run from me toward the monstrous fountain, and surely I did think that I had done well if that I had whipped her or beat her proper before this time. For truly it did be as that her naughtiness had gone nigh unto somewhat that did be near to a wayward madness, so that as I did perceive all her nature did surely work in her toward some deed that should be for regret, and this to come because that she did be something pushed from her dear balance by her loving, and by the act of my manhood upon her, so that her nature both to be in rebellion against me, and to need me, and all in the same time. And this way she to be in an inward turmoil, and to be ready foolishly that she put in danger her beloved life, if only thereby she to make me something adrift, and in the same moment to have some ease of her perverseness. And in verity you to know all this, because that I have shown the working of her heart to you before this time. Now I caught the maid among the great rocks, which did stand all about, and before her there did be a monstrous pit whence came the upbursting of the water, and the water to go upward before our faces in a mighty column, so that it did be as that a sea shot up on end, into a pillar of living water, and went upward forever, as it did seem in that moment. And how we should be saved I knew not, for the water did be as that it overhung us, and should come down upon us and smother us in one moment forever. And the roar was in our ears, and shook all the air of that place with sound, as of an harsh and dreadful thunder. And there was a scalding of beaten water, as fine as an haze, all about us. And I had the maid in one instant into mine arms, and I ran very swift, with a fierce running, that I have her away speedy, and so made forlorn trial that I save her life. And lo, as I went from under that huge and dreadful overhang of the great waters, there came downward from the height a great stone that had been cast by the jet, and it burst upon the rock to my back, and a certain of the flinders did strike and ring upon mine armour, and made me to stagger as I ran. But I held the maid crowded safe against my breast, and she did not be hurt, and truly I was yet able to run, and did save mine own, and brought her out from under that grim spouting. And I put the maid down then to her feet, and she not to know how near that she had given us to death, neither of the way that the fragments did strike me. For she laughed very naughty and gleeful, and truly I laughed not, for my heart had been nigh hushed with terror for her, so that I did be yet sick in my spirit, and mayhap also something shaken by the blows that I gat from the broken stone. And in verity I to have meant that I flog her very sharp, if that there be no other way that I might bring her to reason. For in surety, as you to see, she to be acting so wild as a child, and so unreasoning as only a maid in love, and I to know that she did have to be brought back from this way of spirit, even though I have to hurt her pretty body, that I bring her again to her dear natural wiseness. Yet, indeed, I could not whip her then, because that she did laugh so joyous, though with a naughty heart, and did look so wondrous dainty, so that even her defyings did but seem that which my heart desired. And you, mayhap, to have been something likewise in the love days. Yet I pled and reasoned with her to be a wise maid, but indeed she only to make a gleeful mock of all that I did say. End of Chapter 13, Part 3. Chapter 13, Part 4, of The Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 13, Homeward by the Shore, Part 4. Now I went forward again, for I was not harmed by the stone, only that I did be shaked, as you shall think. And the maid to go offward from me, and to sing, and did oft dance naughtily as she went. But truly I did be silent with her, for I was but human, and did lack that she come to mine arms and love me, because that I had plucked her safe from that place. And indeed this to be but a natural desiring, and you to have understanding with me, and to know that you also to have this lack and need, if that you to have done aught for the love of your maid, and she to deny you a word of loving tenderness. Yet in verity I to be even then able to perceive with mine inward senses how that the maid did have a wondrous uppouring of love for me, but yet did be so perverse, and the more so, mayhap, because that her love did so urge her unto loving admittings that I did be her man. And she, maybe, to have meant that she be the more humble presently, but yet to go naughtily a while more, and not indeed to have had the power within her at that time to have come unto me, and cast off her waywardness, and asked that she be in mine arms, as all my heart did desire. And so, as I have told, I went silently, and mayhap with a little dullness, that be part of anger, and part of hurt, and part of that same strange love-foolishness from which the maid did suffer. And truly this doth be very contrary seeming, only that you have seen my heart, and all indeed the more human that it doth be so contrariwise to the brain reason, and all to be desired, else did a man be no better than an ant or a weariful machine. And this to be truth and wholesomeness, as you shall perceive, if that you look deep enough, and do modify reason with heart understanding. For, in verity, how shall that which we call reason bring any to the full and the great knowledge? And this doth be a power of holy things, and doth be a child that is born of love and reason, and in the one to hold the two, and to know all things is the gift of this power, so that no man may walk truly that hath only the first, neither any man do otherwise that hath only the second. And surely I to cease from these thoughts, and to my tellings, and you to your harkings and dear sympathy. Now when the 6th hour did be come, we made a halt and eat and drank, and afterward went onward again, and so came presently clear of the 2 monstrous fire-hills, and their great noise to be presently to our rear, and likewise that quiet country that did be round their feet, and did seem to utter hushed and strange, and doubly so, because of the upward noise of the mountains, and because of the slow and subtle earth-shaking that did be so constant, and because of all those things that I have told. Now when we had made halt, the maid had done her hair very uncomely upon her head, and had looked slyly to see whether I did note. But truly I took no heed, so that in the end she had it again in a pretty fashion, and did sing naughtily and with an heart of mischief, as she did shape it loose and wondrous nice about her head. And I still to have no word for her, neither to show that I did watch her with love, and somewise a quaint pleasure of her perverseness, even whilst that I did strive by silence and an aloofness that I bring her to my side, as she did be in the first days. For truly I did ache that she be near unto me, and to cease from her waywardness that did put a distance of spirit between us, as you to perceive. And so we did go forward again, as I have told, and the maid did strive that she make me to give attention to her naughtiness, for she did walk alway offward from me, and did sing aloud, and truly they did be songs strange unto me, but yet to be of love, and much as the songs of this age. For truly there doth be but one song upon all the earth, and she but to sing it in diverse ways. And she did oft to make little glancing toward me, and did pout very pretty. And in a moment come something toward me, as that she did be humble, and would be forgiven, but all to be in a naughty mockery, so that in verity I looked not at her, save odd whiles, but did go forward alway, and made as that I had no heed of her doings. And surely this did presently to stir her to a new defying, and to a pretty anger, for she did sing other songs of impudence, that she did fit very clever about me, and this way to have a constant impertinence. And so we did go, and I never to speak with the maid, but to wonder when that she cease, or how long it should be ere that I did run swift to her and have her into mine arms, that I shake her and kiss her, all as my heart did desire. And when that the 12th hour did be come, we made halt again, and eat and drank, and the maid to serve me very intent, and hand me the water, and the while that she went down upon her knee, as a slave. But when I would have laughed gently at her mockings, and taken her into mine arms, she went from me very sudden and cold, and was afterward silent, and did sit apart from me. Now I also did be silent, and in the first, because that I was a little pained, and also because that I did be new touched with the love-foolishness that did trouble mine own. But afterward I ceased from these feelings, and did be intent to another matter, for it did seem to my spirit that there was some danger anigh to us, and I had a thought of the humped men, and looked well about, and did beckon the maid to come nigh, because that the trees did be plentiful thereabout to hide any creature. But mine own came not over to me, so that I loosed the discos from mine hip, and went that I be nigh to her, and she made that she saw me not, but did set the gear together, and had it presently a-ready for the journey, the while that I did look always among the trees, but indeed I saw naught. And when that I had the gear upon me, and the maid her bundle, we went forward again, and I to be very wary, and bid the maid keep close to my side. But indeed she would not obey, and went offward among the trees, so that I was all enhaunted with dread for her, and ran and caught her, and talked wisely with her, but indeed she did not hark to me, but did run off in the moment that I loosed her. And I caught her again, and took one of the straps from around the scrip and the pouch, and set it about her pretty waist, and the end I held in my hand, and so had her to obey me in this thing which did be needful to her safety. And the maid to go with me very hushed for 2 great hours, and I alway to look well about. And in the end of that time the maid did begin to sing impudently, and I did ask her that she be a quiet maid, lest that she bring danger upon us, but she to be the more impudent. And lo, as I did strive that I look always, lest any harm did come upon us, and in the same moment to reason mine own from her pretty folly, she did grow very hushed, so that I looked round upon her in an instant. And truly she had cut the strap with her belt-knife, and did run away very swift among the trees. And surely my heart did slow a little in my breast, because that there did seem something a move in the dark of the shadows where the trees did grow thick, and the maid did run that way in her foolishness and waywardness. And I ran hard after the maid, and did call her, not over loud, lest I bring somewhat upon her, but she to have no heed, and to run very light and swift, so that I caught her not for the half of a minute, as it might be. For she was gone ahead, and I did be a little cumbered with mine armour. And lo, when I caught her, I shook her, and pointed inward among the trees, for it did seem even then to me that something moved there, but she to struggle in my hand a moment, and afterward to be still, and to ask with an insolence and a defiance whether that I did mean to flog my chattel, the which she did call herself in her naughtiness. And in verity, ere I did know, she had twist from me and did run with a true wickedness straight toward that place where somewhat I had seemed to be a move. And I ran then with all my strength, and with a fearful and an anxious heart. And because I put all my strength to the matter, I caught the maid in a moment, ere she did be gone any way. And she again to fight to be gone from me. But I took her into mine arms very strong, and I ran outward from that place where the trees made a darkness. And surely, when I was come again to where the trees did be more spare, I saw that I was come nigh to that river which I crossed on the raft, as you shall mind, and truly I did be glad, and to feel safe in a moment. Yet I was firm now to my purpose, for I set the maid to the earth upon her feet, and I kept my hold very sure upon her, for I did mean that I whip her, before that her love-foolishness bring her needless unto death. And I took the belt from her pretty waist, for it did be but a light strap, and I whipped her very sharp over her shoulders with the belt. And truly she did make to nestle unto me in a moment, as that other time when that I whipped her. But I stayed her from this, and I set the belt thrice more across her shoulders very sharp, so that she to learn wisdom at once, and I to be free for ever of this need to pain her, which did hurt me very strange. And the maid to stand very quiet, now that I did keep her from coming unto me, and her head to be something bent, so that I knew not whether I did mayhap have flogged her over hard, for I did be something lacking in knowledge whether that a maid be very easy hurt. And I stooped and looked into her face, and lo, she did be smiling naughtily, and kissed me in a moment very saucy upon the mouth, ere I did be aware, and afterward she laughed, and tried to make a bitter mock upon me, and asked when that I should be pleased to cease from whipping my chattel, for that then she should run away immediately into the wood, and to trust the humped men that they would protect her from me. And surely I looked at her very grave, for I perceived that she did not truly jest, but made to anger me, and did be half in a strange anger herself, and something adrift. For she had not been whipped enough, but only to stir her rebellion utterly. And I saw that if she be not set right then, ere she leave my hand, she to be like to have some new foolishness that should take her unto her death, even as she had come over near already, as you to know. And this to be because that her nature did be stirred, so that her natural wiseness was all overset, and she to be that she do aught of unwisdom that should come to her, because of her pretty love-foolishness, which did now be made the more strong by reason of the half-rising of her anger. And this way, as I have known, I perceived that, for her dear sake, I should not let my lovingness weaken me in that moment. And in verity I shifted my hand and loosed the fastenings of her garment, so that her pretty shoulders did be bared. And her face to change sudden, and she looked up at me in an instant, with a little gasp, so that I knew that she did be all unbroken, as was mine intent. But she did not yet have learned deeply in her heart all that I was minded that she to learn, for even in that moment she made a sound that showed she did try to mock me, but truly she did not know in that instant whether to mock or to weep, though she did try to suppose that she had yet an heart for mockery. And I set the belt thrice across her pretty shoulders, where they did be bared, and surely the blows did be very stern and sharp. And lo, in one moment mine own broke into an utter weeping, so that I took her instant into mine arms, and did hold her strong and gentle against mine armour. And she did be as a child in mine arms, and did sob very strange and bitter, as that she did be all undone in the heart. And presently she did be quiet in mine arms, though I to feel how she did yet tremble, and she did cling tight unto me, and her face to be against mine armour. And afterward, when that she had ceased to tremble, I kissed her, and surely her mouth did be very humble, and her lids to be downward, and she to be something pale. And she then to be a while more in mine arms, very quiet, and so to come unto her dear self. And lo, presently she too went to kiss me of her own accord, and she put up her lips, very sweet and as a loving maid, that I kiss her. And surely I kissed her with an humble and a masterful love, and a strange pain to be about my heart, as you shall suppose, but yet my heart and my reason both to approve mine action, and the maid to be but the more mine own, and to have come again to her dear natural wisdom. Yet, as you shall know, there to be for a long while a strange and mixed pain in my bosom, both dreadful and tender, because that I had been so stern with mine own maid, so that even while that my heart and my reason did approve me, my heart to make somewhat of reproach, and this to have been some ways of foolishness, but yet human of our nature, and an wholesome trouble to the spirit, if that this troubling be not allowed to shape our actions to any harmful weakness. Now in a while the maid did come to composedness, and to be very gentle and sweetly natural, and she made presently that she would have me to loose her, and afterward she turned her back to me, even as a dear child, that I fasten her garment again upon the shoulders. And she did be both shy and glad and humble, and in dainty pride of submission, and utter mine own. And surely, as I did this thing for her, I perceived that she looked with a great shyness at the belt which did be yet in my hand. And when that I had made an end of fastening her garment, she did nestle unto me for a while, and afterward stood away and made shyly to show me that I put her belt again about her pretty waist. And I saw that she did be somewhat alack yet that she touched the belt, because that I had whipped her with it. And truly you to perceive how her heart did be in this matter. But if you not to know, then how shall I to tell you? And do but bid you ask your own maid, though in verity she to be like that she but laugh at you, and leave you so wise as you be now. For the way of the heart of a maid doth be most hid to the maid, and she but to know the desire, and to lack the ending. But truly she doth know when that a man shall set the truth of her heart before her. Now when I had buckled the belt very nice again about mine own, we went backward a space until that we found the bundle, which she had dropped when that she ran off from me. And I saw also the portion of the strap which she cut, and so all to be found. And we went then at a good speed toward the river, for I was still minded regarding the seeming of movement which there had been among the trees, and very wishful that we had a raft made with haste, so that we might come to the little island where I did sleep before upon the outward way, as you shall remember. And I thought to have our slumber again in that place, and to make that day's journeying something short, because that the island was near, and a good and safe place for our sleeping. And I told the maid concerning the island, and she to be in great delight and interest, because that it did be one of those halts of mine outward going, and did be all eager as a child when that I said we should truly have need of a raft to come to the island. And we came downward to the shore of the river, and indeed there did be those two same trees that had been my raft, there upon the shore of that place. And I showed these to mine own, and truly she did nigh to weep upon them, because of her dear emotions and love, and did cut a small branch therefrom with her belt-knife, and put the branch where she did put the piece of bark, this to be for a remembrance and an after delight and pondering. Now we looked well in all parts, that we find some other small tree that should be fallen, and the maid did climb a rock that did be near, with a flat top, so that she might search out around. And presently she cried out to me that there did be a tree to our purpose, and but 100 paces away, and she to go with me to show me, and to aid if need be. But indeed I carried the tree very easy, and had it with the others, and afterward we went about again for branches, and these I cut from live trees, using the discos with care and wiseness. And with these branches to be for cross-pieces, and our belts and the straps for binders, I set the trees together into a raft, and made it pretty good for our need, and so that no monstrous thing in the river should have a chance to snap upward between the trees at my dear one. And when the raft was done, I gat it to the water, and the maid did lend her strength, for the thing was heavy, as you shall think. And when this was done, I pushed a sharp branch downward into the shore, and I hooked a branch of the raft about this mooring, and so did be nigh ready for the voyage. But first I did need a pole to push the raft, and did wonder now where the other did be gone, that I cut upon the outward way. For I had set the pole with the 2 trees as I did mind, having some vague thought that mayhap I should live to come that way again. And I had a little strange unease that the pole did be gone, but scarce to know that I did be troubled, yet to set me to a new haste. And I bid the maid put the scrip and the pouch and her bundle secure upon the raft, and in that time I looked well about for a sapling tree that should do my purpose. And I saw that there grew an odd one a little to the side of the flat-topped rock that the maid had looked from, and whilst that I cut it the maid did come to watch, and made pretty chatter in the time that I trimmed the branches away. And lo, whilst that I did be part divided in mine attention between her dear talk and my work, and an haste that did be born of that little unease that was come upon me, my spirit to seem to be aware that there came a danger anigh to us, and the maid to have this same knowing, for she ceased her speech and looked at me with somewhat of trouble. And lo, in that moment, as I balanced the pole in my hands, there came the noise of a sudden bounding to our backward part, where the trees did grow something anigh. And I turned instant and looked, and behold, there did be upon us an humped man, very lumpish and mighty, and he stretched out his hands and ran at me. And I had no time to the discos, which did be upon the earth to my feet, and I smote the humped man with the point of the pole that did be in my hands, and the point took him very strong and horrid in the breast, and entered in so that the humped man gave out a strange howling, that did be half seeming of an animal and half of an human. And he clutched at the pole that did so hurt him, and I stooped very swift for the discos, and had it in a moment. And the humped man tore the pole out of his breast, and in the same instant I ripped him from the head downward, so that he did be nigh in 2 halves. For I had no mercy in mine act, even though my heart did be something sorry. Now even as the man died, there did be a sound of running in the wood before me, and lo, I turned very speedy to the maid, and she was there to my back, and had her belt-knife drawn in her hand, for she had it in her bosom where she had put it when that I took her belt for the raft. And I caught the maid about the waist with my left arm, and was come with her to the top of the rock in 2 great boundings. And I set her there upon the rock, and turned again to the way I came, and swung the discos free, for indeed I had seen that there did come a number of the humped men among the trees. And there came running from the wood mayhaps a great score of the humped men, so that it did seem to me that we did be going to die, for how should one stand against so many, and they so quick and strong, as you shall mind? Yet in verity I had no despair, but did be mixed in the heart with a great fear for mine own, and a strange and exulting gladness that I should do that day some deed for mine own maid, and truly this to be the pomp of love and the heart-cry of the barbarian, as you shall say. And this may be, but truly I did be proper human, and to make no excuse because that I was natural, neither have I hid anywheres aught that I did think and feel. And whether that you approve or not, if that you condemn me, you condemn all humanity, and to have vain words and vain regrettings, for these things that be named for faults do but be the complement of our virtues, and if that you slay the first, you may chance to wither the last. For now I speak of things as they be now, and as they did be then, and nowise of lovely ideals that do live chief in the mind, and so much in mine as any, as you to know, if that you have gone with me all along my way. And surely I must cease from my thinkings, and go forward with my telling, for the humped men did come forward at a wondrous quick run, and did swarm upward onto the rock as that they did be panthers, and they made no outcry, but came silent to the killing. And I saw that they did be something smaller than he that I had but then slain. and in verity I did be all knit in that moment with speed and cleverness, for I split the heads of 3 with but quick turns of my wrist as I did wield the discos. And I kicked the face of another in the same time with my metal boot, so that he died, for there did be all my strength and all my skill working then for our salvation. Now all this to have been done in but a few beats of the heart, as I might say, and these men to have been in the front of the attacking. Yet there did be no space to have breath, for there leapt 3 more of the men upon the rock, and one smote me with a great piece of rock that he carried, so that mine armour did seem as that it cracked, and I to be driven backward upon the maid, yet had slain one of the humped men even in that moment. And surely my dear one caught me in her arms behind and steadied me, so that I fell not, and I slew the humped man with the rock even in that moment whilst mine own held me, as he came again to strike me. And I then to be firm again upon my feet, and did spring at the 3rd of the humped men, and surely there was no room that he should be able to avoid me, even did that be his intent. And he came at me with a great leap. And I stood strong, looking clearly to my work. And I swung the discos with both my hands, and the blow took the humped man in the middle part, and split him, whilst that he did be yet leaping. And in that instant there reached over the edge of the rock 2 of the humped men, and gat me by the feet, so that I was pulled sudden to my back very hard and bitter. And this to be done, even whilst that the body of the humped man did be yet in the air. And the body came forward over me, and did be utter dead already, and fell down upon the rock beyond me, and rolled horridly, and went over the edge of the rock. And I did be all shaken, and something bemused by the hardness of my fall. And the hands of the 2 humped men plucked me sharp to the edge of the rock, the while that I did strike vaguely to wound them, but did only chip the rock, and fortunate that I harmed not the weapon. And lo, in the moment that they had been like to have me downward to the earth into their midst, I to make a good stroke, for I cut the shoulder of one very dreadful, so that he loosed me, and immediately I kicked very fierce with my freed foot, and surely I nigh crushed the hand of that other with my metal boot, and he likewise to cease from dragging upon me. And immediately I knew that mine own did be helping me that I get instant to my feet again, for I was yet something dazed. And there came then a rush of the humped men up the rock, and truly it did be a glad thing for our lives that they might come up only upon but one side, for the other sides did be utter steep and smooth worn, and this to have been unto our saving, as you shall think. And I stood up to the rush of the humped men, and did smite hard at them with a quick circling of the discos, so that the great weapon did glow and roar, and they gave back from the blaze and the sound of the discos. And surely then I ran in upon them, whilst that they did be something bewildered, and I gat the foremost man full upon the head, so that he did be dead before he did know what thing happened. Yet in verity this did be a dread moment to me, for the humped men leapt in at me upon every side in an instant of time, and I did be struck upon my headpiece and upon my back and breast with the stones that certain of them did carry, so that I rocked as I stood, and did near to swoon, and mine armour to be all dint and bent upon me, and I truly to seem that I had come to the time of my dying. And lo, in that moment of time there did come to my dazed sense a low and bitter cry of anguish from the maid, and this to set all my life aglow in me. And in verity there went a strange greyness of fury before mine eyes, and I then to fight as I did never fight before, and I did smite as it did seem forever. And the greyness did ease from mine eyes, and the maid did have her arms about me as I stood, and the dead men to lie heaped upon the rock, and mine own to steady me, for I did be near slain, and the blood did go from me, and mine armour was all broke upon me by the smitings of the sharp stones. And I looked something slowly upon mine own, and she to know that I would ask whether that she did be harmed anywise, and she to be very brave with me, and to tell me that she did be well, and she to be all slain in the heart, because that I did be so hurt. But truly I had fought a good fight, and did lack only to know that she come to no harm. Now my wits did come back into me very soon, but I did be utter weak, and scarce to stand, so that I did mind only that I get mine own safe unto the raft, and to put off then from the shore. And I walked slow to the edge of the rock, and looked well about, that I learn whether the humped men did be all gone away, and the maid did steady me. And lo, there came up in that instant the last of the humped men, and they were 5, and did creep very stealthy, that they have me in surprise. And I loosed from the maid, for I saw that I must come upon them whilst that I had any strength left in my body. And they now to leap upward unto me, so that I gat the first upon the head, and he to go backward dead. But truly I did be more weak than I knew, for I swayed upon the edge of the rock, and sudden I went downward to the earth, and did be there upon my knees, and my back to the rock. And in verity the humped men did come in upon me very swift, yet did they give back from the discos, which I swung to and fro, so speedy as I might, for my weakness, which did be so utter that I could nowise come to my feet to stand. And mine own came down swiftly from the rock, and ran past the humped men, and I to make that I shout to her to go to the raft. But truly I had no voice in my body, and did be dumb and weak, and did know that I should be gone forever from mine own in a little moment, and she to have none to protect her, neither to know the way of our journey, save by reason. And behold, mine own did shout to the humped men, and I perceived that she made to draw them after her, for she ran to and fro, and did shout continually. But indeed the humped men had no heed of her, but did make alway to come at me. And surely in that moment one of the humped men reached me, and smote me so shrewd, that sure he nigh cracked his monstrous hand upon mine armour, and did drive me backward upon the rock, and to make me bleed afresh, so that I was all in a daze, and near swooned away. And the humped man caught at the discos, yet in verity he loosed it on the instant, for it did burn and shake him very sore. And immediately he smote me again, and so made to end me. And lo, in that moment the maid ran in among the humped men, and she struck the man that strove with me, and drove her belt-knife once and again through his arm, very savage and determined. And surely the man turned upon her, and he caught her by her garments, and he ripped her 2 garments utter from her, so that they came away, and she did be free. And behold, mine utter despair for her did give me a new strength, so that I shouted to her that she run instant to the raft, and I cut the humped man in twain, and did fall back then into a part swoon against the rock. And lo, the maid ran out from the humped men, but they neither to know whether that they follow her, or that they come in upon me. And as they did pause, she to call to them, and to try that she tempt them from me toward the wood, for she had no thought of her life, but only that she free me and save me. And I too weak even to have power to command her to the raft, and she truly to have no heed to such command, even did I thus to call again. And there I did be, half gone out from this life, and looked at her with eyes that did scarce wot, save as in a dream. And lo, the humped men ceased sudden that they heed her, and the 3 that did be left came very sly unto me, and with slowness and cunning, for they wotted not whether I did be dead, or but a wait for them. And the maid perceived that they came not after her, and she let out a great cry that did be distant seeming in my dulled ears, and came back naked and running very swift. And she ran by me as death should run, white and silent, and her face set unto despair, and her eyes utter intent. And she struck her belt-knife into the shoulder of the near humped man. And the man howled and turned, and she did leap to the side, and the humped man ran at her. But lo, she leapt again this way and that, and utter silent, and so quick as a light doth seem to dance always in a moment. And the 2 other men did join with the first, that they catch her. And behold, she went about, and did run right away among the trees, and the 3 men did come after her, running very lumbersome, yet with a great speed. And the maid had the knife in her hand, and I knew that she did mean to slay herself presently, when that she could run no more. And in that moment it seemed that my heart burst, for that I should never more see mine own maid forever. And there came some power of movement into me, and I came forward from the rock and fell over upon my face. And I gat again to my knees, and began that I creep after the maid, and I did shout in whispers, for my voice had no more power to call. And the maid went from my sight among the trees, as a far white figure, that did run very swift, and was presently lost utter to my sight. And the humped men did go after. Yet even in my weakness I perceived that two did go something clumsy, as that they had been hurt in the fight, and they to be the rearward of the chasing. But he that the maid did cut with the knife was to the fore, and did run very strong, and surely they were all gone inward of the trees with a dreadful speed, and were lost from me. And the world did become sudden an emptiness and a great horror, and there was no sound in all the earth, as it did seem. And I knew that I was come to my feet, and did run toward the trees, and the discos did trail from mine arm by the hold-buckle. And the ground did be as that it moved and shifted under me, and I not to feel where I trod, but did only peer desperate and lost among the trees. And, as I to know now, I heard my voice calling strangely, and afterward there was a thundering in mine ears, and I came downward upon my face. And I did know presently that I was alive, and there to be some dreadful terror at my heart, and surely I did remember and sickened and gat my head from the ground. And I looked among the trees, but there did be nothing, and everywhere there did be a strange silence and a dimness of unreal seemings. And I knew that mine own was gone from me, and had surely died. And the earth did be all stained about me with my blood, and I did be utter glad, for I to need death. And I swooned again, and was lost to my pain, but did live presently to know. And there was a little strength come into me, and I gat my head up somewhat from the ground, and did peer among the trees, and my head did be too heavy, and my face came against the earth once more. And because that I could not hold up my head, I rolled my head a little, until that my cheek did be to the ground, and I to look this wise, so well as I might. But there did be nothing, and afterward I rolled my head again to the other cheek, and so to stare very weak and desperate, and not abled to look proper to my front. And lo, there went something among the trees, and did show white in the gloom of the wood, and did come through the trees. And I not to believe in the first that I did truly see aught, and sudden I to know that I saw somewhat. And, behold, my heart did bound in me, so that all my body did waken, for I knew that mine own maid did run slow and staggering toward me through the wood. And I did be now upon my knees and upon my hands, and I did begin again to creep and to bleed, and did make little callings to mine own that had no sounding. And mine own drew nigh, and did rock and stagger, and did strike anon against the trunks of the trees, as that she did be gone near blind with her running. And in a moment she saw me, and that I did yet live, and did come unto her. And she made a strange and loving crying unto me, with a great gladness and with an utter weakness. And she came running, and was lost with faintness, and did sway this way and that, stumbling, and she went sudden to the earth, and did be still. And I crept onward so speedy as I might, and the earth to seem alway as that it moved from my hands, and to slide, and this seeming to be of my weakness, for my hands and my knees went every way, and my head to be that it kept nodding forward very stupid to the earth. And lo, as I came anigh unto the maid, where she did lie so quiet, I saw that something moved in the wood and was running. And truly it did be an humped man, and came forward very silent and with a quick slyness, as that he did track the maid secretly, for he looked alway to the earth. And I perceived that he was that one of the humped men which the maid had cut with the knife. For the blood did show upon the shoulder and the breast, and this bleeding may hap to have slowed the man, so that mine own did be like to have supposed she had come utter free, yet he to have found her by tracking, as I perceived. And I straved to my feet that I should come to the maid before the humped man, and surely I gat upright, and went with a strange running, and did roll. And lo, I fell immediate ere I was come to her, and the humped man to run also, and surely it did be a dreadful race. For I went creeping, and did be weak as that I was of lead. And the humped man came very swift and brutish, but I came the first to mine own maid. And I rose up at the humped man upon my knees, and I swung the discos, and the great weapon did roar in my hands, as that it did know and did live. And the humped man ran in upon me, but I smote him truly with the discos, and he ran past me, all blundering, and he fell and died upon his face a little way off. And lo, my wounds had brake out into a great bleeding, and my head did roll upon my shoulders, and I looked down dull, yet with an utter great love upon mine own, and there did be no proper wound upon her, but yet was she all bruised and knocked and marked with the trees, and where she did fall in her running. And she did be there, very still and dear, and I to have brake my heart with love for her, but that I did be so dulled, as I have told. And I thought that I should be strong a little while more against my weakness, and I strove that I set mine ear gently upon her breast, that I should listen for her heart. But my head did go downward something clumsy and heavy upon her. And I then to hearken, and surely she did live, and her heart did beat, though in verity mine ears did have at first a thundering, but afterward a quietness in them that made the sounding of her pulsing to seem an utter long way off, and very faint it did be. And surely in that moment, even as I harked, I was gone over into a deadness, and had no more knowing, neither to have even a knowledge that I did be slipped from my senses. And behold, the maid did lie swooning, and I to be there in my broken armour, and my head upon the breast of mine own, and likewise to know naught, and about us the quietness of that country, and the far noise of the great fire-hills that did sound through eternity. End of Chapter 13, Part 4. Chapter 14, Part 1, of the Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 14, On the Island, Part 1. Now I came unto my senses, and did be in pain, and a great forgetfulness and bewilderment. And I strove that I rise, but did be held by a strange force, that did be surely my weakness, as I to know afterward. And I was upon my back, and a little sound did be near me, as that something did pant. And I turned my head very slow, because that I did so lack of strength. And lo, I saw that the maid did be anigh to me, and did be yet naked, and did pant and pushed hard and desperate with a great pole, which did be surely that one which I had cut when that the humped man came upon us. And therewith I remembered all, and perceived that I did be upon the raft, and the maid to push the raft along with the pole. And at that I made a little sound with my mouth, but the maid not to hear me, for she did look backward, as I should think to the shore. And her face did be very set and anxious, and there to be a far noise of howling, that I knew to be the voices of the humped men. And so to perceive that the maid had come unto her senses, and had gat me somewise to the raft, whilst that I did yet be swooned. And thus to save me ere the humped men had come. But in verity, how she did this thing I never to learn, neither she to know, but only that her love did give her a great and desperate strength that she saved me, that did be her man. And afterward mine own maid did tell me how that she had come into her senses, and did be there upon the earth, and somewhat did be upon her breast, and saw that it was my head which did be heavy upon her, and I to be surely gone out from this life, for I was so still. And she came from under me, and did ease me out upon the earth, and her heart nigh brake, because that I was so bebled, and my blood to have stained all that did be near. And when she had gat me restful, she saw that I did surely live, and a great hope to spring in her heart. And oft as she had eased me, she had looked about, and there did be naught to the sight, save the body of the humped man anigh, and the others dead about and upon the flat-topped rock, as you to mind. And she ran then very speedy to the raft, and brought water from the river in my headpiece, and she dashed the water upon me, but I to have no power to come unto my senses. And lo, in that moment, she to know by some subtle telling of the spirit that there came some danger anigh, and she then to make that she save me, or that we die both of us together. And she strave with me, and did carry and draw me that weariful way unto the raft. And she gat me on to the raft, and she then for the pole that did be beside the rock. And whilst that she took the pole, she perceived her torn garments, that did be yet in the hands of the humped man, even as she had slipped them to escape him. And she caught the garments very hasty from the hand of the man, and ran then to the raft, and she pushed the raft out from the shore, and leapt aboard. And behold, as she made to use the pole, there came a sound out of the wood. And there ran from the wood the two humped men that did yet live, and they to have tracked her, after that she did run from them. And they ran downward to the shore, very silent and intent upon her, but she to work with an utter despair, and to have the raft a good way out ere they did become. And surely they either to have no power of swimming, or to know that there did be a dread in the water, for they made not to come after, but did stand and stare very stupid, and afterward to howl, and this howling I did hear, when that I was come unto myself upon the raft, as you do know. And by this telling you to be so wise as I, for more I know not, save odd things that I did learn afterward, that did but set my love more wholly unto mine own maid, and these to have been but small matters of love thoughts that we did have together, and scarce clear unto my remembering. And lo, even as I hearkened to the howling of the humped men, the sound did grow more faint and far off, for the maid worked very desperate with the pole. And I did feel that I would help her, but yet was so alack, and surely, even as I did mean to rise, I was gone again utter from my senses, and that dear naked one did pilot me safe and loving unto the safe harbouring of the little island that you do mind, and had no thought unto herself, but only that she save me. And I to be there, scarce offered from my death, and to have no knowing of aught, and no more power to help or to be a shield unto mine own, but did be only an helpless man that had surely died, save for the care of my beloved. Yet did I fight a good fight, and have alway a great joy in the remembering. Now I mind nothing very clear after this for a great time, but only of pain and weariness, and of half-wakings, and times when I did know naught, and others when that I did be awake, yet did have no realness, either in myself or in any land or place, and all to come back strange and vague, yet with a constant knowing that there went love about me, and a great and gentle watchfulness, so that I was eased when that the black mists of my weakness did uprise about me to swamp me, and I was made to know hope when that unknown despairs did live stealthy within me. And lo, there came a time when I waked, and did be freed of uncertain burdenings and peculiar woes, and that still haze through which great achings did come constant upon me. And surely I was laid very nice upon somewhat that did be soft, and there went a sweet quietness about me, and an healthful drowse did grow in my bones. And slowly I perceived that the maid did kneel beside me, and did look upon me with so great a love and gladness, that it be as that I drank in health and a drowsy joy and peace. And surely she stooped and kissed me with an utter gentle love upon my mouth, and her tears to go sweet upon my face, and truly I kissed her again with an utter content. And she took my head in the comfort of her arm, and gave me somewhat that I drink, and when I had drunk she kissed me once again, so light as that a pretty wind did blow hushed upon my lips. And upon my head she made easy, and lo, I was gone over unto sleep even as she tended me. And thrice do I mind that this to happen, and at the third time I knew that my strength was come something into me again, and I moved my hand a little this way and that, and she to know that I did need her to hold my hand, and she to do this, and I to go into sleep again, even while that I looked sleepy, yet with all my love, into her eyes. And when I waked for the fourth time, I did whisper that I loved her, and surely she broke into a sudden weeping, and did hold my hand very dear against her breast. And when I waked for the fifth time, I to know how things did be about me, and that I did lie naked in the cloak, and did be all bandaged about my body, and the bandages, as I did know afterward, did be from the torn garments of the maid. And I looked at the maid, and knew that she did be dressed again, and did be in the garments that I did give to her, as you to mind, which did be that one and the inner that the humped man tore from her, and which she had slipped that she escaped from the man. And afterward I found that she had made a very cunning mend of the garments, whilst that she did sit so utter long beside me to tend me, for she had gotten threads from her torn garments, and had made needles from thorns that did grow on the little bushes of the island, and the thorns did break oft, and she then to have another, and so to persist 100 times. And this way she did be dressed very nice and dainty. And mine own maid perceived how that I looked with interest at her, and did mind, very natural, how that I last to have seen her, and she then to blush gently, and did kiss me that she have her pretty face something from mine eyes. And truly I to wish the more that I be strong, that I kneel in a glad reverence unto her, for this way did be my love, and ever so, and you likewise, that have truly loved. Now I did begin that I grew very steady unto my strength again, and mine own maid did tend me alway, and she gave me a broth of tablets and the water at set times, by the telling of my timepiece. And oft she washed me, and did change the bandages, and did wash and dry the bandages, that she used them over again, for we did be so lacking for such matters, as you to know. And on the 5th day I was come utter to ease, and did be wondrous happy, and mine own to make pretty talk unto me, but had me to be alway quiet, because that I did be yet so weak. And on the 6th day I to be let answer mine own, and to say how great I did love her, the which mine eyes had said alway, while that I did lie in silence. And I to be assured by the maid that she did be in health, and recovered. But indeed I saw that she was gone very thin, and that her eyes did be weary, even while that they had so great a love and a gladness to me. And I made mine own to bring her tablets by me, as she did alway, and when that I had kissed them, and she to have eat and drunk, I bade her to make me the broth ready. And when she had made the broth, I asked that the discos be set anigh to me. And afterward I bid her to my side, and had her to lie by me. And I took her pretty head upon mine arm, and told her that she to lie thus, and to sleep, and to have no fear that she weary me. For that I to be but the more rested, to have her so beside me. And she in the first to trouble that she be too heavy for mine arm, but truly I showed that my strength was something come back to me, for I pressed her gentle unto me, and she then to nestle content, and to be gone into an utter sleep, and to have been in a sore need of the same. And mine own did sleep for 12 great hours, and had scarce any life in all that time, save when once she did make a little and gentle moaning, and did afterward set her pretty face more nigh to me in her sleep. And surely I had neither weariness nor lonesomeness, but did lie with an utter content, and did look downward upon the maid, where she did sleep in the hollow of mine arm, and truly she did be most wondrous lovely and dainty, and the goodness of her face did seem as that it had made an holiness about my heart, so that my spirit was uplift in a quiet and constant glory of love. And I drank a part of the broth at the 3rd hour, and at the 6th hour, and at the 9th hour, when that I finished it. And my right arm did be free to this purpose, and to the discos, and surely I did twice and thrice set my hand upon that great weapon, as to a true comrade, and in verity I could think the weapon did know and did love me. And this thinking to be because I did be so uplift as I have told, yet truly the discos did be a strange and wondrous thing, and did be always thought to have an oneness with the man that did use it. And in the 12th hour the maid awoke sudden, and came upward out of mine arm, all in a sweet haste, that she know that I did be well. And she did be eased wondrous, when that she saw how I laughed with a quiet joy but to see her dear eyes and her pretty trouble. Yet did she be in reproach to herself, when that she looked to find how the hours had passed. But indeed I did make a mocking sternness with her, and forbade that she even to say one little word more upon this matter, but to be glad that I did be so utter happy, and she likewise. And truly, when I had said this, that impudent maid did set her little fist against my nose, and to threaten me. And in verity I laughed so hearty that the maid did be in fear I should set my wounds again to bleed, and did reproach herself again, but in truth I came to no harm. And when that I could speak, I asked the maid whether that there had been brothers to her, because that she did play so natural. And this I asked, not thinking, and lo, in a moment I perceived my thoughtlessness, but said not, save to take the hand of mine own, that she know utter that I did not be heartless. And she to nod very quiet, and afterward kissed my hand, and slipped from me. And I knew that she was gone a little way off, lest she weep. And I did be in trouble for her, and for mine alackness, but truly I could do naught, only that I called very gentle unto her. And she to return soon, and did smile loving and cheerful upon me. But indeed I saw that she covered her weeping, whilst that she made me new broth. Yet before I would take the broth, I would have her to mine arms, and she to submit very glad and happy, but to keep her pretty weight from me, lest she hurt my woundings. And afterward we both to eat, and be happy in glad talk. And presently I did sleep, but would have her to be nigh to me, even though she did be wakeful, and so we to be utter content together. Now the 7th day, as it might be called, was a wondrous happy time, and when I waked, the maid did be sleeping as a child to my side, and her face nestled against me. And she to waken in a moment, for thus had she drowsed and watched through all the hours whilst that I had slept. And we then to eat and to drink together, after that mine own had made me easy with a gentle washing and care. And I now to be allowed that I have my tablets whole, and the water afterward, as when that I did be well, and this to please me, as you shall think. For I did ache that I be strong very speedy, that I have power to guard mine own maid again, and to go forward with our journeying, that I have the maid unto the safeness of the mighty pyramid. And surely, now that I had my tablets whole, I to feel that I did grow near unto fitness again, and moreover they did satisfy my hunger the better than the broth. And the maid to give me my tablets oft, so that I eat a great many, and I did make her to count, and surely there did be sufficient, if that I get strong pretty quick. And so I made no refusing of the tablets, for I did need them, that I make blood again within me, else should I be lacking, when that there came any need anigh. And we kissed each of the tablets of the other, and did drink from the same cup, and did be utter happy, and did be part like children, but also to be man and maid. And presently the maid did shift my bandages, as alway, and washed me proper, and had me into comfort. But she did keep me alway very low-lying, and truly I scarce to mind, for I was not gotten enough of my strength to give me to feel irked. And further, as you shall think, there did be that lovely one with me alway, and did make sweet quips unto me, and talked and did laugh, and oft did come into singing, for she did be so sweetly joyed that I was in life and did mend so proper. And afterward she went off from me a little to her toilet, but I to ask that she be so swift as might be, and she to promise very merry, and she came back in a little while, and her hair to be in a lovely cloud about her shoulders, and her pretty feet yet to be bared from her bath, which she had in a pool beyond some bushes. And she to say that I did be so impatient a man, that she to be forced that she do the half of her dressing with me, but truly she came this wise only because she to know how I did delight in her thus, and to watch the way that she set up her abundance of hair, and she to be hungry also that she be with me, and to love me that I watch her, even while that there did be oft a little and quaint stirring of shyness in her dear heart. And I had her to come beside me, and to sit anigh to my hand, and I made presently that I did scold her, because that she had no proper care to her pretty feet, and I bid her to set her feet toward me, that I looked the more close at them. And she to be a pretty rogue, and did think I to mean to kiss them, and truly not to think alway wrong, but I then to have another planning, for I had plucked a hair very sly from her head, and she but to have said an O to me, and to have thought no more. But, indeed, when that she gave her feet to me, I held them so strong as I might, and I bound her pretty toes together with the hair, and surely she did be a captive unto me, and we to laugh, as that we to be both children. And afterward she stole back her feet from me, but in verity I knew that she had a wondrous heed that she brake not the hair that bound her, but did sit beside me bound in that pretty way, but yet to hide from me that she did not break the hair. And she then to do her hair upon her head very lovely, and afterward I put up my hands and took it down again, and she then to kiss me, and to ask how that she should ever have it proper upon her head, if that I did always so tease her. And she then to take her hair, and did set the abundance of it upon both sides of my face, and then to kiss me, as I did look up at her from out of so much beauty. And afterward she cut a lock of my hair, and a lock from her own dear head, and she did plait the two locks together, so that our hair did blend and be together, and afterward she hid it in her bosom. But I did be then out of content, and would have done likewise, only that it did so weary me to uphold my hands. And she to cut a second lock from my head, and a second tress of her own most lovely hair, and she made me to kiss the hair that did be from her, and she then to kiss the hair that did be from me, and afterward she did plait them together, and gave them to me. And I set the hair for that time under the great bandage that went over my heart. And truly she did be then the one that lacked content, for she to say that the second plaiting did be kissed, and the first to lack, but I to refuse to exchange, so that we made up a quarrelling, and did presently have to be kissed unto forgiveness. And truly, have you not likewise known such glad foolishness, when that you were in the love days? And she then to make me to be quiet, and to keep my hands downward from her hair, because that the uplifting did prove overmuch to me. And she took my great hands then, and did threaten how dreadful she use me, if that I be not humble. And truly I said that I did be an humble man, and she then to hold my hands with but one small one. And surely her hand did be so small that she not able to hold me, save by the thumbs. And she then with her free hand to cover mine eyes, so that I might not see, and whilst that she did hold me thus so utter helpless, she to kiss me very dainty and impudent upon the mouth, and afterward she loosed me, and did be demure. And we did be then silent a space, and presently I put forth my hand, that did be very great, yet to be gone white and to tremble, because that I did lack so utter of blood. And the maid to know what I did mean, and she clenched her hands into 2 fists, and set them both into my one hand, and surely they did be little fists. And I then to be happy, for this did be a wondrous pleasure alway unto me, and she to have her lids a little downward upon her eyes, and to be quietly happy. And truly, how I minded all so plain. And afterward I did plague her very gentle that she to be all alack, if that she did try to use her hands to aught, because that they did be so small. And she in a moment to have her 2 arms very dear about my neck, and did kiss me with an utter love and tenderness upon the mouth, and afterward went from me, lest that she have me to overset myself. And I did then to make her to sit by me, and I did tell her a tale, how that a young man did once live in the olden days, and did meet with the one maid upon all the earth, and how that they loved and did be married, and she to die, and of the utter and desperate madness of grief that nigh destroyed the man, and how that he sudden to wake into the future of the world in a new time, and did come to learn that his own did also to live in that time. And he then to make that he find her, and did truly come unto her, and how she did be different in her beauty, but yet to be utter lovely. And the man did hold an utter reverence to the maid that had been his wife in the olden dream days, so that his reverence of love did live in him like a constant pain and anguish of sweetness and trouble, and of holy thoughts that did be bred of her lovely companionship, and of his memories. But in truth I gat not farther in the tale than this, for mine own did have come sudden into weeping, and had gotten to her knees, and did hold my hand against her breast, and did put her hand gentle upon my lips. And in a moment she to whisper somewhat through her tears, and there to be dear motherhood within her face, and a sudden shining of memory in her eyes, that had been near dreadful, only that it did seem to be to her as that she were part dreaming. And the strange and solemn pain did come also unto me through the part-open gateways of my memory, and I to remember very clear and with an anguish in that moment. And I told mine own how that the babe had gone onward, after that the beloved had died, and there did be then an utter quiet upon us. And lo, sudden the maid did bend unto me, and I to take her into mine arms, out of the vague dreamings of her memory dreams. But ere she did become outward entire from the haze of the past, she to try to set somewhat into words concerning this memory vision of the babe, but some ways to be strangely dumb. And I did be silent likewise, because of all those things that did be between us forever and forever. And presently she kissed me, and was herself again, and she went from me to attend unto our food. Now that did be truly a lovely day, for I to have got sufficient of strength that I did be able to have interest and talk with mine own maid, and she now to be well rest, and to have ease in her dear heart concerning me. And surely we oft to laugh, and did make jests utter glad and foolish. And indeed I do mind how that I asked mine own an olden puzzle, that did come out of the vagueness of my memory dreams. And she to be like a person that doth hear a strange familiar thing, and lo, sudden she to say, as that she gat knowledge from beyond eternity, that it did be when that he was a little horse. And you to know the jest, and to have troubled it oft at school. But in verity it did be a strange thing to have from our memories out of all the deep of time. And we, in truth, never in that age to have seen or to have known that ever there did be an horse, or to mind the likeness of one. And this to be but a little matter, yet of strange and peculiar interest, as you to agree. And indeed we did both to look one at the other, when that we had ended, and did wonder what an horse did be, yet in the same time did have a vague inward knowing. And so we do look ever backward through dim ages, and surely we got presently from jests unto solemnness, and the maid to be nigh again unto tears. And in truth I then to bring our thoughts and our speech forward from the abyss of the years, and did cease from memory dreaming for that time, and so to have the maid again in joy, yet mayhap something wistful odd whiles. And presently I to tell the maid 100,000 things concerning the mighty pyramid, of which I had so oft said somewhat, but never to have got so great a chance as this unto a plenty of time and so nice and oneness in the way that our minds did go. And surely the maid did be eager in a moment, and did be hushed, and again to ask constant concerning all matters. And in verity there went a great while this way, and the maid to have an utter wonder and excitement of all that I to tell, for truly it did be as that a man of this age should come downward from a great star in the heavens, and to tell of wonders and new things, and you to understand how she did feel. And of all the things that did most have a happiness unto the maid, I to perceive that the great life and humanness of the millions to dwell within her imaginings as a cloud of warmth and quiet joy, for I did show this thing to her so well as I was able. And in truth you shall tell me in honesty whether that I have made the same likewise clear seen unto you. And she, as you shall mind, did be a maid that had grown all her life in a refuge that did be shaken with hauntings, because that it lacked the power of the earth-current to protect, and with a people that did be weak conceived through great thousands of years, and where love did bloom something faded even in youth, and youth to have a lack of the life-blood of an utter joy, such as did be ours, and likewise to many that did be of the mighty pyramid. Though truly there did go millions then as now that did never know love, though the name did be in their mouths, and they to have belief that the sweet kernel did be in their hearts. But in verity this to be love, that your life shall bound you with abundance, and joy dwell round you, and your spirit to live in a natural holiness with the beloved, and your bodies to be a sweet and natural delight that shall never be lost of a lovely mystery that doth hold a perfect peace each unto the need of the other, and all to be that there go round about you a wonder and a splendor all the days and the nights that you shall be, the man with the woman with the man, and shame to be unborn, and all things to go natural and wholesome, out of an utter greatness of understanding, and the man to be an hero and a child before the woman, and the woman to be an holy light of the spirit and an utter companion, and in the same time a glad possession unto the man. And lo, if one to die, then the soul of the other shall fail, and that one never to have full life again in that bitter parting. And this doth be the true human love, and all else that be not like to this with the man and with the woman doth be but a borrowing of the name of love for that quiet desiring, which is but an endurance beside love, which doth be between they that be not mated both in their souls and in their bodies. And this telling to take no heed to those base joinings that be made for purposes of wealth or desire or other piteous ends. For in verity these to have no more dealings with the thing that I do tell upon than hath the merchanting of goods, or the need of a glutton. But the thing that I do have upon my heart doth be that dear and uplifting power of love, which I to set forth in this mine own story. For in truth I to have known love, and to need death when that I be parted from mine own. Now surely mine own did come twice and thrice unto weeping, as I did tell of this thing and that, which did set her memory backward unto the ways of the lesser redoubt. And presently I did cease from my tellings, because that she did so be gone into pain of her memories. But indeed she then to beg me that I go forward again, for truly she to need in the heart that she know, and to strive to be no more in grief for the telling. And I then to say on, and did tell upon the might and wonder of the great olden delight of the underground fields, that were below the great redoubt, as you do know. And I told how that they went downward 100 strange miles, that did be dug of the labour of millions, and of the years of eternity. And I set out unto mine own concerning that there did be wondrous villages spread through that great and hidden country that did be in the underground, and how that great millions of the peoples did live there, and made a constant labour in those deep lands and countries, that did be truly so monstrous in all as an huge continent. And I showed mine own how that there did be wondrous processes that did be learned in the ages, and how that water did be made in chemistry, and truly she to nod to this, because that she did mind upon the powder that we did use. But truly the powder to have to be made in the first, as you shall think, and we but to advantage ourselves of that which did result, and I to speak to her of the making of the powder, rather than of the way that it afterward to make chemistry with the air unto water. And I told the maid how that there did be mighty underground pipes that went across the Nightland, and did be mayhap oft so much as 20 great miles deep in the world, and did come upward into the seas of the land, and all to have been made secret and hid from the monsters of the land, as I to know from much readings of the histories. And my known then to tell me that they did lack to have any such great wonders below the lesser redoubt, but that there did be utter monstrous caverns, where that there had been alway a strange and uncouth country of husbandry, and lit from the earth-current, and they also there to bury their dead. And all had been alack through great thousands of years, as she did know of their records, and had grown dim-lit and lonesome, and a land of deepness to starve the spirit with an utter strangeness and discomfort, where that the men went quietly as ghosts through many ages, and all a place in dire want of sound and laughter. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of The Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 14, On the Island, Part 2. Yet this ought to have been surely different a monstrous age gone, when that the earth-current did be a power in the lesser redoubt, and the humans to be in plenty, and of good and natural health and courage of life. And truly, to mind upon that place doth alway to set a fresh wonder in me, that mine own did be so lovely and wholesome of spirit and wise and in knowledge and good force of her being. But so it did be with her, and she to have been surely alway that one that did be mine own. And I then to tell mine own maid concerning the lowest field, which did be the country of silence, and was the place of memory unto all the great millions, where did linger and bide the ghosts of 100 billion griefs, and the drifted thoughts of sorrowful hearts, and there to live a great hallowedness and a mystery of silence and an holiness and a greatness, as that it did be the expressing of all that doth be noble and everlasting, that ever did come out of the heart of man and all the lost dead of eternity, so that the spirit of a man did seem to go on great wings unto lovely and splendid resolvings, if that he but to walk lonely a while in that country, that surely did be never lonesome unto the spirit. And lo, the maid did be all hushed as I did speak, and did look downward unto me with her eyes very bright and lovely with the thinkings and tears that did stir within her. And sudden she to ask whether that I did make my resolve to my journey whilst that I walked in that place, and she to look very intent and beautiful upon me as she did question. And indeed I saw that she to mean a lovely praise unto me, as you to perceive, and truly I did feel a little strange, as that I did be both glad and shy in the same moment. And she then to ease me of any answer, for she gat upward upon her knees, and she put her 2 hands to the sides of my face, and bid me to look into her eyes, and to know that she loved me with her soul and with all that did make her to be. And afterward she kissed me very gentle upon the forehead, and did be then hushed a while, as that she to be in thought. Yet oft she did look downward at me, and did have a beauty of love and honour within her eyes, so that they alway to shine, as she did look at me. And presently the maid did sit again beside me, and slipped her 2 hands into the one of mine, as did be ever my desire, and she to love that she give me this delight, and likewise she to have joy to herself in this lovingness. And we then again to have talk, and I did tell mine own somewhat of the history of the olden world, and she did have dim memories, as in dreams, of the days of light, yet scarce that she could believe it of truth. But she to have knowledge of the olden love days within her spirit, and to mind that there did be alway, as did be, a lovely and golden light upon the world, but she not to know truly whether this to be but the holy glamour light that memory doth set about a past loveliness, and to have no remembering of the sun, but yet to be made ready by her memories unto believing. And I to know of certainty, but yet even I that do tell this my tale did but perceive the days of the light as in a far and vague dream, and to remember it but in the chief by the glory of lost sunsets that had cast an holiness upon my heart, and of the hush of dawns that had made ready my spirit in the gone ages to look quietly unto my death. And surely you to go with me in all this thing, and to have felt within your own spirit that uplifted wonder that doth shake the soul with the lost beginning and with the unknown end, when that you have looked through the sorrow of the sunset and stood silent before the quiet voice that doth make promise in the dawn. But in verity, we that had near lost our memory of the surety of these great wonders did have memory of love, and this to be the most beautiful unto my heart. For it but to show the more how that love doth live forever, and doth make an holiness in all places, and doth give companionship and satisfying, so that to have love is to have all, and to have escaped this wonder is to have missed to have lived. And I to find then that mine own did have no knowledge of the way that the world did be in that future age, and did lack to know that there abode mightily above us in the everlasting night the dead starkness of the world, where did be, mayhap 200 great miles above us, snow and the eternal desolation of a lost world, that did be once the lovely world of the olden days, which did be now given over unto night and silence. And mayhap there did wander upward there memory, and did go companioned by grief. But indeed I to delight to think that hope and love did build houses of joy about the dead, and there to be no true death, but only the dying of days. Yet surely this doth be sorrow enough unto the heart and the soul, if that they did be days when love did make a mystery of light about the spirit, and the beloved to have been anigh to make ever a sweet wonder unto the heart. But I to cease from these thoughts, for we to face our life brave and wise, and to take both the sorrow and the joy into our developing, and to hold up the face with courage when that grief doth come anigh, and to see that we grow not to bitterness, but unto sweet wholesomeness. And there to be joy again, and we then the better abled to have that delight into our hearts, for how shall joy ever to come truly again to that heart which bitterness hath made a place for the abode of sorrow? And truly I to cease from these thinkings also, for my story to wait upon me, and these things that I do say do be plain unto you, and to have no need to the telling. And so did I tell mine own maid of the things that I did learn from the little metal book, and she to be in a constant wonder and delight, and with an awe and newness upon her. And sudden there did some olden memory stir within her, for she asked me in one instant whether that I did remember when that the cities did move alway unto the westward. But truly I had no remembering of this thing, and did look at her awhile, with somewhat of a trouble upon me, for that there should be aught lacking in my memory of those times that we did be together upon this world, was a fear unto me, and a vague sorrow alway, if that I did but to let my thought go that way. Though, indeed, I did ever strive to wiseness, and did have knowledge that there doth be an heart-wearing and despair and needless trouble in vain regrets, but yet these to be natural unto the spirit, if that you to know love, and to be but the complement of the love-joy, and mayhap to have a use unto the sweetening of the spirit, if that they be not let to override the reason. And whilst that I did look unto mine own, that she helped me to remember, she did strive with her memory, but in the end did fail to come to aught of clearness, save that she did see, as in a far dream, yet very plain, a great metal roadway, set in 2 lines that went forever unto the setting sun. And she then sudden to say that she did see in her memory the sun, and she to have a strange and troubled amazement upon her. And there did be cities upon the great road, and the houses did be strange seeming, and did move forward eternally and at a constant speed, and behind them the night did march forever. And they to have an even pace with the sun, that they live ever in the light, and so to escape the night which pursued forever, as she did tell, and a dread and terrible chill that did live in the night. And there did be cities far forward in the morning sunshine, that did have gone before at speed, and set the husbandry of the world, and be finished and gone forever again, ere that certain of the latter cities did come to that place to the reaping, and the night to come presently to that place, but this not to be for some part of a year after that the crops were taken. But how long this might be, she not to remember. And all this the maid did say to me, as out of a strange dream, and I to have set it down, and to have made it so clear to you as she to have told it. And surely it doth be plain then that she to speak of a time when that the day did be grown to a monstrous length, because that the world did turn but slow and weary. And it to be a sureness, as you shall perceive, that but to stand still in that age of which Nani told, was to be left presently in an utter night and chill, that should last mayhap a great and weary year. And in verity it does seem that all humanity did travel forever in that strange age, when that to stay was to die unprepared in the bitter night, and to go forward was to be forever in the sun. And truly this doth be so strange seeming to me as to you. And much I questioned the maid, and did have an hurt within my heart, and a pain of jealousy and sadness to grow in me, for surely she did speak of some life that she did live, when that I did be elsewhere, either in life or unknowing. And in verity, what man then should have taught mine own to love him, and she then mayhap to have had no remembering of me? And truly I questioned very desperate, and the more so because that I was yet weak, and lacking my strength to be composed. But she neither to remember me, nor any other man of that time, and to have no memories, save these bare things that she to have spoken out so strange, and which did come sudden unto her out of all the deepness of the years, and the lost sorrows and joys and wonders of that which doth make a world of humans. And surely my questionings brought a distress upon mine own, both because that she did be troubled by the way that my love did bring me to this strange anguish, and because that she also to have pain, and a sudden fear that there did be ever a time when she not to have known me, or to have permitted the arms of another. And she did then strive that she be both wise and strong, and to give help unto me, and to take reason unto her own easing. And truly she to show how that she did be all unknowing of any love in that far backward time, but to be possible in reason that she to have gone to another in natural course, the while that her heart did yearn alway in vague trouble unto her own, that her spirit did mayhap never to have forgotten. And truly this doth be the way of life, and a bitter thing and a sorrow to joyous love to think upon. Yet I here to be set to the telling of truth, and to have heed to all that reason doth show to be. But mine own did also have us both to remember that there did be equal right to think that she had died mine own maid in that life, for that it did be not out of reason to think that she had been void-hearted unto all men, because that she had known in her spirit that she did once to meet her own, and did be thereafter untuned unto all other men that ever did live. And this all to be in a mist, and we to go vainly. And of her will she did think that no man did ever to have possessed her, save I, yet this to be mayhaps only the prompting of her love, and she then to kiss me, and to say that there did be no surety in aught, but only that we did have been together before, and have borne a love so great, that it did live through eternity, and we to be now together, and maybe all else to be but dreams. And truly I did have a fierce hope that this be so, and the maid likewise so to hope, yet to be less bitter with rebellion than I, though in pain upon the thought. For she did be so utter and dreadful glad and in happy thankfulness that we did be now come together again in the end, and did mean that she conquer all that should be like to set a greyness upon our joy, and to be steadfast unto this end. And I afterward to be likewise in wisdom, when that I was come the more to strength, and to mind that I suffer vainly for that which did have no surety, as I have shown, and moreover I did have no power upon the past, either to learn aught or to mend aught, so that I did go the way of an human, and did shake free from these broodings, and strove unto forgetfulness, which in truth doth be both a terror and a mercifulness, as doth chance. And I kissed mine own maid with somewhat more of the years within my love, and she to kiss me very sober and dear, and to desire only for my happiness, and to be utter mine own. Now we then to eat and to drink, and the maid to see me unto comfort in all things, and my bandages all right, and she then to make that she have on her footgear, and her hair to be bound. But indeed I bid her that she to dare do this thing, when that she to know how I did delight that her little feet be bare to mine eyes, and her hair most lovely upon her shoulders, and she to be very happy that I so to have an utter pleasure in her dear beauties, and did sit beside me again, and set her feet very sly where they did be anigh to my hand. For she to know that she did be mine own, and I to be her master, and she to have joy that she to have to render her beauty unto me. For she did be that true compliment unto me that the heart of a man doth ache for eternally. And so presently did end that lovely day of quiet speech and togetherness, and the maid did prepare me for my slumber, and she then to lie anigh to me, and her head to rest gentle beside me, so that her pretty face did be near unto my breast upon the right side, and she to give me at the first a loving and sober kiss that did be somewise to set a guard upon her tenderness, and afterward did sleep content and gentle, as that she did be in the same moment a child and a woman. And I also to come unto slumbering, yet did know vaguely how that mine own did rise a little upon her elbow this time and that, and look very loving into my face, that she have assurance of my comfort and well-being. And once I did waken proper and looked at her, and she then to kiss me gentle upon mine eyelids, and bid me to sleep, and so did come herself unto her sweet slumber. Now when that I did come to my proper wakening, I to hear the fizzing of the water, and to know that the maid did be risen a good while, and had made her toilets, as I perceived in a moment, when that she came unto me. For her hair did be in a lovely cloud upon her shoulders, all combed and made ready against my waking, and she to have bathed, as I supposed, in some warm pool that did be among the bushes upon the island, and she now to slip her footgear, that her feet be bare unto me, as I did love, and to stand a moment, and her eyes to twinkle gently. And I looked at her with love and honour in mine eyes, as you shall know, and she to have dancing of sweet pleasure in her heart, that I so to look upon her with holiness and with natural love, and surely the last doth be unnatural if that it do lack the first. But my love did burn upward out of my being, so that the flame of my spirit did light the fires of my heart, and my reason to add coals unto that fire that hath lived for ever, and doth be as that it shall be never quenched. And mine own in a moment did kneel beside me, and truly some ways in her deep intenseness unto me, for our love did make all the world holy, and she to be both uplifted, and as that she must give all the humbleness of her heart unto the greatness of my love. And this she to feel, and her deep and utter love to make it as that she did be all a passion of humbleness unto me, so that in her soul I did rise in that moment upon the wings of my love, and to see that I did be all the world and all the time and all the place and all that ever she did need unto her. And she put out her arms to me, and her eyes did shine with those tears that do never be shed. And lo, in a moment she did be upon my heart, and we two to be hushed together in content for our need to be in the other. And truly, where there do be two together with love, there doth be neither lack nor need, but eternal fulfilment. And in verity this to be my hope for that which doth come afterward, that all doth be leading unto so glad a joy as this, and that all pain and grief and all that doth make the shaping of life doth be but a process by which we be eternally perfected from living, unto each fulfilment that doth be but the doorway unto greater fulfilment in the Beloved. And presently mine own maid did loose herself gentle from me, and washed me and tended me, and very hushed and tender, and something downridded of her dear and lovely eyes. And we then to eat and to drink together, and joy so great and quiet did be upon us, that it did be as that we had gone into an eternity of peace and an utter content. And surely, as the thought did stir in me, it did be of beauty that we did be both of us true unto the other in that life, and I never to have kissed a maid until that I kissed mine own, and she to have been likewise, and to have fended all men from her, because that they did be strangers unto her inwardness, and so we two to be so utter together, both in that our spirits did be knit, being each the complement of the other, and because that we had no secret pains of remembered things to set any apartness between our hearts. And in verity I to think back then upon my jealousies that I have told, and to know that mine own did never to have given herself lightly to any, neither to have taken lightly, and her spirit to have been alway mine through all the everlasting, and mayhap this to be how all people shall come to be in the length of time, only that to us had come the great wonder that we did early meet. Though this also to bring that utter pain, which doth seem to slay, when that once you have known the Beloved, and to be parted. And so I to think, and did presently ponder with a great and strange pity, upon they that did not yet have met the Beloved, and they mayhap not to have kept all for the Beloved, but to have been light with that which doth be the treasure, because that love had not come to show them that they did unknowingly squander the strange and holy glory which doth be the possession of they that should come to the Beloved and say, All that is thine have I kept for thee. And the Beloved to know, and to have peace in the remembering. But what doth be the peculiar sorrow of they that have gone over lightly, when that they shall meet the Beloved? For then shall there be a constant and inward regret, as a thorn in the heart, that they not to have observed alway that holy care of all which doth pertain unto love, and they nigh to moan in the spirit, If they had but known, if they had but known. Yet in the end of their pain shall they grow unto all loveliness, if that now they have truly come upon love, and to live with love. For this to be the especial glory of love, that it doth make unto all sweetness and greatness, and doth be a fire burning all littleness, so that did all in this world to have met the Beloved, then did wantonness be dead, and there to grow gladness and charity dancing in the years. And there to be yet one thing upon which mayhap I not to have thought sufficient, for it doth be this, that they who did err, as I have shown, shall be the greater for their pain, and let this be to cheer you, if that you have done foolishly, and thought not upon that day when the Beloved shall come. For pain is but the voice of development or destruction, and truly you to suffer the first, if that love doth work in you. But truly, the more that you have lacked, the greater shall be your pain, for the more change there doth need be in you. And so would I have you now to think and to know that the Beloved shall come, and so shall you live in glad care of all your being, that you be able to come unto the Beloved in that day, and to say with beauty and human joy in your heart, even as I have said, and thus shall you miss that bitter pain. But yet truly you to be like to heed not this, until that love doth come upon you, and I therefore to cease from this vain setting of mine inward reasonings. But truly, when that day be come, as I have told, you to know how that there went alway with me in this mine own story which I tell, the simplicity of truth, and how that I did be minded only that you to know, and thereby that you have gentle wisdom that you lay not up pain for that day. Yet if you do lack to go with me, you to need that developing which shall then come upon you. And so shall you perceive how my thoughts did go to and fro, as I did eat with mine own, and so in the last I to find that I did think very serious, and I then to cast from me this pondering, and to have that utter joy which did be upon us, and to seem that it did fill all that strange country of seas. And lo, after we did be done of eating and drinking, which did be but a little time, as you shall think, the maid did ease me to an upward sitting, and had my back very nice to an olden stump which did be light, and she to push unto me. And mine own did sit then beside me, so that mine arm did come most natural about her, and she there to be nestled all gleeful and content, so that my heart did be doubly tender unto her. And I took the abundance of her hair, and set it about my neck and upon my breast, so that it did near to cover me in the upward part. And we both then to laugh as that we did be two children, because that love did make us so utter young in the heart, and our hands to be hid under the beauty of the maid's hair, and I to have her then that she explained just how great she did love me. And you that go with me do know how that this doth be a delight that is never done, neither to be set only into words. And all that day we did be wondrous happy, save once when we saw that there were humped men upon the shore about the flat-topped rock where did be the fight. But what they did there we not to be able to see, only that presently they went away, and indeed seemed to have no thought unto us, neither any knowledge, and so did be gone again into the forests, and we saw no more of them after that time, and afterward we to be lost utter in happiness. Now upon the 10th day I did be so come into health that I to walk a little way to and fore upon the island, and mine own did go with me, and so I to pace a good while, and afterward to rest again. And mine own then to bring mine armour to me, which she had scoured very nice. But truly the armour did be sore broke and bent, and did be jagged inward this place and that, with the monstrous strength of the humped men, when that they did strike me with the great sharp stones. And in verity, how I should ever come again to wear this protection, I to be in doubt. Yet truly it had been a wondrous suit of strength that had kept my life within me when that I had been so deadly beset, and I to know that it to be yet like to save both our lives, if that we could some way straighten it, and ease the broken jags from wounding me afresh. And I thought a time, and the maid with me, and afterward we gat that stump upon which I had leant, and had this to be for an anvil, and we found then smooth stones of different sizes, and these to be for hammers. And we wrought all that day with restings upon the armour, and surely we beat it into a very good shape from the inward, and the broken parts we beat smooth, so that they should not wound, and in the end to have mine armour fit to go upon me. And I by now, as you shall think, to be dressed part in my garments, but not all, for there did be yet some of the bandages upon my body, so that for the main I did wear the cloak, that the bandages be easily come at. And all that day did be utter happy, whilst that we worked, for we to be together. And on the morrow, as we do say, which was the 11th awakening upon the island, the maid and I to talk long and oft, whilst that we yet worked upon the armour, and we to ponder the best way that we continue to our journeying. For indeed I was not come to my strength, yet was I very earnest that we go forward early. But in the same time I did fear, lest that we meet with aught of danger, and I to be alack, because that I was yet weak. And presently the maid and I both to think upon the same thing, for she to cry out concerning the raft, and I to have the same word in my mouth. And in verity this to be a great thought, for then should we be able alway to be free of the humped men, and to have frequent rest when that we be weary, and to sleep with an ease in the mind. And indeed I to hope that the labour of oars should be something less than to go upon the feet. And surely we talked upon this a good while, and afterward we left the armour and went over to the raft, and so to learn whether we should have power to make it something more stable, and that we have some way that we should put a solid matter between our bodies and any monster that should chance to swim under us. And we went then together over all the little island, for I did search for some bush that should have a long tendril in plenty, and supple, and so to suit for binding. But truly there did be no such bush in all the island, and this to put me in trouble, as you shall suppose. Yet was there a sufficient plenty of small and upright trees, that did seem very good for any purpose of structure. And when we had gone all about the island, and found naught that should bind, the maid to say with a pretty jesting that we should cut her hair, and plait it to be for cords. And surely, even as the words did come from her, they to set me upon the thing that should supply our need. For I stooped sudden to the grass that did grow oft and plenty in this place and that, and was so tall as my thigh, and to my head in the middle of the dumpings where it did sprout. And lo, it was wondrous tough. And the maid to have likewise perceived the thought, almost at that moment, but I to have been the first this time, and so to tease her, for truly we had grown that we did nigh alway to discover all things in the same instant, as you may hap to have seen. But I did surely be first this time, and must kiss her, as we do kiss little ones, that they be eased in their dismays and disappointments, and she to see how I did mock her, and she to pretend to weep, and surely how could she even to pretend, when that she did not be able to keep her pretty mouth from searching with laughter unto mine, but must be kissed full and plenty in our constant joyfulness. And we cut then a good armload of the grasses, using the knife, and had those to our camp, for we did be homely now into that place, as you shall think. And the maid then to show me plaiting, and how that we could work in the grass piece by piece, so that we should plait unto any length that we to need. And all that day we worked, and did be very happy together. But when that we had come to the time of our slumber, the maid had done twice and thrice so much as I. And surely she came over to me, and kissed me very grave, that I should be not to fret, even as I did kiss her with gentle mocking concerning the thought about the grass, and so did she make level with me by this impudence and quaint sweetness. And on the next day, which did be the 12th, I took the discos, and on that day I cut down 6 of the trees, and alway the maid did bring her plaiting, that she be near me. And when I had cut the 6 trees, she had me to cease, lest that I risk to open any wound, and truly they to have healed very wonderful. And afterward we to plait all that day, and did also finish the armour, and did be content and utter happy. And on the 13th day I counted the tablets, and found that we yet to have sufficient, if that we came unto the mighty pyramid within any reasonable time. But I insist that I should eat no more now than did be my usual way, and though mine own did beg and to coax me, and even to try whether that a naughty and loving anger should do aught to shift me, I not to alter from my deciding, which was based upon my reason and upon my intention that mine own should never to go in hunger danger, whilst that there did be life in my body. And when that the maid did show this dear and pretty anger, I to take her into mine arms, and to tell her how I did reverence and love her, and that she did be all beauty unto me, and I but to love her the more, because that I did know the reason for her dear shaping of anger unto me. And she then to kiss me, and yet to beg again that I have her way in this thing, but presently I did show her that my reasoning was sound in this matter, though I said not that my strongest thought to be unto her own needs. And she to have to agree with me in her brain, even whilst that her heart did ache to feed me, and truly I to love her but the more, as you shall think. And this way shall you ever to manage a dear and sensible woman that doth both love you and hath reason in her. For the wise man and he that hath an heart unto bigness doth be never hasty to command. But indeed I speak not now of the way that you shall go with a woman that hath the love-foolishness upon her, for this to be a different matter, as you do know. And a woman then to require a double wit and tenderness in the governing, but also to need to be commanded, mayhap with sternness, yet with the more love. Now when that we wakened on our 14th day upon the island, we gat to work, so soon as we had washed and eat and drunk, and my known to see how my scars did go. And I cut 7 more trees that day, which made 13 in all, and afterward I trimmed the trees very nice. And when this was done, I cut 12 good sapling trees, and 2 more very thin, that I did mean to be for paddling the raft upon the water. And mine own maid did sit near me alway, and never to be ceased from her plaiting. And whilst that the maid did plait, and make gentle and happy talk with me, I presently to sit beside her, and had her belt-knife to my need. And therewith, when I had cut bark from a tree, I made a 4-foot-long cross-piece of wood, which I did fasten with pegs and some lashing unto the end of one of the paddle-shafts. And I took then a piece of the bark, so big mayhap as would cover my thigh, and shaped broad one end and thence to a point, and when I had made holes in the piece of bark, I lashed the broad end to the cross-piece, and the end that did be narrowed I lashed secure to the shaft, and likewise made holes down the length of the bark, and lashed it also thereby to the shaft, and this wise I had a pretty good paddle, that did be about 10 feet long in the clear shaft, and the head to be somewise 2 feet more mayhap. And when this was done, I shaped the handle so small as might come into the grasp of the maid, and did jest her very loving and gentle that she give me so great a work, because that she have her hands so little. And truly she presently to stop me of my mocking, for she put her pretty hands upon my mouth, and I then to have to mumble and to laugh, and so she to go forward again with the plaiting. And when I had made the one paddle, I made also the other, but something more rough and heavy, and suited unto my strength, and so did be very well pleased, for they did be made more of my reason than of memory, yet had I used somewhat of the kind upon the quiet lakes which did be in the country of silence. And we then to join in the plaiting, and thus with happy talk and our times of eating, until that we did be come again to our slumber. And on the 15th day, when that we had gotten up and washed and eat and drank, the maid did look unto my bandages, and did consider that I be healed very good, if but that I not to overstrain my body. And we then to dance, half in play and half in victory, but gentle. And afterward she to come with me, that she give me aid that we get the trees unto the water. And in 6 hours we rolled the trees down to the shore, and did begin then that I lashed the saplings across the trees, and this wise to hold them secure into a raft. And the midmost tree I put something more forward than the next, and so until that which did be the front was shaped somewise like to the bow of a ship. And the saplings to hold the trees this wise, when that I had set the lashings about every sapling and every tree where the saplings did go across. And all that day I worked pretty constant and steady, until that mine own had me to cease a while, lest that I bend overmuch, and so to put strain upon my scars. And I to be reasonable, but yet to go forward again with the work, only that I did rest now, this time and that, and so did all to prosper. And on the morrow, which did be the 16th day upon the island, I made an end of lashing the saplings across the raft. And I set up also 2 rests for the paddles, so that we might row if we stood upon the raft, and afterward, being ready, we gat together our gear, and set all upon the raft. And I put the pole that the maid had used also upon the raft, and loosed the straps from the first raft, and had the straps for our requirement as heretofore. And mine armour we made safe on the raft, but the discos I had to my hip as ever, and so did we be ready to leave that little island of refuge, where we had been so near to sorrow, but yet had come utterly upon joy. And surely mine own did take me by the arm, and she to stand a little, and to look with me unto that bed of soft herbage where she had laid me, when that I did be so nigh unto death, and she then to kiss me very sweet and loving and gentle, and all a tremble with the tears and love that did stir in her, and I to set mine arms about her in love, and so we to turn and to put off then in the raft. End of chapter 14, part 2. Chapter 15, Part 1 of The Nightland by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 15. Past the House of Silence. Part 1. Now it was in the 10th hour of that day that we put off in the raft, and surely we found the paddles to go very easy and with somewhat of balance in the rests which I had set up, as you do mind, and the raft to go forward with not overmuch of labour, so that we stood, the mate to the fore-paddle, and I did be to the hinder one, and we pushed very steady upon the paddles, and had the raft presently to a speed something less than we should walk over the rough way of the land. And about the 12th hour we stopped and eat and drunk, and went on again with our easy labouring, and truly, when that we gat set to the movement, we scarce to wot that we did aught more than rock something fore and back upon our feet, and so the hours to pass, and we to have a constant, gentle speech one with the other, and the maid oft to look back unto me with love, and to set her lips that she tempt me, but yet to shake her head most dear, when that I would leave my paddle, that I go forward unto her. And when that the 18th hour of that day was come, we to draw inward our paddles, and the maid set the cloak very nice to be our bed, and afterward we eat and drank, and so presently to our slumber, and did have sleep very sound and happy, all in a moment, as it to seem. And 8 good hours after we did waken both of us together, and lo, we scarce to mind where we did be for a little moment, but afterward to know and to perceive that we did be safe and not to have come unto us in our sleep. And surely we laughed each in the face of the other, for we did be so joyous to be wakened each unto the knowledge of the other. And after that we had kissed, we washed somewhat in the water of the sea, and so to our food. And when we had eat and drunk, and made again to the paddling, and went forward thus along the coast very peaceful and content all that day. Now in all, that voyaging did take 4 good days of 24 hours each, for we made no great haste or labour, but went easy, that I have time to gather my strength. And naught to happen in all that time, save that once we did see a great beast to come upward lumbersome out of the sea on to the shore, and there did eat and browse upon the herbage in that part, or so it did seem to us, though truly we did be over far off to have surety. And this beast not to put us into any horror, but only to make us glad that we be afar off from it, and by this saying I to mean that it did seem unto us a natural thing, and nowise to have an odour of aught monstrous to trouble our spirits. And this way to be all the creatures of that country, and truly I do think the early world did be somewise like to it, and this to seem to make true that olden saying that extreme things do meet, as doth be over apparent. For thus doth be somewise to our knowings, as you shall perceive by your reasonings upon olden days, and by the showings of this mine own story, for that deep world to have put forth natural creatures that did be even as might be those that did live in the beginning, though I to make no point of this, but only that it doth occur to my thought, and all to seem that it did be bred of circumstance and condition. Yet this to have no saying whether that there to be a spiritual force something deeper than the circumstance, for this to be outside of any surety, but not offensive unto my reason. But this thinking also neither to offend me, that although much, and mayhap all, doth be modified and shapen diverse ways by the circumstance and the condition, yet doth there be an inward force that doth be peculiar each unto each, though mayhap to be mixed and made monstrous or diverse by foul or foolish breeding, as you to have knowledge of in the bodies of those dread monsters that did be both man and beast. Yet also I hear to say that may be all diverse breeding not to be monstrous, but this to be beside my point. For I to be now set to tell, as I have told, that it not to offend me to suppose that there to be this inward force peculiar to each shaping of all bodies that do hold that wondrous quality of life. And if that you ask me that I give example to make clear my thought, I to say that it doth be reasonable to suppose that the force or spirit of the human doth be peculiar to the human, whether that it to be a cause of life, or the result of that which hath been evolved out of a condition. And whether to be the one way or the other, you to know that where this force or spirit be found untainted, there is man. And I to be not opposed to think that man doth be constant alway in matters of fundament, and neither to have been ever truly different, though something modified in the body, and surely, in the first, all undeveloped in the lovely things of the spirit, because that there to be no call to these. Yet presently they likewise to come and to act upon the flesh with refinings, and likewise, mayhap, there to be some act of the flesh upon the spirit. And so to the state of this age of this our day, and to that far age of which I do tell. But development never to make the human other than the human, for the development to have limits peculiar to the human. And surely it doth appeal to me that the development of man doth lie between 2 points, that be not wondrous wide apart, and man to have power that he arrive very speedy from one unto the other, and likewise that he go back so quick, or even the more hasty. Yet even did it be ever proved that man wants to be a fish, I to have no cause to abate the first part of mine argument, but to have the more need of the thought that I gain power to accept the fact, for I still then to have no occasion that I think man to have been truly a fish, or aught truly different from a man, but only that he did be once modified physically to his need, and to be still possessed of the man-spirit, though all lacked of development. Yet truly I to be less offend in my reason, if that it be shown that man did be ever somewise in his present shape, though mayhap so brutish as the humped men. But yet I do be ready to consider all matters, and do build no walls about my reason. Yet neither I to have an over-ready acceptance of aught, but to need that my reason shall approve. And you to perceive surely that I here not to speak of that which may be afterward, when that all this our life be done. For who shall say how much or how little we then to go forward unto loveliness? And I at this point to tell you that I do have a wondrous hope of beauteous things, and of sweet and mighty uplifting and furtherance unto that glad world which we have beheld the shores of, when that we had stood in holiness with the beloved. And in verity I now once more to my story, and to be glad that I am done at this small setting forth of a matter which did need words, because that it did have root in this mine own story, and to be grown of it and from it. Now there did be one other thing of note, beside the sea-beast, whilst that we did be upon the seas, and this did be the strangeness of a great fire-hill which did stand in the sea, and we to pass very nigh unto it. And surely the sea did boil about it, yet not in all places, and there did be a score great jets that did go upward a monstrous way, and did roar very plain to us across the sea between. And there did come strange gruntings from the sea about the base of the fire-hill, and these I to conceive to be made by the upbursting of gases in this place and that. And surely it all to make us to know of the great energy that did be wakeful in that deep country, and we yet to stare backward upon that hill of fire and force, for a great while after that we had come past. Now beyond this there to be naught, except that we had a certain care as we did come to that place where the great sea did be broke to smaller seas, but all to be knit with passages of water which led us through upon our way. And surely I did show mine own maid those 2 places where I did sleep when first I was come into that country, and she to be sweet in interest, and alway to have somewhat that she would learn of this and that. And so, when that we did be 4 good days upon the water, as I have told, we to come to the land upon a flat place of the shore, where the country did slope upward unto the mouth of the first gorge, of which you do mind. And this to be in the 10th hour of that day, and we likewise to have begun that voyage in the 10th hour, as you do remember, and surely it to have been a sweet and peaceful water journey, and I to have been happy, if that all that did be yet before us to hold so much of pleasantness and safe goings. But indeed there to be much danger yet to come, as you do know, and we to have our hearts set in courage, and to go forward to conquer. For surely, if that we to conquer, and to come safe into our mighty home, there to be then that we have all our lives together in loveliness, and this to be truly a worthy prize and a glory of the heart, to end and to repay our stress. And surely the maid and I did presently strand the raft so well as we might, and did then to wonder whether any should evermore to behold it through all eternity. And we looked a little each at the other, and the maid then to cut free a small piece of the wood of the raft to be for an after remembrance. And so we to have our gear upon the shore, and the maid then to give me aid that I get once more into mine armour, and so I presently to have the scrip and the pouch again to my back, and the discos in my hand, and in all readiness, and the maid with her bundle, that was now grown small, and her belt about her body, that she have her knife into her hand. And surely the maid then to kneel and to kiss the raft, for memories did gather upon her, and she there to have one more breaking from all that did be the first part of her life, and you to give your understanding, and so to have a quiet sympathy, and to perceive that her heart did be like that it should stir with a strange trouble of sorrowing in that moment. And surely I stooped then, very gentle and loving, and had mine own to her feet. And I led her from the raft, and she to need that she be near me, and so we to go forward, and to make upward unto the dark mouth of the great gorge. And there to be some miles unto our right that grim and utter huge mountain, whereon afar upward in the monstrousness of the night did be perched those 4 fire-hills of which I have told. And below them there to go upward the great hills of ash, that had been cast down throughout eternity. And this thing had the maid looked upon for a great time, and did be never done of her wonder, neither I nor any human that ever should have sight of so great a wonder. And so we to have come presently upward into the high mouth of the gorge, and did go onward then into the gloom a little space, until that we were come to the place where the gorge did bend sharp unto the left into darkness. And lo, we made pause here, and turned again unto the country of seas, that we have a last outward look over all that deep and living land, that did be hid so far downward in the everlasting night of the world. And in verity it did be a solemn thing to know that we, mayhap, to be the last of the olden humans that should ever to look upon that country, and I to wonder in that moment whether that the humped men should ever to develop in some far eternity unto the full sweetness of the spirit of humanity which I did think to be inward of them. And this to be both an odd and a natural thought to have then, as I do see. But at that time I only to think it, and not to wot or to trouble whether that it did be odd or otherwise. And I to think that country did be somewise as the olden time renewed, but truly we to look upon early things with new eyes. And we yet to look awhile, and to be hushed, and to hark in those last moments unto the far mutter of the great fire-mountains and the fire-hills, and the noise of life which did go over that land. And we even then to be but a few short pacings off from the silence of the great gorge, which should lead us presently toward the eternal strangeness which did be in the nightland. And the maid did hold mine arm very close as we looked our last into the red light of that deep and hid country of the world, where, in verity, we had come so utter nigh to our death. And presently I turned, and the maid slipped her hand into mine, and the tears did go silent down her face, because of all that did be pressed upon her heart. But yet not to be all of sorrow, for there to be both sorrow and happiness, and also there did be somewhat of vague emotion that she never more to look upon that dear island where she had nursed her man again unto life and well-being, and she to be in mind of all those places where she to know that in after-life her memory to wander, and she to have oft told tales mayhap unto her children, of that country that they never to see, but only to be for a wonder to them forever. And we passed then round the mighty corner-place of the gorge, and went forward, somewhat stumbling, into the gloom. Now we went 16 hours very steady, and with naught save the great darkness to trouble us. And we by this to have been 26 hours since last that we had sleep, and surely this did be a foolishness, because that I to need that I come to my full strength ere we reach the night-land, and it to be a folly that I should overtire myself, and the maid to have said so much. And indeed then we came to a safe place for our slumber, and whilst that we eat and drunk, we made count for my notings of the outward way, and so did decide that we go no more than 16 hours' journey each day through the gorge, and to sleep alway for 8 good hours. And this we to do both then and until that we did become out of the great gorge, which did take us in all so much as 5 days this wise. And surely, when that we were come into the light places of the gorge, we to be more cheered, as you shall suppose, yet oft did we be half smothered with the horrid gases that came upward in this part and that, as you do mind. And my strength did grow constant as we journeyed, yet would the maid never suffer that I carry her, but went alway very light and clever, and was grown, in truth, set unto this constant wander. And at this place and that, I to make pause that I show mine own those places where I did slumber, and she alway to need that she come unto the very part, and that she stand for a little moment where I did lie so lonesome, as I went outward unto that despairful searching. And alway she then to be utter tender with me, and to be something lacking of speech, because of the calling of her heart. And surely mine own did be alway now to ask me when that we should be come unto the night-land, and to require how far it should be, and to be taken with a growing of excitement, very dear and natural, and in verity I to be almost so much so as she, and to wonder what she to think of the mighty redoubt, and of all that strange and monstrous land. And above all these, I to be shaken unto my very heart, that I have the maid speedy unto safety, lest, after all, even though we to have come so far, there somewhat to happen of woe. And all this did make it a hard thing that we not to begin to race, and to exceed the hours that we did set. But truly we had wisdom in this matter, and slumbered alway after the 16th hour. And we never do see aught of life in all that great and desolate gorge, for there did be only the gas-burnings, and the boulders, and the stark rocks, and oft the rank smellings of the gases. And alway an utter and everlasting quiet, save when some lonesome gas-fire did oddly to moan or to whistle, and the whistling to sound very dree across the great waste of the gorge, and likewise the moaning to be but a thing to make the loneliness to be felt in the heart, and the maid to feel thus with me. And alway, as I did know, she to think in her heart that I did come through that place alone to make a searching for her into the unknown lands of the world, and surely I did be but a natural man if that I was something happy in my heart, that mine own so to ponder and to remember, for thereby did her love seem ever to grow. And likewise a man doth be glad in his spirit and natural pride, that is made to know that he hath done wholesomely of his best for her need. And you but to think upon the love days, and to hear the echoes of those dear proud thoughts that did so to swell in you, and doth not all to go so strangely with familiar pain in the old way. Now it was upon the 5th day, in about the 7th hour, that I heard oddwhiles a sound in this place and that of the gorge, as that the rocks made hushed and strange sounds at us. And I to have the maid instant very nigh to me, and the discos to my hand, and we then to go onward with a great caution. And thrice we did pass places where gas-fires did burn and dance, and made oft a low moaning, and somewhiles a little whistling, and the other sounds yet to come oddly from the rocks, in this place and that, very strange and unthought of, yet to be something familiar. And sudden it did come to me that there to be a far-away noise in these sounds, though they to seem to come from this place and that, almost to mine elbow, as you should say. And lo, I knew then that I harked unto little echoings, that did be caught by the near rocks, and to come from some far and mighty sound. And this should be surely the monstrous piping of the great gas fountain that you do well mind. And in verity I told mine own in a moment, and she to be all eager with me, because that this to be both a wondrous thing, and to be also a landmark, to show that we did be nigh to come out of the gorge, and our journey to come the more near unto an ending. And surely we looked ahead very earnest, there to be so many strange and leaping fires to our front, that we not to be very sure which did be the far and monstrous dance of the great gas fountain. For truly it to be yet so distant, that the near gas fires did make more upon the eye up all of a weary length of the gorge, than did the great dance of the far-off fire that was now so small by the distance. And presently, when that we were gone onward something more, we do see that there went a lightening and a darkening afar along the gorge, so that the background of the night was made to lose somewhat of the intensity of its darkness, as with a constant shudders of light, and this to be surely the far-away dance of the flame of the great gas fountain. And we then to watch alway as we journeyed, and to see how that the vague shudderings of light did grow in the distance of the night, and did merge and become known presently in a strange uplifting and falling of a far-away blue flame. And the sound now to come more steady, and to grow in a long while into a monstrous piping, very great and wonderful, and having a constant change in the note. And we to come past the last of the lesser fires, and to be in that part of the gorge which did be fireless, save for the great upward dance of the gas fountain, which did now to be grown huge and plain seen, and did make a quaking light over all the gorge. And so in the end we to come very nigh to the dance of the monstrous flame, and did be half stunned by the noise, which did be now an utter and furious roaring, as you shall remember. And the maid and I did stand as but two lonesome strangers in the mouth part of that deep and desolate gorge, and did stare voiceless unto the great flaw. And mine arm did be about the maid, and she to stand very nigh to me, and neither to speak, and surely how should we anywise, for the noise did be so huge. And after that we had stared a great while, we turned that we look each at the other, and we kissed very sober, there in the light from the monster flame. And afterward we did stare again at the flame, and soon turned and looked always, and did marvel to see the great throw of the light go blue and spreading and strange unto great distances. And a while we did be watching the way that the far-off side of the gorge did come plain to sight, when that the flame did leap. And truly that did seem a far and lonesome place, as that a lost and forgot world of desolate mountains did be there. And lo, we now to look that we should see somewhat of the way that our journey to go, and surely naught to be clear shown, save when the flame did rise oddwhiles to a monstrous height, and this to be because of the huge rocks that did stand about the flame. Yet something I was able to show the maid of the bottom part of the mighty and utter monster slope that did be the last way of our journey, ere we were come to the nightland. And we then to go onward for about a good mile, that we be not so deafened by the noise of the gas fountain. And it did be now beyond the 17th hour, so that we eat and drunk, and made our rest in a secure place among the great boulders. And lo, when that we waked, we eat and drunk again, and did be something silent, as we to gaze at the flame dancing monstrous, and lonesome, and all set about with the stark and mighty rocks, which did be like unto giants of silence that did watch forever. And presently we had our gear upon us, and we went forward toward the utter dark of the mighty slope, and we began that huge climb that should last through days in an eternity of night. and oft in the first hours did we turn about from our blind stumblings, and gaze downward out of the long height unto the loom of the flame, that did shudder far below in the night, and made a quaking light in that far darkness. And so did we leave it to dance forever through eternity in that deep and lost place of the world, and we bent all our will and our strength unto the climb. And this way went we stumbling for 16 great hours, and by that time had come to a pace proper for that task, and to be something numbed and seeming grown unreal, because of the affecting of the darkness. And lo, for 8 days then did we go upward forever through that most dreadful night. And after the first day we crept alway upon our hands and our knees, and I to go in the front, and had the discos ready upon my hip. And I took 2 of the straps from the pouch and the scrip, and so had a certain length. And I set them from the waist belt of the maid unto mine own belt, and so did know ever that she came close after me. And we made journeys 16 hours long, and did eat and drink at the 6th and the 12th hours, and likewise we eat and drank ere we slept, and again upon our wakings. And our slumber time to go alway somewheres about 8 good hours. For thus did I be heedful that we have all our strength for that dreadness of the journey, which did be yet before us across the fear and horrid terror of the nightland. And oft, at this time and that, I was utter sickened and awearied of reaching forward and upward forever, and making blind fumblings that I find a way about great boulders and the rocks and holes that did be in our path in the dark. For it to seem that we went lost from all life and knowing, in a blackness that should be never slackened from about us. And I these times to make a pause, and to call softly unto mine own that she creep up nigh unto me, and I then to take her into mine arms out of the utter blackness of that night, and so to give and to have comfort. And surely mine own did whisper once unto me that she did be stunned with love and wonder in the heart, for she to never cease to know that I did adventure through this great night that I find her, and this thing did make me very warm in my heart, as you shall think, but yet I to stop her speech with a gentle kiss, and she then to know that she be dumb concerning her thought in this matter, yet she never to cease from remembering it, and did be the more stirred with the trouble of her lovely secret worship. For in verity she to have me to be for her hero, and this to make me in the same moment both something shamed and greatly proud. And so we to be together, and after such pause to go forward again with a new courage. And surely it did be a great comfort to me to think that, because we to go upward and not downward, we be not like to fall over any hid cliff in the night, for I to have now some little knowing of the slope from mine outward journey. Yet to remember upon that monstrous pit that I then to escape, and so to go with care. And indeed upon the 2nd day I had mine own to creep more nigh with me, and I then to have but one strap between us, and the other I set a stone into, and did cast the stone alway before us, as upon the outward way. And you to mind you of this, if you but to think a little minute. And oft in those weary days in the darkness did I make gentle whisperings through the blackness unto mine own, that I give cheer unto her, and she alway to answer, very sweet and loving, yet ever hushed, as I did be. And in verity it did be as that we could not set our voices loud upon that mighty slope, lest some enchantment come upon us, as it might be said. And indeed each time that I cast the stone, the noise of the stone to make a little trouble and dismalness in mine ears, for all did be so quiet and desolate and lost in night, that it to make us to need to be likewise so quiet, and to desire that we might go upward so silent as shadows. Now surely I must tell here how that the maid to have alway at waking that same awareness that I did have upon the outward way, that somewhat did be nigh to us, and to seem to have been concerned with our waking, and I likewise to have also the same knowledge as before. And oft as we did go, I to feel that somewhat did go near to us, and this to put something of a fear upon me, because that I was ever anxious for mine own, and I to have her to be alway the more nigh to me, and did set the trap from her to me even when that she slept, so that she not to be touched, and I to lack to know. Yet she to have no fear concerning this thing, but to feel in her spirit that it did be a force that had no evil intent unto us, but more neither she nor I to know, and I in truth to come in the end used to it, save that I did be, as I have told, anxious in all that did concern the life and well-being of my beloved. And so did we go onward through those 8 days. And it soon to be grown cold, so that we both to need the cloak over us in our slumbers, but in the journey hours to need naught, for the upward going did surely heat us very well. And there also to become presently a change and a seeming of thinness into the air, and the maid to remark upon this, and likewise that the water-powder now to be that it not to fizz so plentiful. And we went upward as it did seem forever, and journeyed very hushed and steadfast, and likewise did halt at set times that we eat and drink, and did always sit then very close and quiet and in love. And so alway to go never beyond 16 hours' journey each day, and very weariful even so much, for it to be a sore and constant labour of climbing. And I to learn the hour alway, by a little shining of the discos upon my time-dial, which I have told did be somewise as the watch of this our present age. Yet truly I also to learn that I made somewhat of a constant number of forward throws of the stone in an hour, and the maid to be the first to discover this, as she did creep behind me and hark steadfast and quiet unto the clatter of the stone each time that I cast it. And she sometimes to call low to me that it now to be this time or that time, and I to look at my dial, as I have told, and oft to find that she did be curiously right. Yet otherwhiles we to have no thought to count, but made a constant hushed talk one to the other, and did grow odd times, that it did seem to us that we did be 2 spirits there in an everlasting darkness, that had quiet speech one to the other, and to be seeming gone from our bodies. And we then to need that we look each at the other, that we know truly that we yet to live and to be indeed with the beloved. And I then alway to make the disco spin a little, yet something more than when I should see the hour. And in verity our faces then to show pale and strange seeming in that luminous glowing of the great weapon in the darkness, and we to look very eager and an-hungered of love each at the other. And so to need that we be held loving by the beloved, and so to have comfort and assuredness, and afterward to have peace to go onward again. And it did be one such time as these that my known to give me a love name she had called me in those olden days of this age, and which surely I had not heard since Mirdath died. And in verity you to have dear understanding with me, how that I then to be all troubled with vague troubles and ghostly love-aches in the heart. And likewise I did be all set about in a moment by the olden enchantment and speechless glamour that did be so long hid and lost in the spaces of memory, where surely the spirit doth wander such odd whiles, hushed unto a dumb tearlessness, and to know in the same moment both agony and the voiceless glory and lost delight of the hath-been. So that it doth be as that you wandered in the spirit between the sorrowful pain of the sunset and the promise of the dawn, which doth be builded upon the need and hope of the soul, and doth also to have an essence of pain within it, because that these do be knit with longing which doth be the essential pang of memory. And so, mayhap, you to have gone with me, for you to have also strange thoughts that do come out of the years, and do hurt the heart, even whilst that the heart doth hunger of that which doth so pain. Yet truly my known did be now with me, as you do know, so that I had joy all about my heart. Yet did all the years of my lost delights and of my pain be in the spaces of my memory, and my known now to have stirred all, so that no words that did be ever shaped of man should help me to have ease in speech. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of The Nightland by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. 15. Past the House of Silence, Part 2. And mine own maid to know how it be with me, and she to have said nothing, scarce wotting even as her spirit did set it through her lips, and she before then to have forgotten so utter as I, and now she to be stirred likewise with me, so that, in verity, we to hold hands in the great darkness upon the slope, and to wait till the pain and strange trouble did go somewhat from our hearts, and we to have power again to know truly that we did be again together in sweet verity after a mighty eternity. And thus did we go, and even in that strange night to have an everlasting coming together, so that surely our two spirits to be nigh made one somewise, and this to be that sweet and holy thing which I do name love, and it to be my glory and astonishment that love hath come unto me. And with you that have love, I am as a brother in holy delight, but with all that have not known love, or to have missed love, I am a mourner, and my heart to pray that they to know this wonder ere they die, for else shall they die so green and bitter as they be born, and to have grown nowise unto ripeness, which doth be charity, the end of life and the crown of humanity. And surely I to go forward again now with my telling. And you to know that on the 8th day upon the slope, about the end of the 9th hour, there to be an upward seeming of light, afar before us in the darkness, and did show as a dull and vague sheen above us in the night. And truly I to know that we did become at last anear unto the Nightland. And we went upward then very eager through the dark, and the dim shine did grow ever, so that we soon do see it very plain, as a looming of light afar upward. And we ever did climb and to go onward, and lo, in the 14th hour of that day, we came up slowly out of the night upon the slope, and stood at the ending of that strange road where the silent ones walk. And surely it did be as that I was come home, and to have set my feet again upon familiar lands. And this to bring to you how far off I did seem to have gone, and now to be come again to a known place. And we went upward upon the road, until that we did truly have topped the slope, and at last to look out over all the wonder and mystery of that land. And I never to be rid of the utter gladness of knowing that I was come there again after so strange a journey, and that mine own had I brought with me out of all the unknown world. Yet truly I also never to have forgetting that this familiar land of strangeness did be the last test and the greatest dreadfulness of our journey, and anxiousness did hang upon me. For I now to have to take the preciousness of mine own among and beyond all that danger of horrid forces, and of monstrous things and beast-men and the like. And truly I did be like to trouble. And in verity I did stare with a fierce eagerness unto the far-off place in the middle part of the Nightland where did be the mighty pyramid. And surely it there to shine in the midst of the land, and did be mine home, where never had I dared hope I should return. And I set mine arm very swift and eager about the maid, and pointed, so that she see quickly the wonder and safe mightiness of that which did be our refuge for all our life to come, if but that we to win unto it. And the maid to look with a great and earnest soberness, and a lovely gladness and utter soul and heart interest, unto that place that bare me, and where I to have come from, and now to take her. And long she looked, and sudden came round unto me, and set her arms quick about my neck, and burst unto a strange and happy weeping. And I to hold her gentle to me, and let her cry very natural, until that she was something unpent. And lo, when that she was eased, she to stand close beside me, and to look again unto the mighty pyramid, and afterward, as she to steady, she to ask 100 questions, so utter eager, and so to thrill with joy and excitement, as that she did be a glad child. And 100 questions I answered, and showed her new things and wonders uncounted. And of all strangeness that she then to see, there did none so to shake her in the spirit with terror as did that dreadful and horrid house, which did be the house of silence. And it was as that her very being did know and be repulsed of some horror that did concern and be in that house, so that she to want to hide in the bushes that did be anigh to the road. And truly I to think this wise, and to remember and to beware suddenly that we did be indeed come now into the power of monstrosity, which did be utter and for ever abroad in that land. And surely we went then in among the bushes that did grow clumped upon the side of the road, as you to remember, and afterward I calmed this new fear that had come so quick upon mine own, and she then to peer forth with me from the bushes, and to have renewed sight over the land. And the house of silence to stand upon that low hill of which you do know, and did not be a very great way off, somewise toward the right. Yet, as you shall have remembering, it did take me some long and bitter hours upon mine outward way, ere I did be come from under the shadow of it, as we do say, unto the top part of the mighty slope. And this to have been in the main because of the utter care that I did need to bring me safe past the house, for I to have gone long and weary upon my hands and knees among the bushes, as you remember, and oft to pause, and to be so still as death, lest that the power of the house to have become aware of my passing. And truly we to need again so utter a care, when that we make to go past unto our mighty home, and this to be heavy upon my heart, and I to be in that same moment anxious that we have haste to the trial, and yet very willing, if it might be, that we not make it for ever. And indeed, after that we had peered a good while from the bushes, I to consider that we do well to eat now, and afterward to have a safe place for our slumber, so that we go fresh to the horrid dangers and dreadfulness that did be before us upon our way. And we then to look about, and soon to find a great boulder that did be set with bushes. And we made our place for sleep against the boulder, and the bushes went all around, so that we did be complete hid. And in verity we to be very cold, as we had been those 2 past days, whiles that we made toward the top of the mighty slope. And now we to have the full chill of the night land, and did be very glad to have the cloak, so that we eat and drank whilst that we sat together, and the cloak round us. And afterward the maid set the cloak about us for our sleep, and we then to kiss very sober, and I with anxiousness in the heart, but she with less, because she to have rest in me. And so we lay down to our sleep, and the discourse ready in my hand, and my spirit wakeful against any terror that should come anigh to us in our slumber, and the maid I warned to be likewise wary. And surely we slept and waked, and there had gone 8 good hours, and naught was come anigh to us to harm us. And we eat and drank, and did hark oft, and looked out from among the bushes, but there did be naught abroad to set dread upon our spirits, and so we did be more content and well rest and are ready for the further journeying. Now I had the maid to wear the cloak, because of the chill of the land, but she in the first to refuse, save I also to have it in my turn. But truly I did feel that it should smother me, and that I need all my freedom of my body, lest there come any thing sudden upon us. And all this I showed mine own, and also that we should have weary work, and to creep much, so that I should be warm by my labour of going, and she likewise mayhap. And she then to consent, because she saw that I did be earnest and to burn with anxiousness, yet had me to promise that I take the cloak if that the chill of the land gat me anywise bitter. Now we made a pause, when that we have our gear upon us, and we looked well out over the land, and surely alway our eyes did gaze in the ending upon that far wonder of light and safeness, which did be the mighty pyramid. And I to be never ceased from telling mine own this thing and that thing concerning the great refuge, and she to be constant stunned unto silence and delight of wonder, and anon shaken unto a multitude of questionings, so that truly we did be as that we never to have done making known one unto the other. Now, as you have knowledge, the house of silence stood upon a low hill, and the road did bend about the bottom of the hill, and this way did I come, when that I was on mine outward way. Yet now there to be a new plan of journeying come into my mind. For, as you do remember, I did take somewise of 11 great days from the pyramid unto the top part of the mighty slope, because that I had gone diversely and round about to the northwest of the plain of blue fire. And surely, as now I looked, it did seem that we should try a short passage, and thereby become free out of all danger in but a space of 4 or 5 days, if only we to succeed. And I stood a good while very hushed and anxious, and did consider this new way, and did presently point it out to the maid, how that we saw the mighty redoubt straight to the back of the low hill where stood the house of silence, and mayhap we might chance to find a safe going that way, and that I did ponder that wise. For indeed, as you do know, we must go nigh past the house, even did we return by the long journeying, and this too be because that the bushes did make a cover only near to the road, and all to be a country of bare rock beyond the bushes on that side of the road which did be to the north and west. Now presently I had formed my intention regarding our way, and told all to mine own, and how that we do have alway an utter caution. And the danger I made so plain to her as I did know it, and she then to beware in her heart the need there to be of care and wiseness for ever as we did go. And we then to make forward into the nightland, and to be gone from the top part of that great deep in which there to be hid strange lands, as you do know. And surely it to be like that none should ever to go that way again for an eternity, or maybe for ever. And so went we forward with a new caution. And we came out from among the bushes upon the northwest of the road, and crossed unto the eastward side. And here the bushes to grow very plentiful, so that I led on with a cheerfulness of hope within my heart. And alway I went so far to the southeast as the bushes would give us their cover, and this way I made that we should scarce to pass within a great mile of the dread and horrid house, though in verity this to be most dreadful close. And we walked then for 6 hours, and went sometimes creeping, and oft stooped, and ever with a great caution. And in the 6th hour we made a rest, and eat and drank, and afterward went forward again. And in the 10th hour were we come something nigh unto the house, for truly we to be off from the road where the silent ones walk, and so to go more straightly, and alway to save distance. And we kept so far outward from the house as we might, but could pass it not more than a great mile off, because that the bushes did have their margin near upon our left as we went, and there to be bareness of rock beyond, and fire-holes in this part and that amid the starkness of the rocky spaces, that should be like to show us very plain if that we came outward from the bushes. And moreover there went upward into the everlasting night one of those towers of silence, which did be in this part and that part of the land, and were thought to hold strange watchers. And the tower stood great and monstrous afar off in the midst of the naked rocks, showing very grey and dim, save when the flare of some great fire did beat upward in the land, and set huge and monstrous lights upon it. And we do have need alway now to remember this tower, and to keep the more so to the sheltered hiding of the bushes. Yet, in verity, we do have little thought of aught, save of the grim and threatening terror and monstrousness which did stand forever upon that low hill, and did be the house of silence. And in the 11th hour we did go creeping from bush unto bush, and did be as shadows that went in the mixed greyness and odd shinings of that land. And the grim and dreadful house did be now unto our right, and did loom huge and utter silent above us in the night. And the lights of the house did shine steadfast and deathless with a noiseless shining, as that they shone out of the quiet of some drear and unnatural eternity. And there did a seeming of unholiness to brood in the air, and a sense of all and deathly knowledge, so that surely our hiding did seem but a futile thing unto our spirits, for it was to us as that we did be watched quiet and alway by a power, as we slipped gentle from bush unto bush. And when the 12th hour did be nigh, we to begin to draw clear of the house, and surely there to come somewhat of ease into my brain and heart, for it did be as that we should come clear of all harm. And I turned to the maid, that I whispered gentle and loving encouragement unto her. And lo, in that moment mine own gave out a sudden low sobbing, and was gone still upon the earth. And truly my heart did seem to die in me, for I knew that there did be directed a force out of the house of silence, which did be aimed unto the spirit of mine own maid. And I caught the maid instant into mine arms, and I set my body between her body and the dreadness of the house. And surely my spirit to perceive that there beat out at her a dreadful force, which did have in it an utter silence and a bleakness of desolation. And lo, I saw in a moment that the force had no power to slay me, but did surely make to slay the maid. And I set my spirit and my will about her for a shield, if this might be, and I had her to mine arms as that she did be mine own babe. And I stood upright, for there did be no more use to hide, and I knew that I must walk forever until that I have mine own maid to the shelter of the mighty refuge, or to walk until I die, for only with speed might I save her from the dread and horrid malice of that force. And I set free the discos from my hip, and had it in mine arms beside the maid, and I strode forward out of the bushes, and put forth my strength that I journey with an utter speed. And ever my spirit did know of that monstrous force which did be direct upon us, to the destruction of mine own maid. And odd whiles, as I walked, I called mine own by her olden love name, and by the new name of Nani, but never did she move or seem even that she lived. And surely my heart sickened within me with a mighty despair, so that a constant madness did begin to thrill in me, and to make me something monstrous in strength, with my fierce agony and intentness to save. And one hope only had I, that I bring her yet living into the shelter of the mighty refuge, and so swift to the care of the doctors. And lo, I did strive to be wise in my despair, for I made a quick halting soon, and warmed a broth of the tablets and water upon a hot rock, and strove that I set some of the broth between the closed lips of mine own maid. Yet did it be useless, as I to have known before in my heart. And alway I kept my body and my will and my spirit and my love between the maid and the dreadfulness of that house. And I made some of the water, and dashed it upon the face of mine own, and I chafed her hands, but truly it to have no use, neither did I truly to think it should be like to. And I wiped her face then, and harked to her dear heart, and surely it did beat, very slow and hushed, and afterward I wrapped her in the cloak. And I forced myself then that I eat some of the tablets, and I drink a great lot of the water, for a fever did seem to burn in me, and moreover I to mean that I lacked not for strength to my task. And I set my gear upon me very speedy, and I lifted mine own beloved, that did be now so hushed, that once had been so merry and dearly naughty. And surely I nigh choked as the thought upraised me, but I set it back, and did but go the more furious. And surely no man did ever go so fast and constant upon his feet through an eternity, for I was come again to my strength, and there did be a madness of intention and despair upon me, and I went on forever. And at each 6th hour, when I stopped very brief to eat and to drink, I made to bring mine own to her senses, yet she never to come, and alway her heart to grow the more feeble, so that in the end I did utter fear to hark, and did but set food and drink unto me, and onward again with an utter fierceness. And why there came not any sweet power of goodness to help me in my strait, I never to know, but did call desperate upon all good things to aid me, as I went to save mine own. but there naught to come, so that I had grown into cursings, but that I did not to lose my wisdom to any useless foolishness. And alway as I went, I to see the land blindly, and oft vague and grey, as that I did look at naught real, and again with strange flashings of light and the glare of fires, and anon to see the land as it did be, and all odd whiles to have now to me the feel of a dread and monstrous dreaming. And surely I sped forever through the dreadful hours, and went neither to the right nor to the left. Neither did I strive to hide in the bushes, nor to evade aught, for I knew that the maid died slowly in mine arms, and there to be no more gain in life, save by speed, that I have her swift to the mighty pyramid to the care of the doctors. And a great and despairing madness grew ever within me. And thrice I do have a vague memory that there came creatures at me from the dark of the land, but surely I slew them with the discos, and have no remembering thereof, only that mine anger did boil in me, and I to know once that the discos did run blood in my hand. And lo, there to come sudden unto my spirit the knowledge that the ether of the world did be stirred, and indeed I did be surely sighted by the great millions of the mighty pyramid. And they to have seen me come forward into the sight of the spyglasses, and that I did bring a maid in mine arms out of all the night of the world. And truly, as I did after learn, the dear Master Monstruaken had discovered me great hours before, for there had been a steadfast watch kept in the tower of observation for my returning, if that ever I should return. And the might of the great spyglass had shown me plain a good while gone, and that I did carry somewhat, that was surely the maid that I did go to find. Yet had the master given an order that no word be said abroad to the peoples of this discovering, lest that the emotions of the millions to tell overmuch unto the evil powers of the land. But now had the millions also come unto knowledge, for many had ceased not to watch through their spyglasses, and the news to travel very speedy through the cities, and surely now there did be a constant spiritual noise in the night, to be heard only of the spirit, yet to suffice to wake and to warn all that land. And truly, as I after to learn, the Master Monstruaken did know by the instruments that there came a force out of the House of Silence, and this to trouble him greatly, so that he set the word through the pyramid by the hour slips that all the peoples strive to contain their emotion, lest they bring an harm and a destruction upon me, by warning the land with the greatness of their feelings. Yet in verity this did be useless, for the peoples did be very human, and could nowise check their gladness and great wonder and excitement, for it was to them so great a wonder almost as we should suffer if that a man in this age should go beyond death in search of his beloved, and afterward to come backward unto the living. And surely in such a case how mighty should be our amazement, and this to be somewise how they did be, yet with it also a sweet and natural gladness and strong welcoming, which doth be the true beat of the human heart unto the wanderer. And presently, and through all the time that I came forward across the land, there did be mayhaps 100,000,000 that did never cease to watch me from the embrasures, from the view-tables, and from all the vantages. Yet for a long while only they which possessed strong spying-glasses did be able to see me truly, for I was a great way off. And millions did but stare vainly unto that part where I was said to be, and the hour slips to come out 4 times in the hour, and to tell aught that did be known. And so shall you perceive that humanity did have but grown the more human. And in verity I went forward with all my strength, and did drive heedless through the miles and the night, and scarce conscious of aught, because of the aching madness of despair that did grow ever within me. For I knew that mine own maid died alway in mine arms, as I did carry her. And later, a monstrous space of hours it to seem, I knew that I was come to that part of the road where it did bend somewhat unto the vale of red fire, and this did be something anigh to that wilderness where the youth did fight with the giant men. and I came over to the road and urged my body utter furious across the land. And surely, in that moment when I crossed the road, great numbers of the millions did see me that had not seen before. And there went a shaking in the ether of the world, because of the sudden emotion of so mighty a multitude. And lo, it did be as that in that moment the land was at last waked. For there came from far away unto the eastward a faint and dreadful laughter, as that a monstrous being laughed unto itself in some lost and dreadful country. And the laughter passed over the land, and did echo strangely, as it did seem, in this part and that, and presently to go rolling round in the far and hid westlands, and to be as that it wandered awhile amid the far mountains of the outer lands, and was presently lost from my hearing. And my heart chilled a little maybe, but yet did I not care overmuch. For I to lack all, if that I lacked death, if that I not to be given power to save mine own. Yet did I make a little pause, so that I gat the knife from the belt of the maid, and did also to bear the capsule, for if that there came a destruction upon us, I to make instant sure that mine own maid be safe unto death, and I then to go quickly with the capsule. And afterward I again upon my way. And ever upon each 6th hour I did stop that I eat and drink, and did onward again, even as a machine. For I commanded myself to this duty of victual, that I lacked not my strength unto the saving of the maid. Yet truly I did seem to choke alway, as I strove with the tablets. And lo, ever as I went forward did the land awake, and my spirit to know that great forces did be abroad restless. And the monsters to begin wild roamings, because that they also to know of the unrest that did be come into the land, and there to go presently odd roarings across the land from night unto night. And I to go forward the more desperate, and to step neither to the right nor to the left, but to make direct unto my mighty home. And the veil of red fire did be soon afar off unto my right, and the bulk of the watcher of the northeast to be somewise unto my left before me, and the great back to be toward me. And truly I looked at the brute force, as it did be as that I drew nigh unto a mountain of watchfulness. And above it in the everlasting night did be the blue shining of the luminous ring, and the ring shed a light downward over the monster force, and the shoulders did be huge and humped, even as 2 small hills, and it looked forever from me through eternity unto the pyramid, and this to be plain, though I did be a great way off from it. And sudden, as I went, there came somewhat out of a bush into my left, and rose up at me, very long and tall, and surely it did be some kind of a man, and came at me, and my fury and my despair came inward upon me in a moment, so that I troubled not to set down the maid, but leapt at the thing, where it did be yet half hid in the dark. And lo, it died in pieces, and the discos did roar to content my heart an instant. And I then onward again the more savage, so that my heart did be a dreadful thing within me. And a great while I went then, and to have a vague remembering that this time and that there came things at me from out of the dark, but surely they to have died very speedy, that I not to remember more. And the hours did pass in spaces of time that did be made of terror and numbness, and an utter and ever-growing fury of despair. And I did be at last as that I did burn inward with a grim and dreadful energy, and seemed to grow the less tired, and to come over the land with a stronger ease, and somewhat as that I did desire things to come unto me, that I have something to ease my heart. For, lo, mine own maid did be dying in mine arms as I carried her, and I to be in a bleak and sickened dread, so that I lacked all courage now to listen unto her heart as I have told, and went burning and dry and hot in the eyes. And ever there sounded the roarings across the land, and there did be added presently lower and more horrid and dread noises. And later I heard a far thudding of the earth, and in a little there went past me a great man, running so heavy that he did make a shaking as he passed me. Yet in verity, by a sweet mercy, he saw me not, and was gone onward in a moment and lost utter into the night. And the ether of the world to be full of the trouble of the peoples, as the man passed me, and afterward there to be a stirring of glad thankfulness. And truly alway my spirit did know strangely, as in a dream, that the millions set their sympathy and pity and help about me, and did girt me about with human love and with encouragement and with uplifted thoughts. Yet in verity did all be as water beside the fierce wine of my love and despair, which did urge me onward in a natural lacking of all dread, save for mine own. And truly this doth be the way of love, and shall make fearless the heart of the weakest. And there to be prayers in the night, and all the ether to be surged with the spiritual trouble and callings and cryings of the millions, so that, indeed, if that my spirit so to hear these things, it to be conceived that these do pass outward into the everlasting, and to break upon the shore of eternity in an anguish, even as a visible foam of supplication. And surely the unity of love of the millions did make a natural force about me, for in verity the force did come from the house to seem to be somewhat eased from the maid, yet there to be no surety in this, for all did be desperation and turmoil in my heart, and I to have but one thought in my brain, that I bring mine own swift across the land unto the mighty pyramid, and so unto the doctors. And lo, there stole presently from afar the deep and dreadful baying of the hounds, so that I knew we did be surely dead, save that a miracle should happen. And I asked in my heart in a fierce and mad fashion, why that they did not to rig one of the olden shooting weapons, that they shoot from the pyramid, and so to give me some aid in mine extremity. And behold, even as I did be so bitter, there went afar upward in the everlasting night, where did shine the last light, the sharp flashing of the set speech, and I did warm in my heart a little with hope, for the master monstruaken did see that I was now all discovered, and there to be no more use for silence, and did speak straight and helpful unto me. And I made to read the set speech, but mine eyes had been mad and near blinded with lost hope. But in a moment I saw clear. And behold, the dear master monstruaken bid me to keep good my courage, for that they did have made ready 3 of the olden weapons. And moreover, they to save me, even if that they have to turn loose the earth current over the land. And he commended me with honor, and that I strive forward yet a little while, for that 100,000 men did be prepared, and did even then go downward in their armor by the lifts. And surely, as you think, my heart eased a little in me, and there burned somewhat of a hope in my spirit, that I yet to bring mine own unto the doctors ere it be too late. And the baying of the hounds did grow nearer in the night, and there to grow ever the roarings over the land, and a sense of evil and monstrousness to be abroad in all the night. And lo, I to have come by this so that the watcher of the northeast did be backward upon my left, and I looked keen and fearful now at the monster force. And behold, the great bell-ear did quiver continually, so that I saw the monster made somewhat known unto all the land. And the monster did look as ever unto the pyramid, and did be a great and silent hill of life that did lean toward the pyramid, and the light from the ring came downward upon the monstrous hide, which did be set in vast folds and wrinkles upon it, and the monster to know of me, yet never to move, neither to show life, save that the ear did quiver so horridly. And I knew that they made some great preparation in the pyramid for our defense, for all the night did begin now to shake and to quiver with the mighty beat of the earth current. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Chapter 16, Part 1 of The Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 16. In the Country of Silence, Part 1. and lo, I did become something nigh unto the mighty pyramid, and my great home went up vast into the everlasting night, as a very mountain of sweet life and safety, and had surely amazed me afresh with the utter bigness of it, only that despair and weariness did have too grim an hold upon my heart for me to care of aught save to have mine own maid within the safe wonder of the huge refuge, and it did be still afar off from me. And I to go forward across the land with a strong going, and lo, as I passed a hollow place where did burn a fire-hole, there came something out of the hollow, and the thing gat upward from crawling, and did be a great and haired man. And the man looked at me, and afterward came unto me, and did put his hands forward, very eager as he came. And I did see the hands plain in the light from the fire-hole, and the hands were monstrous, and did be armed brutish with horrid claws, so that the man should have been able to rip aught, even as a wild beast. And I put mine own very swift to the earth, and surely I cared not for life or aught, for this thing did make to delay me, and I to be fierce with despair that aught should halt me. And lo, I leapt very furious and with cold anger at the giant, and I smote at the monstrous brute, but he unto the side in an instant of time, and so escaped the blow. And he flung forth his monstrous arm out of the half-dark of a shadow that did be cast by the dance of the fire-hole, had caught my headpiece, and plucked it from me so strong and brutish that he cast me nigh a dozen feet on to my back. Yet I was not harmed in the life, but only sore shaked and bruised, and I to be up in a moment, and came in upon the giant, and the discos did roar and blaze in my hands as I swung the weapon. And I gat the giant above the middle part, and the discos did glut itself, and went through the giant as that he did be naught, though so huge and monstrous and girt with strength, and he to have surely turned his shoulders as he died. For the upper part of the giant man went horrid to the earth, and the legs and the trunk stood plain in the light of the fire-hole, and the blood went upward as a fountain in the night. And I made no pause, but leapt unto the maid, and had her in a moment to mine arms, and onward again past the dead thing, that did only then to fall with an horrid sound. And surely the night did be full of an astonishment and upliftedness of the millions, so that their spiritual cryings did go all about me, and did tell me that they had perceived this thing, and did cast their love and delight unto me, and a vast excitement to be upon them. And lo, I scarce to have gone a great mile more, but there came two vague things out of a dark place, where certain rocks did upstand, and I smote them with the discos, and went onward, but what they did be, I never to know. And surely, after that, I did seem to go smiting forever, for there to come, time and oft, strange things out from the bushes and the rocks, as that all the land did be a-crawl with foul and monstrous life. And I to go smiting as in a dream, and to speed forward ever with a more fierce despair, for surely the end of our lives did be come, and I not to be given power to save mine own maid. And all the land did be full of grim and monstrous roarings, and oddwise lower sounds, very deadly. And once I did hear the noise of giants running, and all the night to be evil. And in verity, how I did not be slain by some dread force, I not to know, unless that I did be burned free of all weakness that an evil power should have chanced to harm me through, for indeed I had been dealt a bitter training a monstrous time. And lo, there to be again the deep and dreadful baying of the night-hounds unto the southeast, and to be nearer, and I to know now that no strength of mine should serve to protect mine own. And lo, from the upwardness of the night there did be the last light, there sudden to come downward a strange blue flash, that smote downward into the land unto the southeast, and again the flash to come, and mayhap a score times after, and there to come down out of the height a peculiar crackling sound, that did be less than the thunder of this age, yet more loud than any other sound that you ever to hear. And lo, I knew that the humans did begin to fight for me, that I bring mine own safe unto home. And behold, it did be as that all the wakefulness of the land that had been did be but as sleep, beside the wakefulness that now to come. For surely the night now to seem to rock with the roarings of the monsters, and with the bestirring of great forces. And ever there to go over the land the yowling of that strange and dreadful laughter, which did come from that hid country in the night of the lost East. And lo, there arose constant now the hoarse and dreadful bayings of the hounds, and made known that a mighty pack did be out. And they to seem to be no more, maybe, than a good mile unto the southeast, and I to be all alone, save for the dying maid that I held in mine arms. And I looked vainly and with despair for the 100,000 that did be prepared, and had come downward, as you do know, unto mine aid. But truly there did be naught to see anywheres, save the strange lights and shadows of the land, and the movement of monstrous life in this place and that place, and the hounds to come nearer with every moment of time, so that indeed I knew that death did be very nigh. And I ceased not from my stride, but went forward, and did begin to run. For the pyramid was not a huge way off in the night, and the shine of the circle about it to be plain seen, save here and there, where it did be hid strangely. And I to have a despairing hope that I come yet with mine own into the safety of the circle. And the baying of the hounds to come ever the more near, and surely it did be a doubly hideous bitter thing that I lose my dear one so nigh unto home, and the great mountain of my home to go upward before me into the night, and to seem so near that surely I did be almost there, but yet mayhap 2 great miles off even then. And behold, I called out in vain despair, and to no end, why that none come to give me aid in this extremity. For the hounds did bay now but the half of a great mile upon my left, and did surely have scent of me by the way of their dreadful baying. And truly the millions to have an anguish of sympathy for me, for the spiritual noise of their emotion did be plain unto my spirit, and they surely to have seen and to have interpreted the way that I did look about me and appear to call out in despair, for there came all about me in a moment the companioning of a great and sweet spiritual force, which did be bred of their quick going with me in their understanding and love, and they to have perceived how that I did be unto the end of hope, and the hounds to be almost upon me. And in this moment there came afresh to my hearing the shaking beat of the earth-current, so that I knew the humans to take desperate means to save. And there came to my view a vast pack of the hounds unto my left, and they came running at a great pace, and their heads did be low, and they to be so great as horses, and seen plain and again in shadow, all in the same moment as they did come. And in verity I knew that we two to be dead indeed ere a minute be gone, if that the humans not to haste. And I stood where I did be, for there was no more use to run, and I looked from the hounds unto the mighty pyramid, and again to the hounds. And again I looked with my hope gone unto the pyramid, for the hounds did be scarce 200 fathoms off from me, and there did be hundreds of the mighty beasts. And lo, even as I looked that last time into the pyramid, there brake out a monstrous bursting flame that did rush downward from the sealed lower part of the mighty pyramid. And the flame smote downward upon the land where the hounds did run, and all the night to be lost from my sight in the brightness and strangeness of that mighty flame, so that I saw no more the pyramid or aught, but only the shining and dreadful glory of that flame. And the flame made a blast in the night, and a hotness that did seem to wither me even where I did be from it. And I perceived that the humans had truly turned loose the earth-current upon the hounds, that I be saved. And there went a constant great thundering over the land, because that the earth-force did rend and split the air, and did tear up the earth. And the roaring of the monsters did be hushed and lost in that mighty sound, and I to see no place where the hounds did be, but only flames and broken lands where the earth-force did strike, and great rocks did be hurled all whithers with a vast noise, and truly it did be a mercy that I was not slain 100 times, if this might be, by the failings and burstings of great rocks and boulders. And lo, in a moment the humans did cut off the earth-force, and had it again to their control. And there to seem now a great silence upon the land, and an utter dark, save that flames and noise came from that part where the current did strike. And I very speedy to come free of the dazedness that had me, and made again to my running. For in truth it to seem now that I should yet be let to win unto safety with mine own. And mine eyes did grow presently unto their accustomed using, and I to look always about me, lest there come somewhat upon me even then to work our deaths. And for a good time there to be naught that I did see anywheres, neither there to be the wakeful sounds of the land, save only the grim and horrid laughter from afar in the dead east. And oft as I did run, I to stare hungry-hearted upward at the mighty pyramid, and surely it alway now to seem to be less bright than before. And in the first I to set this to the count that mine eyes did be yet dazed by the great flame of the earth force. But soon I to perceive that it did be otherwise, and that there did be truly a less brightness of the light that did shine throughout all the mighty redoubt. And this lack I conceived had owing to that great using of the force and power of the earth-current that had been loosed to save us. And I to have this new thing cold upon my heart, for truly, if that the force of the current to be made over low, there to be a danger for all the humans that did live, even for all the great millions of the mighty refuge. And this did be surely known by the masters, and they to have no more power to aid me with the current until it flow strong again, lest that they destroy all the peoples of the earth. And all this to be plain to me in a moment as I ran, and I to be but the more desperate to come unto the instant safety with the maid. And surely I to be yet in expecting of the 100,000 to come unto me, but they not to come. And all about me the land to begin again to give out the noises of the monsters, and to send forth new and peculiar noises, as that there did be more awaked in the land than did be ever heard by me before. And presently I saw that there went living things, creeping between me and the light of the circle. And I to know that I yet to have to fight bitter, if that I would bring the maid safe, and I swung the discos free, and ran on. And sudden my spirit to know that I did be warned of some new peril, and I to look upward into the night, that the master monstruaken should mayhap to tell me the danger by the set speech. But in truth there came not the quick flashings of the set speech, but only an upward stillness and a dimness of the lights of the mighty pyramid. And afterward I to learn that the dear master monstruaken made to warn me of the danger, but that all the instruments of the tower of observation to fail to work, and likewise all the machinery of the pyramid to cease, even unto the moving of the great lifts and the moan of the air-pumps, and all to have been this way for nigh a great hour, until that the earth-current did flow again more full. And surely this doth show that death did nigh to come unto all the millions, because of the great trial that did be made to save us. But truly my spirit did be warned by the trouble of the millions, and because the master monstruaken called vaguely with his brain elements, so that I went ever more warily, and did look always. And lo, sudden I to stare above me into the night, and there to be a pale circle, very quiet and steadfast, that did go alway over the twain of us. And I saw that this did be surely one of those sweet powers of holiness, that did stand between our souls and some dread power that came anigh to work our destruction. And I to have no over-fear, but did put my trust in the force of holiness, and went forward running warily. And surely I came mayhap so nigh as to within 400 paces of the circle, and I to think that I yet to win mine own safe and undelayed within the guarding of the circle. And the light of the circle did burn dim, so that I had sudden fear whether that it be any more use for a guard, until that the earth-current to come more free. And all this as I ran, swift and wary and utter anxious. And lo, in that moment, in a dim place, there rose up 3 beast-men from the earth, and came at me growling. And the first did be so close that I had no room to the discos, but beat in the head of the man with the haft part. And I leapt unto the side then, and swung the discos, and did be utter mad, yet chill with fury, so that the maid did be no more than a babe in the crook of mine arm. and I came in sudden to meet the two beastmen as they ran at me, and I cut quick and light with the great weapon, and did have that anger upon me which doth make the heart a place of cold and deadly intent, so that I had a wondrous and brutal judgment to the slaying. And truly I slew them as that they had been no more than mice, and I had no harm, neither so much as a touch from them. And behold, in that moment there came a great shout of wonder and of welcome from within the circle. And I looked swiftly, and began again to run, for there did be men in grey armour all within the circle, yet came they not to mine aid. And lo, in a moment I knew why that the 100,000 did have held off from me in mine extremity. For, behold, there did be monstrous black mounds all along without of the circle, and did rock and sway with a force of strange life that did set an horror into my soul as I ran. For truly they did be the visible signs of monstrous forces of evil. And did any human have ventured outward beyond the circle, then had that man been destroyed in the spirit, and lost utterly, so that none had dared to come, neither had it been of use if any had made themselves to be a sacrifice to aid me, for truly they to have been of no use when dead, as you shall say. And there came a constant shouting from the 100,000 to me that I haste, and indeed to haste, and truly I did haste with all my strength. And I looked unto the dear circle of holiness that did be above us twain, and it to go steadfast over us, so that I saw we to be surely saved. And lo, I to be no more than 100 paces now from the glowing of the circle, and behold, even in that instant there must come brutal things to destroy us, for there came an herd of squat and brutish men all about me in a moment from the shadows where they had been hid. And they caught at me, and caught at the maid to tear her from mine arm. And truly it did be as that they surely to have success, for I could nowise in a moment free myself, and yet to guard the maid and to use the discos. And lo, I kicked with my metal boots, and gave from them, and turned always in a moment, and wrenched free. And I leapt back, and the herd of horrid brutes after me. And now I to have space for the discos, and a grimness in my heart, and I came round very sudden, and ran in among the men, smiting. And I hit very swift both from the right and the left, and to and fro with a constant quick circling. And the discos did spin and roar, and made a strange light upon the faces of the men, and they to have tusks like to the tusks of pigs, and surely I did rage through them smiting. And they to strike me 1,000 times with great stones, so that mine armour rang, and was all fresh burst, and I near to sicken under the blows and new wounds, but they not to harm the maid, for I carried her above their squat and brutish reach. And the brute men to seem without end, but I made all way forward unto the gleaming of the circle, and the night to be full in that place of the fierce shoutings of the 100,000, and many, as I did learn, to have tried to come unto me, but that their comrades held them from so useless a dying. And in verity I to be now scarce 50 paces from the glowing of the circle, and did be nigh to fall, for I did be so utter dazed and wounded with the fight, and ill with a vast weariness and the despair and madness of my journey, and moreover, as you do know, I not to have slept, but to have carried the maid forever through days and nights, and to have fought oft. And lo, the 100,000 stood just within the circle, and they that were to the front did swing each man the discos, and they hurled each the discos in among the herd of tusked men that did make to slay me. And surely this to save me, for the herd did thin to my front, and I to gather my strength and to charge with despair, and to smite and never be ceased of smiting, so that there did be dead creatures all about. And behold, I brake through the herd with mine own, and did be upon the circle. And lo, I stepped over the circle, that did scarce now to give out a resistance, and 1,000 hands did come forward to give me help, yet did none touch me, but gave back from me, for there did be that about me which held them off as with a little awe, for I to be strange unto them. And I stood there in a great silence, and the discos in my hand ran blood to the haft. And maybe I rocked as I stood, for many again did put out their hands as to hold me, and again drew back and were silent. And I looked unto them, and they looked back at me, and I did gasp awhile, and was strangely dazed, and did try to tell them that I had need of the doctors for the life of mine own maid, that did be dying in mine arms. And behold, in that moment there did be a sound of giants running out in the night. And some then to cry out different matters, to aid me, and to beware of the giants, and to bring the doctors to attend me on the instant. And other voices did call that the holy light was gone from above, and likewise the black mounds from the outer part of the circle. And there did be a monstrous noise of roarings in the land, and all to come bewildered unto my brain, which did surely fail now with the grim and utter stress which had been mine so long. And there to be also a constant noise that came from near and from upward, and truly I to know, as in a dream, that it did be made of the shouting of the great millions, that did make an eternal and vague roaring sound upward in the night, that did come down from the upper heights no more loud than a strange and continual murmuring out of the lofty miles. And surely I to find my voice in a little minute, and did ask a near man whether there be any doctors with the men. And in that moment there came forward a master of the discourse, which doth be as a commander of this age, and he made the salute of honour with the discourse, and would have eased the maid from me, but I to ask again, very slow, whether that there was a doctor anear. And he on the instant to give an order, and the great thousands to begin to shape, and did make a mighty lane unto the great gateway of the mighty pyramid. And the master of the discourse made a sign to certain that did be near, and they stood about me, as I to know dully, lest I fall, but they not to touch me, for I did be as that I must not be laid hand upon. For I did near to choke with despair, lest I have to come home too late, and surely also the men to seem as that I did be strange unto them. And there went orders swift and constant this way and that, and lo, in a little while there came 2 big men of the upward cities running, and they had a little man between them upon a sling. And the little man did be a master of the doctors, and he aided me gentle to lay mine own maid upon the earth. And the master of the discourse made a sign, and the men that did be near turned each his back, and the doctor to make examination for the life of mine own. And there to come about that time a seeming of silence in the land, and truly the 100,000 did be utter quiet, and a great quiet in the mighty pyramid, for in truth all to know by this that there to be a fear that the maid I did bring out of the night did be slain by the evil forces. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of The Nightland by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 16. In the Country of Silence, Part 2. And sudden, the little man that did be the master doctor looked up quiet and piteous at me, so that I knew in a moment that mine own maid did be dead. And he to see that I knew, and he covered the face of mine own, and stood up very speedy, and he called softly to the men that did be to my back, and he signed to them that some to support me, and some to lift mine own maid, and bear her unto the great gateway. And he looked keen at me, and I to fight a little that I breathe, and afterward did make with my hands that the men not to come near me, neither to touch mine own. And the master doctor to understand that I did be truly strong until I die, and did beckon the men from me and from the maid. And I stooped in a little, and I lifted mine own maid into mine arms for that last journeying. And I came down the mighty lane of the 100,000, all in their grey armour, and they did make silent salute with the discourse reversed, each man as I passed him, and did be utter silent. And I scarce to wot of aught, say that all the world did be quiet and emptied, and my task to have failed, and mine own to lie dead in mine arms. Yet truly did it to have failed utter, for I had surely saved mine own from the terror of the second Nightland, and she not to have come alone and with madness unto her death, but to have died in mine arms, and she surely to have been comforted within her spirit, because that my love did be so utter about her. And I to think vaguely and terribly on 100 sweet love-actions that she to have shown unto me, and sudden I did remember with a dreadful pain how that I never to have waked to discover mine own maid kissing me in my sleep as to have meant. And a madness of anguish did flash sudden through the numbness upon my brain, so that I did be blinded a little, and surely went crooked in my walk. For I to know sudden that the master doctor steadied mine elbow for a moment, but afterward did leave me be, as I to have again control of my spirit. And lo, as I drew nigh unto the great gateway, the lights of the pyramid to begin to glow again more strong, and the machinery of the lifts and the air pumps to work, because that now the earth current did grow once more to natural strength, and they to have power now to open the great gate which did be done by great machines. And there to come forth to meet me a number of the masters of the mighty pyramid, and the dear Master Monstrawaken did come before them all, so eager as that he did be mine own father. And he to have heard somewhat, vaguely, that there to have been a fear for the life of the maid that I did bring. And surely he did be told by one near to the gateway that the maid did be dead in mine arms, for he and all the masters did pause and stand silent for me to go by, and did reverse each his discourse, and this to have been an honour shown, than which there did be scarce any greater. And there went a constant murmuring up in the night, which did be the speech of the millions, questioning, and the news that the maid did be dead went upward through the miles, and my spirit to know as in a dream of the spiritual noise which did go outward through all space, and did be the grief of the multitudes as they did hear this thing. Yet truly there did nothing comfort me anywise, neither I proper yet to know the verity of my loss, for I did go stunned. And I came in through the great gateway, and the full watch did stand there silent in their armour, and they made the salute of honour. And I went onward with the dead maid that I did bring out of eternity. And presently they that were around did guide me with the maid in mine arms unto the great lift. And I took mine own maid into the great lift, and the masters came with me, and did be in their armour, and none did speak to me. And the Master Monstrawaken and the Master of the Doctors stood silent to the side of me. And there did be everywhere great multitudes that I did see vaguely, but my spirit not to wot of them. And lo, I stood very quiet and dumb as we did go upward through the miles, and the millions of the city stood about the great lift, and there did be a great silence upward and downward through the strange miles, save for the weeping of women in dear sympathy that did sound far and low and constant. And presently I to know that the Master Monstrawaken and the Master of the Doctors did look one to the other, and I to be aware sudden that I stood in my blood, for I did be wounded in 100 parts, and the blood to go alway from me. Yet did the Master Doctor be slow to do aught for me, because that he to perceive that I did be slain in the heart, and there to be no pain so dreadful as that he should be like to wake me unto, if that he went hastily. Yet presently there did come whirlings into my head, and someone did surely make to ease mine own maid from mine arms. But I held her dumbly, and the blood to go the more from me, and they not to know what should be done. And I to look at them, and the dear Master Monstrawaken did be saying somewhat unto me, that I did have no power to hear, but only to know that his face did be very human. And there went a strange noise all about me, and the Master Monstrawaken to seem to hold me up, and to beckon to some that did be to my back. And lo, there came a blackness, and the gentleness of arms about mine armour. And I to come presently to quietness and to half dreams, and did alway to seem that I carry mine own maid in mine arms. But truly there did pass 3 great days whilst that I did be thus. And I all that while to be laid quiet, and to be tended by the Master Doctor, and aided by all knowledge that did be known of humans. And on the 3rd day, as it might be called, I to come full into my senses, and the pain to take me in the breast, and the master of the doctors did be with me, and they that nursed me, and the master doctor watched me very keen and gentle. And I did be in a bed of the health room of mine own city, and I gat from the bed, and the doctor to say naught, but only to watch me. And I walked to and fro a little, and he alway to watch me, and presently he gave me somewhat to drink, and I drank, and I was gone soon from all knowledge. And I to come again unto a knowing that I yet to live, and there went a certain strength in my body. And lo, the first that I did see was the master of the doctors, and I to perceive in a moment that he had wakened me, and had nursed my strength for that moment that I lived through the burial. For he to be very wise, and to have known from that first seeing of me that I not to live after that mine own did die. And there was brought to me a loose garment, but I to refuse the garment dumbly, and did look about me very troubled and forgetting. And the master doctor looked alway at me, and lo, in a moment he called one, and gave an order. And there was brought in then my broken armour, and a garment to wear below. And I then to know that I did be content in this matter, and the doctor alway to watch me. And they dressed me in my broken armour. And surely, as they dressed me, my spirit to hear the sorrow and sympathy of the multitudes, and did know that they went downward by millions unto the country of silence. And lo, in that moment, when I near to be in mine armour, I to mind sudden again that I never to have waked to discover mine own maid kissing me in my sleep. And the pain gat me in the breast, so that I had surely ended then, but that the master doctor set somewhat to my breath that eased me, and gave something of dullness unto my senses for a while. And I did be carried then in a sling unto the great lift, and there did be a bed in the lift, and the doctor to have me to lie upon the bed, and I to know that he also to know that I never to need a bed any more, neither should I ever to come upward again in the lift. And truly the mighty pyramid did be an emptiness, for there did seem to be left only the stress-masters that did arrange the moving of the millions. And the stress-masters did stand about the lift as we dropped downward through the great miles unto the underground fields. And we came downward in the last unto the country of silence, which did lie 100 miles deep in the world, and did be 100 miles every way of silence unto the dead. And they that were with me gat me from the lift, and did mean to carry me in the sling unto the last road. But I stood upon my feet, and made that I should walk, and held out my hand for the discos which one did carry. And the master doctor signed that they should obey me, as my spirit to know. And I walked very steadfast down the way that did lead unto the last road, and the master doctor walked behind me a little space off. And surely there did be all the peoples of the world in that great country, and the peoples did be spread out forever, so far as my seeing did go, and they to have sight of me, and all the ether did be stirred with the humanness of their sorrow and their kind sympathy. And there grew a murmur which did be like to a low rolling thunder, and did be the voices of the peoples. And the rolling of that great hushed sound went to and fro across that mighty country of quiet, and there to be afterward an utter silence. And I saw below me the place of the last rest, where did be the beginning of the last road, and there did lie there a little figure covered with a white robe, that did glimmer with the beauteous work of women that had stitched love and honour into that last garment. And surely I to rock upon my feet, and to steady myself with the discos, and the master doctor to be unto my side in a moment, and gave me again something that I breathe in. But indeed I to refuse after that I had taken one breath of the drug, for I to be able to bear my pain the little time that I now to have to live, and I to mean that I have no dimness of my senses for those short minutes that I should have yet near unto mine own. And truly the master doctor did not press me anywise, but had a perfect understanding, and went quiet again to the rearward. And I came soon to that place where mine own dead one did lie, and the master monstrawaken stood to her feet, and did be clothed in grey armour, and had the discos reversed, and this to be for an honour unto my dead maid. And there kneeled two maids in white, one to the right and one to the left of mine own, and they to be for faithfulness, and did be maids, because that they watched by a maid, and had likewise been matrons, if that the dead had been wife unto any. And the place at the head of the last rest did be empty, and did be for me, and he that stood to the head did be for love, for it did be the chief, and did hold dominion over, and did make to live both faithfulness and honour. And this to be the way of the burial alway. And lo, I took courage into my heart, and I stood to the head of mine own maid, and I looked down upon the wondrous white glory of the garment, which did be white because that mine own did be a maid, yet did be worked with yellow flowers of weeping, as we did call them, because that she had died in love. And I to know that no hand had touched that wonderful garment, save the hands of maidens. And behold, as I stood there, from far away over the land there did come a far and faint sound, and the sound did come more nigh, so that I knew that afar off, beyond the hills of the babes, the millions did begin to sing the calling song, where million did call hushed unto million. And the sound did come onward toward where we did be, and did go over us, and pass onward in a hushed and wondrous breathing of sound, as that all the love that did be ever in this world did call in a low anguish unto a lost beloved. And the sound to pass away and away over that mighty country in the deep earth, and did hush and hush unto a great and utter silence, save for a faint murmur of countless women weeping that did be in the air of that land of quiet. And there to be a space of silence, and again the silence to be broken by a far sound, and there to come again from beyond the far hills of the babes a strange and low sound, and did be as of a wind wandering through damp forests. And the sound grew, and came across the hills of the babes, and did be breathed forth by million after million, so that in a little I to hear the song of weeping sung very low and sorrowful by the multitudes. And the song came onward over all that great country, and passed over us, and went onward into the far land beyond the dome, and did be caught by the voices of millions, that did be hid in great distances, and so to go onward forever, and to die at last unto a mighty silence. And Master Monstrawaken looked at me from the feet of mine own maid, and I to know that the moment did be come when I to part from the maid Nani forever and forever, even though I to live in some strange future, and to find her soul in some other sweet child. And I stooped and laid the discos beside mine own maid there upon the last rest, and the two maids drew back the light wonder of the garment, and showed me the face of mine own, and she to sleep there forever, so sweet and hushed as a child, and as oft I to have seen her to sleep. And I looked a little while, and the pain of my heart did be sufficient, so that I knew I died as I looked. And once more I looked, and I set my soul about mine own, and I fought with myself, and stood upward, and the maids did cover the face of mine own maid. And the Master Monstrawaken commended Nani unto eternity, and he raised the discos reversed, and lo, the road did begin to move upward unto the dome, and mine own maid did be upon the road, and I to fight that I keep breathing, so that I not to die before she be lost utter to my sight. And there did rise now a sound from all that country that had no order in it, and did be like to a low moaning that did fill all the air of the land. And there to be also a constant sound, as of a little whistling dree wind that did be in all that country of quiet. And truly this to be more than any singing, for it to be the true weeping of multitudes, that did sorrow from the heart with the grief of this thing that did be. And I stood utter still, and did draw my breath very even, and looked unto that small form that did be now afar off, where it did lie upon the moving roadway. And I gazed, as that my soul and all my being did have no power else, even as a man that dies doth set all his strength to a last movement. And I not to wot that the Master Monstrawaken and the two maids did hold me up, because they to perceive that I did be dying. for I only to see mine own little one lying afar off upon the moving of the last road. And the maid in that moment to come to that place where the road did pass into the strange and luminous vapour of the earth-current, which did lie all about the base of the dome, and the vapour to be only as a faint shining smoke, scarce seen, yet to be enough to give something of uncertainty to the dead, when that they did have passed inward of it. And I stared, with all that did be left of my strength, for mine own to be gone utter and forever in but a little minute. And the uncertainty of the luminous vapour did cling about her, and to make her to seem unreal to my gaze, for the vapour did be in constant movement, and to give a seeming of shifting to and fro of all that did be in it. And behold, as I did stare with my dreadful pain, there did be sudden a strange hoarse noise from the nearer millions. And lo, in an instant there came a mighty shout out of all that country. And the shout did be made again, and did grow into a mighty hoarse roaring from the millions, so that all that great country did be filled with the monstrous sound. And in verity I to have seen the thing likewise, but to have set it to the madness of longing of my heart, and to that desperate and dreadful pain which did make me to be crazed and lost from all sane thinking. And the thing that I did see had been that the maid did seem to move there upon the last road where she did lie, but indeed this to have appeared only to be the stirring of the luminous vapour of the earth-current, which did seem to make things shift as I have told. And lo, I now to see truly that the maid did move where she was laid afar off upon the road, and I now to know and to believe that she did indeed live. And my life came into me with a bounding, yet did my heart seem to be a moment stilled in my breast. And the master monster wakened to have signed already that the roadway be stopped, and brought backward, but I to be now upon the last road, and did run as a madman, shouting vainly upon the name of mine own. And I to learn afterward that there to have been a dreadful peril that all the near millions to rush toward the last road, and so, mayhap, to have caused the death of many, and to have been like to have crushed mine own. But this danger to have been eased, because that the watchmaster did act very prompt, and set the great regiments of his men to keep back the millions, and did send a signal abroad over all the country that there to be calmness, for that the maid should be succoured. And alway, whilst this to be, I did run staggering most strangely upward of the last road, and surely that great roof did ring and boom with the constant and mighty shoutings of the millions. And there did run others also along the road, to my back, but I to have been the first, and to make a good speed, though I did stagger and rock so strange upon my feet, and the road alway to be moving backward under me, and so I to become wonderful soon unto where the maid did be, and she to be upon her back, and to have pushed the garment from her face, and did be lying with her eyes open, and a look of gentle wonderment upon her dear face. And she then to see me, and her eyes did smile at me, very glad and quiet, for there to be yet an utter weakness upon her. And lo, I came with a falling beside her, and I gat upon my knees and upon my hands, and my heart did shake my lips to dry whisperings. And she to look weak and steadfast unto me, and I to look forever at her. And I did alway try to say things unto her, but my mouth to refuse me. And understanding did come into her as a light, and she to know in that instant that she to be truly come into the mighty pyramid, and I to have gat her there somewise, and she to wake sudden in her body, and set her hands forth all a-trembling from the garment, and in dreadful trouble. And I to see then that the blood did go from me constant, and the maid to have perceived this thing, so that she was waked the more proper in a moment from her death-swoon. And surely I did bleed very dreadful, for all my wounds did be opened with my running. And I to have sudden power with my lips, and did say unto her, very simple, that I loved her. And she to be all in an haze from me, and I to know that she to have come likewise unto her knees, and did have my head upon her breast, and there to be an utter shaking of the air with some great sound, and a mighty spiritual stirring of the ether of the world. And there to be then the voice of the Master Monstruaken very dull in mine ears, and the low voice of the Master Doctor, but I never to hear what they did be saying, and did know only that mine own maid did live, and I not to mean to die, but to fight unto living. And even whilst that I made this resolving, I was gone into an utter blackness. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Chapter 17, Of the Nightland, by William Hope Hodgson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nightland. Chapter 17, The Love Days. Now, when that I gat back unto life, I to know that I went upward in the lift, and did be upon that same bed, where I to think I never to need a bed any more, neither to come upward again from out of the country of silence. And I to know vague and strange that there rose up from out of the mighty depths of the world the deep thunder of the underground organs, and did sound as that they made a strange and utter distant music beyond death. And there to go alway a rolling chaunting, as that multitudes did sing beyond far mountains, and the sound to be somewhiles as a far-blowing wind, low in the deep, and again to come clear, and to be that great golden melody of the song of honor. And I knew, as in a dream, that the millions in that deep country made an honor and a rejoicing over this wonder of joy which did become, but yet all to be faint and half hid from me, and mine eyes to be as that they had no power to open, and I to seem to be lifting alway upon strange waters of unrealness, and there to be sweet and lovely odors, and these to be of reality, and to come from the great fields, where the flowers did alway to grow about the passageways of the lifts, for the lift even then to be going upward through the great miles. And mayhap I moved a little, for there came the voice of the Master Doctor low and gentle to me, and bid me rest, for that all did be well with the maid. And surely afterward I did be gone into an haze, and there to be then a seeming of days in which I have to live and have to sleep, and to wonder without trouble whether I did be dead. And then there to come days when I lay very quiet, and had no thought of aught, and the Master Doctor oft to bend over me in this hour and that hour, and to look keen into my face. And in the end, after strange spaces, there bent over me another, and there looked down upon me the dear and lovely face of mine own, and the eyes did speak love into my soul, yet did she be calm and hushed. And I to begin again to live in my body, and I made, mayhap, a little fumbling with my hands, for she to take and to hold them, and life to come from her to me, and she to be ever wordless and gentle, and contentment to grow in me, and presently a natural slumber. And there came a day when I did be let rise, and they that tended me carried me to one of the quiet gardens of the pyramid, and they set me there, and did seem to leave me alone. And there came one then around a bush, and looked at me a moment as with an half shyness, only that the love that did shine in her eyes made the shyness to be a little thing. And truly I knew that it did be mine own maid, but I never before to have seen Nanny dressed pretty as a maid, and I looked to her, and knew that she did be more dainty than even I to have known. And sudden I made that I rise to come unto her, but she to run quick to me, that she stopped me of this natural foolishness, and she then to sit beside me, and to take my head against her breast, and she not to deny me her lips, but to be both a maid and a mother to me in the same moment. And afterward she had me to be very still, and we to sit there in an utter dumb happiness, until they that did attend me were come again. And the Master of the Doctors did be with them, and I to see that there went something of satisfaction in his face. And after that day I saw mine own maid every day, and I got better unto health with a wondrous quickness, for love did mend me. And soon I did be let go downward unto the fields, but yet to go by private ways, because that the multitude should be like to follow me alway, and I to need to be quiet. And the maid to be with me, for the Master Monstruaken and the Master of the Doctors did agree upon this matter, and had an officer of marriage to wed us. And we to be married very quiet and simple, for I yet to be over weak for the public marriage, which we to have later, when truly the millions made us a guard of honor 8 miles high, from the top unto the bottom of the mighty pyramid. But this to have been later, as I do tell, and did be a ceremonial of the peoples, because that they not to be denied that they give me an honor. And surely the maid to be with me alway, and did be now my wife, and my strength to come alway upon me, and mine own to grow again unto a perfect health. And in verity we did be now in the love days which do be the most beauteous, if that the love to be true. And we did wander through the mighty fields at our will, and walked in the love paths of the fields, which did be alway anear to those places where did be the villages. And I to hide our name, lest we to be beset by any, out of natural curiousness and kindliness, for we to need to be uttered together and quiet. And we to choose those places for our slumber where beauty of flowers did be most wondrous. And we to carry somewhat of food with us, but also to eat when we came into the villages which did be here and there in the fields, which were truly so huge as countries. And mine own did make good her promise 100 times, as you shall say, and did prepare me a great and hearty meal, and did tease me utter that I did be a glutton as I did eat, and kissed me, lest that I have ever a chance to say aught in mine own defence. And truly she did be all that my heart and my spirit did desire, and she to have companioned me with love, and to have entered my spirit into joy. And once we to go downward unto the country of silence, but not to stay very long at that time, because that my memory did return upon me. Yet in the aftertime we to wander there oft with memory and holiness of great thinkings, and with love which doth hold all. And as we to leave that country, I to tell mine own how that when she had been suspend of her life by the horrid force of the house, I to have minded me with a dreadful pain that I never to have waked to discover her kissing me when that I did sleep. And surely mine own dear one did blush most lovely, and had never known that I did be aware of her sweet naughtiness. And she then to have all thought for mine agony when that she did be dead ere the vapour of life of the earth force did set her spirit free of the silence. And she to come unto me in dear understanding. And she then to tell me that the doctors to say that she had been, as it were, stunned and froze of the spirit, and all her being and life suspend, and the great life-force of the earth-current to have waked her spirit, and her body then to live and her blood to flow proper again. And the doctors had talked much and searched much of late in the olden records of their work, and they to have found somewhat of one such happening in the olden time, but truly not such to have been ever through a mighty age of years. And whilst that we to wander and to rest in the fields, I oft to tell mine own of this matter and that matter, and I to know that she had learned somewhat of odd things, ere I did become to health, but not overmuch, for she also to have been under a lack, as you shall think, and to have come from her bed when that I did lie so still, for the master doctor to have ordained this, because he to fear that I to be going truly to die, if that he not to do somewhat to awaken my spirit. And in verity you shall think upon the deepness of my love, as I to know that she did have held my hands so brave and gentle, whilst that she to have scarce power to her feet, and I to say a little holy praise of mine own. And so do I come to mine ending, and have but one more thing that I tell, and this to happen a while later, after that mine own and I had gone through the second marriage, which did be the public marriage. For it did be that one day my wife, that did be mine own, did take me with a sweet cunning unto the hall of honour. And surely, when I was come there, I to see that many of the peoples did be there in that great hall, and did stand about in a silence, yet as that they had no meaning to do aught, but yet to be that they did wait upon somewhat. And my wife did go forward with me unto the centre place of the hall, and sudden I saw why that she did bring me so cunning sweet. For there did stand in the midst of the hall of honour, in the place of honour, a statue of a man in broken armour, that did carry a maid for ever. And I did be dumb. And how of this age shall you to know the honour that this meant in that? For it did be an honour that was given only to the great dead, and I to be but a young man, and did be so utter far off from greatness, save that I to love with all my heart and with all my spirit, and therefore death to be but a little thing before love. And you to know how love doth make sweet and brave the heart, and to have understanding with me in my humbleness and my wonder and my natural pride, that there did any so think to honour me. And mine own did be weeping with joy and honest pride of her man beside me, and there to be an utter silence of dear sympathy in all the great hall of honour, and they that did be there to let me go in quietness with mine own, which did be a lovely thing of understanding. And I to go loving and thoughtful with mine own wife, and she to be very nigh to me. And I to have gained honour, yet to have learned that honour doth be but as the ash of life, if that you not have love. And I to have love, and to have love is to have all, for that which doth be truly love doth mother honour and faithfulness, and they three to build the house of joy. The End of the Nightland by William Hope Hodgson.